seems more plausible to me. Strictly because I'm standing above where, like it may appear that, because we're talking about optical illusions here, it may appear that the waves are rising up, but if you're standing above where the waves actually are relative to you, unless the waves are far larger out than they
River,
are
let me
right at the
stop you real
surface.
quick. Let me stop you real
Mhm.
quick. Okay. By the same logic, you're
Mhm.
looking down a corridor. You imagine you're in this hallway again.
Mhm.
Down the corridor, you see the floor appear to make contact with the ceiling, right? But you know your eyes are well above, and you know the ceiling is well above, but it still appears that they're right. They're still touching. It's that
Mhm.
same effect that you're witnessing, and the limit to the human eyes is about as far as you're discussing here with this lighthouse. You know, you're getting real close to
Well,
see the
it's
floor,
because my
even though your head's above them, even though your head, it still appears that the ocean is
yeah, yeah.
does it not?
Well,
So it's the same. So instead of looking over the curve of a ball, imagine you're looking down that corridor and you're focusing on distance, and you're not focusing on any other point. So now I want you to draw lines, right? From all,
I have the
for,
I have the picture in my mind.
yeah.
I know
So
what
that's the
you're
point of convergence. You learn this in perspective if you've ever taken it.
saying.
It's very simple stuff, but your
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
mind is
All points
is
converge into one.
got the wheels turning, trying to make it fit this narrative that they told. So, all
Well,
right, yeah,
I don't
I
think
digress.
yeah, yeah. I hear you loud and clear. My whole thing is that, like, in this perspective, it's like 50% is still 50%, right? Like let's say we are talking about that hallway, right? And let's say I don't want to say infinitely long, because you couldn't have a hallway infinitely long, right? But like, if we were to section off the hallway into quarters, it's like, if I go and perceive 25% of the hallway, and if I were to make a line cutting, bisecting the whole hallway horizontally, 50% on top and 50% on bottom, 50% would still be 50% even at the end of the hallway. Like, that's right? Right? Because nothing's going to be long enough where it actually turns into a point, right? This lighthouse doesn't turn into a point, right? Like, if it's a point, it's imperceivable. It's one dimensional. It's unseeable, from at least from my vantage point, right? And
Well,
it's not that.
but River, wouldn't that depend on where you are standing in the hallway?
Yeah. Of course, of course. That's why I said fifty
Right?
percent. That's why I said fifty
Oh, you
percent.
did.
That's why I
Okay.
said I would bisect it.
Yeah.
50% would still be
But
50%.
but do you mean 50% of your vision or of your view in the hallway, irrespective of how high you are, or you mean explicitly
I'm
you're
saying
standing 50% the way?
the point at which my eyes are converging at the end of the target, 50%. Let's say my eyes meet. Let's say the hallway is 10 foot, right? Like 10 foot tall and 10 foot wide, right?
Yeah.
And let's say
River, can you
I'm
pop in
my
the
eyes.
chat? Can you pop in the chat real quick? I'm sorry to interrupt. Just pop in the
Yeah,
chat real
yeah, yeah.
quick and look at some of the posts that have just been posted up for. I just want to make sure picking up what we're down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see that one where it says perspective, and it's zooming out. That's precisely my point, right? So if we look at it, if we look at the letters, right? The everything is converging down to the point of the horizon. The point I'm trying to make is, as you go down the line of the horizon, that the letters are still in the proper proportion that they should be in, right? Because it's still, like, let's say the middle of the E. If we put the middle of the E further down the line, that middle line of the E would still be in the middle of that line of perception if we were to bisect that triangle. Like, is that right?
So, correct. That's how perspective works.
Okay, good. So
your
if I'm
convergence point. Okay, so you're looking at the word perspective. Excellent. So from the convergent point, where the horizon and the top and bottom of the word perspective meet off into the distance, if you were to draw a line back, and you can see in the middle of the letter P, there's a little line there where it shows the horizon. That line is consistent all the way across. Yes.
exactly. So it's not about necessarily perspective, degrees of angle. It's more about the percentage of that slice that can be seen. Correct?
What you
Like that's.
looking?
What do you mean by that?
I'm looking at a post sent at 7:51 p.m. in the chat.
So River, what happens is, as things get further and further away, they get smaller. We all agree with that. We know it. Now,
I have no disagreement.
When they get small enough, you've got your angular resolution, Rayleigh criterion, Rayleigh scattering, and a few other really cool optical things going on. So things appear to get smaller as they get further away. Once they get to a certain size, you cannot resolve what they are. So anything below your eye line will converge up. Anything above your eye line will converge down. Anything to the left, right. Anything to the right, left. To a singular point. That's all that's happening.
Yeah, I was going to mention that in the hallway example.
You're proving my point.
No, but check this out, dude. In the hallway example,
not curvature.
It might not be. It might not do the example justice, because your hallway is what, a couple dozen feet long or something like that.
Yeah, however long you want to say. You could go out to infinity with it, and if you went out to infinity, it would go into a point that you couldn't distinguish unless you had optical equipment, and yet the optical equipment would still peer out into infinity, and so it wouldn't matter.
But
right.
The issue with that is we can't really test that. You know what I mean?
That's a cool mind game to play with perspective, right? It's not nothing what that is, right?
I mean, the hallway example, it serves a purpose to demonstrate that things do converge to the eye line. So
it's a mental exercise.
Yeah, and that alone though, right? Enough to say, okay, look, things converge to the center of your view as they get further and further away, right? That's that. But when you take that notion and you extrapolate it out over a larger and larger distance and apply that in a context, for example, like over a body of water where, we're looking at potentially miles away.
Yeah, and it's also your perspective isn't confined by a wall, right? It's like you're actually seeing more distance.
You're seeing further away and you're seeing wider, right?
Exactly.
Not only that, you're not in a air conditioned, temperature controlled, humidity controlled environment. So the effects of what we're looking at might not, map over 1-to-1 with what we see over a horizon. And that's where the conversation gets a little bit more interesting. Right?
Yeah. And I agree. It's the real world. Like it's like doing physics, right? Like when students learn how to do physics, they learn how a bullet drops without air, right? But that's not a real representation of the real world, right? Like people will it's a joke in geometry that pi equals 3, because for most large scale operations and shit, or for approximating, you can just approximate pi as being 3 for simplicity and calculation, right? Which isn't a real representative model of the real world.
Yeah, no, you don't want to do that. You'll fuck up.
Exactly. But it's a thing that scientists do just to make things
they
simple.
don't. They don't just simplify things like that and say, "Oh, it's close enough." I'm a brain in the jar, so who cares?
I imagine maybe
I'm saying they do that in colleges and shit to ease. What they used to before calculators and shit. They used to do that. It's a joke.
I've never heard of simply using 3. I've heard, okay, let's take 2 decimal points, 3.14, and we're fine. But 3 itself, I mean, you're off by a good 14
Yeah, you're off a lot at that point. Your things aren't going to line up. Everything's going to be off. Your wrap around the object that's round isn't going to fit.
I know, and you see what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying. It's the approximation isn't a good model for the real world, right?
Yeah.
That's why we measured it. Yeah, that's why we measured it. And it's flat now, so I'm stuck there. So you're a flat earther too, then.
Yes.
Well, no, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with approximations don't align and make themselves true facsimiles of the world, right?
So
but I can see their usefulness in trying to do something inaccurately to get a gist. Right, because at a point you have to cut pi off, right? It's like 3.14.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you say 3.141592635897922236, right? And then why don't you say the 7 after the 6, right? Like,
dude, the reason
we could go,
bro. The reason you have to cut it off at some point is because it's an irrational number. It literally goes on forever. Okay, it's not because it's the number of decimals, right? It's not that the number of decimals is so large but fixed. And we're just going to truncate some off because, we don't need to use that much. It's because we literally have to at some point, right? So it's not exactly analogous. It's not exactly
It'll be based on the levels of accuracy you're requiring for that particular task.
Exactly. So it's not exactly analogous to the situation, because the way it sounds like is you're saying, oh, well, for example, if we have some sort of application out there in the real world where we're doing some measurements and it's sufficient enough to approximate a measurement using a straight line, even though in my mind I know it's curved, but it's only curved to 1% or 5% or some percentage. Using the globe model, the question becomes, where does that come from in the first place, to which you're comparing and then saying, this linear measurement is sufficient enough for our use case. Follow?
With that, and the reason why I made that comparison is because we started talking about mirages,
River, real quick.
Yeah.
Just to the same point, I posted a GIF at 11 past the hour. Okay, just watch that GIF till the end, right? All right. I want you to also focus on the water beyond the oil rig in the image. Okay. And the main reason being is we talked about compression. But to think about how much compressed distance is held within that compressed space there. You have to factor that into when you're looking at something that's that far away.
This GIF that you sent, are the ones of the oil rigs, right?
11 minutes past the hour, yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Has he seen the Black Swan yet? I guess not, eh? Is that your first time seeing that?
I've seen lots of GIFs. I've seen lots of GIFs like it.
Have you heard the argument? Have you heard the argument?
I would say it's
okay. By the way, you're coming in very low. Is it just me, or
is it? Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
There we go. Okay.
For a second. Yeah, I know about Black Swan events.
Well, in general, right? Like the term is more widely applicable, but in this context.
Like what that means. I've heard the term used in the context that you're using.
No, but in our topic of conversation.
This video isn't really convincing for me.
Well, check this out, right? So here's the argument. At any given observer height, there can be it can be calculated the distance to which we would the limit the limited distance we should see if we're standing on a ball of a certain radius, right? You picture like a little Lego man with a little camera on his face or something, standing on a basketball. Based on how high that little camera is on his head, you can predict, knowing the radius of the basketball, how far he should be able to see before the curve of the basketball curves away and he can't see beyond it. Follow? That's just like basic geometry. So in this topic of discussion, if we're standing on a giant ball with a fixed radius, 3,959 miles or so, and we are, say, 5.5 feet, 6 feet, 6.5 feet tall, there's a calculation that can be made as to how far we should be able to see. This black swan image basically states that, we shouldn't, according to the globe model, we should not be able to see these oil rigs, or at least not entirely, right? Because they're more than 8-9 miles away. And this observer taking the shot, I think this is the one that's I think this one's 8 feet off the ground. It's the one at night there. But there's one where the camera's at 1 foot above the surface, and we can still see them. But according to the math, we should the horizon line should be at 1.22 miles. This is 6 or 7 times further away, and we see not only the oil rigs in full, but we see beyond them. If you look at the GIF, you see the horizon line beyond the further oil rig. You follow?
I can't see how. I don't know how tall they are. Because my understanding is, how tall are the oil rigs?
Well, you can look them up. Okay, the oil rig names are Platform Habitat and Platform House.
Mick,
right?
Why is he focused on the oil rigs?
He's trying to divert. I was just gonna mention that's not even really what's important. You see the base of them, and not only that, you see the horizon line beyond them. So in the ball model, the horizon line should be before the oil rig. They should be cut in maybe half or 2/3 or whatever, and you should see just the tippy top. Okay, because that's the extremity of the ball, or the quote edge of the ball from your perspective. But no, you see them in full, and you see it beyond them.
That's for demarcation only, nothing more.
Exactly. Yeah, because one could argue, well, how do we know how far they are? Well, there's a measurement to them, and then as you see that little green line depicting that, okay, it's pretty clear that that horizon line is clearly visible beyond the furthest oil rig. It's not at 1.22 miles. It's at least 10.
Based on like how far you're looking. Like,
all that to say, that's the black swan argument in a nutshell.
The black swan argument is saying here's something that everyone says should be impossible, but here's
one instance of it showing that that's not the case. Exactly. So in full,
you have to know how tall these oil rigs are, right? And if y'all were telling me earlier,
stop, River.
Not necessarily.
The oil rigs are there to demarcate distance only. From the observer, the oil rigs are a known distance. Now, based on your elevation or eye height, the square root of elevation in feet times 1.22. Answer in miles. Now, that given distance, whatever that answer is, so at 1 foot, it would be 1.22 miles distance. And I can't remember which one that you're looking at. The original one.
I'm just looking at whatever he sent in the chat.
The camera was set at 1 foot. So that means the horizon, the geometrical curvature, where you should have things hidden behind, should be at 1.22 miles. Now, we know the oil rigs are at 6.21 and 9.41. Their distances are known. But the kicker is, we see the horizon beyond them. That's the problem. The horizon should be in front of them, blocking part of the image that you can see. We're not interested in whether you can see the helipad or not, or, oh my God, someone faced south, or all the other weird shit we've heard. They are wholly and solely for demarcation. And in all honesty, if they could remove those oil rigs and put a pair of witches' hats out there, that'd be doing us a favour.
And you know, I understand that they're supposed to be points of demarcation to show, hey, they're 10 miles out. There should be some perceivable curve that we're seeing, right?
No,
a
horizon, bro.
A horizon,
About the
right?
horizon.
The horizon.
Dude,
That's the whole.
Dude,
that's
stop. Just stop. I went ahead and reposted it for you so you don't have to focus on the oil rigs now. They're clowns that are 9.41 miles and 6.21 miles. Focus on the horizon.
Is that I don't see. Is that pic you just sent with the clowns?
Yeah.
But really, you don't sound like a stupid guy. But this is specifically about the claimed distance to the horizon, being the consequence of the geometry of the surface of the claimed sphere of said dimensions. Your line of sight should be a tangent line to the apex of the sphere. If you want to use that horizon there to do geometry, you're looking at a sphere Earth with a radius value of around about 250,000 miles. You happy to live on an Earth of that size? Because that throws everything off if that's the case. Your whole cosmic distance ladder.
I think it was upwards of 360,000 miles.
Oh, in that one? Oh, in a different one? Okay. Not
in the 1 foot observer height. Yeah, the one with the clowns there, that's a modification of the 1 foot height one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
And I could be off on that, or that 360,000 could be a what do you call it? A lower bound, because what I did to get that calculation was take the 9.41 miles away, put it in the Earth curve calculator, and make it so that, because it gives you how much of that object with the known height is cut off, right? And I just lifted it such that that is flush with the line of sight. But if we're seeing further than it, it means it's extending further, so the ball is maybe 380,000 or 375, or maybe even 400,000, depending on. I mean, it's hard to tell because we don't know where that horizon line actually is. But
right, that's being generous. Like, yeah.
Exactly. But even that lower bound is what, 10 times 395? Okay, just under 10 times the radius. So in terms of volume, 4 pi r, cube that shit, and you'll get a volume or whatever. Do the math there. It's probably 10 times also. I don't know. Suffice to say, it's crazy. It's crazily out of whack.
And I are going to hang out, but I have a lot of things to think about and consider. I'm going to come back, and everything that you guys have said, I'm going to take into consideration. And honestly, to be honest with you guys make some pretty good points, but I'm intuiting that there are some problems that I can't quite articulate at this moment. And as soon as I can come up with a formal articulation of why I think that this is incorrect, I'll let you know. Or maybe I'll think you guys are correct, right? I'm a very open-minded person. right? So I just wanted to say, thanks for talking to me, showing me things. You guys are very interesting. I like the fact that flat earthers are some of the most open-minded people. They're willing to take any idea and listen
Funny you
to
should
it.
say that. We've been called closed-minded because we don't want to change our mind.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, that's stupid because that's the whole thing, right? Is there's going with this. Sometimes the status quo is correct, and sometimes the status quo is incorrect. And going against the grain takes a lot of courage, and people don't really understand that because a lot of people are fucking sheep, frankly. So,
Well, anyways, mate, we won't hold you up too much longer. Thank you very much for coming in here and not having an absolute meltdown like others have known to do. You're more than welcome to come back. Hopefully, someone has sent you a link to our main server so you can jump in there and check out some data and stuff for yourself because there's a couple of terabytes of information that you might want to suss out, man.
And if you're interested too, before you go, if you're going to venture down a path of trying to see, find what's wrong with this, many people have argued that bending light is the cause of this. So if you you get that out, maybe go through some of their claims about it, some of the math and everything. I don't know how astute you are in math. You may or may not understand all of it, but check that out and bring some of the stuff in here, and we'll talk about it. But yeah, that's the main one. So I would say maybe start there.
Yeah, that's the main excuse. However, if you actually study refraction, you'll find that their excuse doesn't hold water. So if you want to go into that, it takes a little bit of studying.
everybody.
You're roboting, so we didn't hear what you said. But good luck.
It seems like I have to bring the clown picture out because until you do that, they keep saying oil rig height, oil rig height.
Yeah, one of the things I would recommend when researching these things is try to figure out how do they know this, and keep digging for the experiments or the tests done to get to that conclusion, and see for yourself if it does get to that conclusion that way. That way you can learn more from the experience, and you can discover yourself where things just don't make any sense and it's just accepted just because it fits the preconceived idea.
Yeah, the clown picture got him not focused on those oil rig heights too much anymore. I think they're So if anybody's listening and wants to bring up some globe evidence, please, or just wants to state their opinion, on why they believe the Earth. Hop on in. You're listening on YouTube, or if you've been listening here on the Discord server, the English server.
Yeah, this is your chance before I force you to listen to Flat Earth music.
Bring it.
I thought all music was flat Earth music.
It is, but not all music is about the topic.
No, you left me wide open, man. I had to.
I like being corrected when it's correct.
Felt like that was a good team effort, you know. Everybody came in and saved that young man's brain from
Yeah,
further poisoning.
it was good. I jumped in a little bit, probably a little bit more than halfway through there. But yeah, sounds like a good guy.
Got to give it to Cyclone. Cyclone pulled him in, got him on the boat.
Cyclone's just really good in general.
So many great personalities, and I swear it's definitely something to behold. You know, consider myself lucky to have met you all and be privileged to be here with y'all.
It's fun. Good friends, good company.
I don't like none of y'all. Just kidding.
Lies. Well, we like you.
Hey man, that was perfect. That was perfect, Elbow.
But it's been more of a bloodbath in here last few days compared to the first few days. But it happens.
Yeah, but it's been great content anyway, regardless of the circumstances. Like, even though there's been some really good clippable stuff anyway.
Yeah. It's extra good because we're all trying to keep on our best behavior, and that just adds to it. Of course, people get annoyed sometimes, but that's when it's best to try to step in and try to calm it down and bring it back to the point that he was originally trying to get across and the guy was ignoring, and that's why he's getting annoyed. And so if you have it addressed, everybody can calm down. A lot of the times people start talking past each other, like earlier when the guy was trying to say, like, him going on an airplane proved the Earth was a ball. But what he actually meant was the airplane goes in a circle, therefore your house is a ball.
Oh yeah, the guy that Indio took care of.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty good.
We had a bunch of good ones. Clipcord. You know, to clip all that stuff. It's a busy man.
He's got to go through, what, 12 hours a stream?
Whoa, so much, guys.
What's good? What's good? What's good?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, welcome to the server.
Thanks, thanks. What are you guys doing?
Not too bad, man.
Just
Waiting for-
waiting for people to present some evidence. Spinning ball in outer space.
He gone. Oh, shit.
He did not want to do that. Present evidence? No.
Didn't sound like he could even really articulate the proper terms, even if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. We're in the English channel right now. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We're in the English channel.
All right.
Yeah, right now I was like thinking of my favorite cyclone quote, and yeah, it was definitely. Oh, so your best is government space card. Okay, noted.
Government space what?
Cartoons.
Oh, yeah. Gotta love them animations.
And you figure out of 250,000 members come in here and put up a valiant effort.
If I'm not mistaken, when we first jumped in here, there were like the first few days it was in and out, in and out. You know, person was jumping in, speaking. Some other people came in, then dropped out. You know, and it was just cycling through like that all day, or at least in my time in here during that period. I guess the words got out. You know, everyone's like, "Oh,
Oh yeah, the word on the street is definitely out. I'm sorry if I cut somebody off. Sorry.
no." I was just saying. I guess the words got out. Everyone's like, "Oh, don't go in there! Don't go in there! Don't do it!" You know.
I'm pretty sure they're just popping into the side chat just to see what's going on, because I'm sure there's some bashful. So we probably only get people confident that they can hold a conversation, and you know you got to figure there's a high percent server that don't speak fluent enough English to hold. That's got to be a factor. Come on, guys. If you don't come in, if you don't, if you're listening on YouTube and you don't join the Discord, Grace is going to have to regale you with some of his delightful Flat Earth song that he created himself.
Which eventually you will find on Spotify. And then on our Flat Earth radio station, which we're working on building.
Speaking of that, are the pieces not already on Spotify, but just not consolidated into a playlist of sorts?
Oh,
Or
we
are they just
have
not available?
we have things all over the place, and we
Ah.
kind of need to coordinate that a little bit together, get it together, and we could create a Spotify playlist with all the Flat Earth songs that we can find, and that'll be one playlist, and we can have that embedded within the website and the app and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then the other version would be making something similar to a YouTube channel where we also play other songs that are only on YouTube and those kinds of mediums, collecting that together into a kind of a radio station or a playlist, something that would help link people to the different channels as well, and allow the subscriber base to grow, because we're so shadow banned by YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it's only a matter of time before Spotify does it too. You know what I mean? Like all the major platforms and shit. They're like,
Well,
you know.
well, the reason why the Facebook and YouTube were forced to do it was because it was spreading so much and so fast through those mediums. It won't happen to Spotify or those types of mediums unless it starts becoming super popular. And at that point, they may be like, "Oh shit, well, maybe we'll shove this under the rug here." But
Yeah.
right now, it's just mostly flat earthers listening to it, and not even a lot of flat earthers know about it. So I think it's partially because we don't have a good thing to holding it all together, like a playlist, like you were talking about, and with the website and the app, that'll help.
I was wondering also for the site where we have the FAQ section, I was gonna make it so it's like, a little box. You can click, FAQ and, all that stuff. Or I should say a box with tabs. And then there would be either the FAQs or you tap on another thing. And then there's another thing in that tab or whatever to make it a little bit more consolidated, I guess that's where we could put the music and stuff. I was wondering, should we have main arguments on the site as well?
Yeah. I think what we need to do is collect together. I've been talking about this a little bit, and one of the things I'm working on right now is making a PDF for specific arguments and trying to collect together as much data and stuff into it as possible. I was kind of inspired by Sporadic, making that that paper that looked real nice, and so I was like, yeah, I'll make something, and we just need that. We need collect all the arguments together, fine polish them a little bit, have visual aids with it, and then people can go through it. Because kind of in the server, we have all the information. We just need to curate it a little bit more, make it more accessible and easier to absorb.
Yeah, and maybe have some sort of ranking system, like which one's which one is stronger, which one's weaker, you know, stratify them accordingly.
Oh yeah. Because like some are responses to specific things Glober say. Some are like specifically about the surface of the Earth measurements. Like there's laser tests, all the different aspects to the like. I think Miggy has it right with the 3 points, and we kind of can structure it kind of into those 3 points, and then have as the fourth just any extra arguments related to this once we've kind of fine polished them. That's how I would see the structure, but that's just my idea.
Well, CB's joined us. I guess we're live now.
Are we live?
We're doing
I
it
think-
live.
We're live, bro.
We are
We're
live.
We're live. You get a sexy mic, Mike? Did Milk get a new mic?
I did.
Damn, bro.
Well, I mean, it's not a new mic, it's an old one that was just packed away. And I said, oh, fuck it, let me repurpose it, you know?
Nice.
Is it all right?
Sexy
Yeti
Milk.
quality? I hope so, because I didn't pay that much for it.
Not
That
bad.
would be cool. I got this whole mixer set up with all this shit. Then I'm like, let me rig it all up, you know?
What happened to Indio's mic?
Oh, the tin can? We stepped-
Yeah.
we stepped on
The tin can.
it. Did you get a new one or?
Someone said it was a Dixie cup. Welcome, Cammy.
Yeah, it sounds like an old one. It sounds like he's talking through like a can and a wire.
But didn't he say he bought a new one?
Yeah, I think he said that, but it does sound like an old one.
Welcome, David Retzlaff.
Probably Bluetooth, you know?
Yeah, probably trash.
What's going on, Creation Bear?
Hey, hello,
Hey,
AI
Oatmeal.
Overlord.
Hey, Oatmeal Raisin. You want to mic up? You got any questions? I hear you're training to join.
Wait, I gotta ask a question.
Who the fuck is Oatmeal Raisin? Oh,
Hold up.
astronaut Trump. There we go.
Why did they turn the soundboard off in here?
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Dang.
gone now.
It's probably your fault.
I just want to know why.
Maybe it wasn't PG-13 enough.
No, but someone, the last clip I played, someone was like, "Yeah, you've never heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say that you don't see the curvature," and I hit that button, and next thing you
Yeah.
know, like, got shut off right after it.
Oh my god.
Dang.
I don't even think we had
Yeah.
one swear word on that.
No, there was no swear words.
Oh, never mind.
No.
No, we do. We have the Andrew Tate.
Shut
You're
the
wrong.
fuck up.
Oh, there's. Yeah.
Oh wait, so we no swear words in here?
I don't know. I'm just, if it really is just PG-13.
Yeah,
well,
we wanna try to keep it as clean as possible in here. No swear words. Being nice.
Okay. So can we get the soundboard back? Please.
You would have to make a family-friendly version of the soundboard routine.
yeah.
Mm.
I mean, some of the
that's fine.
sounds work.
Or keep like
Most of them do.
oh,
Yeah, there's a lot of good clips.
Yeah, I don't know what the soundboard looks like, but you have the ability to
The
like
filter?
reorder.
No.
It's like make a
Nah, bro.
section. No, damn. I was gonna say like make a little section. The first half is G and the second half is PG-13 and X all at the bottom. You know.
Well, it's
That's cool.
doable. We would have to take the audio clips and then edit them if we wanted a PG-13 version of it.
Oh yeah. Well, there's that. But if we keep it's like if we keep the same soundboard and just not play the ones that have any
Yeah,
sort
we
of
can do that.
you know.
We can do that.
Yeah. And I was just saying, like, visually speaking, assuming it's just like a board with buttons and stuff, you know, so as to not forget which ones are which, you know, you put all the X ones at the bottom.
I wonder if the soundboard was removed for all rooms across the server.
Can someone check? Can we check? Let's check.
Because it might not have been us, it might have just been people in general abusing it, and then collectively everybody gets punished. Of course, there probably are bad things that we've used the soundboard for. CB.
Feedback.
Did you ask somebody real quick, CB?
Yeah, it was off. It was off in another room.
Well, it's probably across the board for the whole server.
I wonder why though. Or like what triggered that. Welcome beta file. Is this your first time here?
Yes.
Nice, nice. You talked to Flat Earthers before?
No, I'm just trying to have an idea. I need to do that house.
Okay. You think the Earth is a globe?
What was that?
Do you think the Earth like is a globe?
I haven't decided yet. Like, you know, I
Word.
think it's a little bit true.
Aren't you looking at it right now?
I don't know. I'm trying to get a hold of the arguments and whatever you got talking about. So to decide like which song I'm gonna die.
Dad, are you guys catching this? I have no idea what he's saying. He said something about like I haven't heard the arguments. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your mic, sir. Hey, Oatmeal, feel free, man. I hear you laughing in the side chat. Why don't you jump on, mic up, let us know why we're knowing that the Earth is spinning space Hey, Mary Mom.
Yes, hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good evening. I was seeing if maybe you could. I was seeing if maybe you could reel in this gentleman, Oatmeal Raisin. He's hiding behind the side chat.
Oh, okay. I
Trying to get
thought he
him to
was
mic
going
up.
to, yeah, I thought he was going to offer me some oatmeal raisin cookies. Highly underrated.
No, that's your job. Mama's home, right?
So, I mean, I really like the oatmeal raisin.
Mahogany.
Not everybody appreciates raisins, but yes, a couple of my children do really like raisins. They even eat them just like out of the canister, but some of them only want chocolate chip. You can throw some chocolate chips in your oatmeal raisin. Nothing wrong with that. Oatmeal raisin chocolate chip. All of it.
Hey, what's the difference between a can and a canister?
Ooh, I like the gift that he shared. You would like that too, Creation Bear. A can and a canister. Well, that's a great question. Yeah, I would say a can is like a tin can, or they probably don't make them out of tin anymore. And then the canister is like a thing that's sometimes ceramic and has a lid. Like you can take the lid on and off easily.
I think one is.
I see. Okay.
I think one is pressurized. Right.
Nice. Yeah. Because it's like canned. Yeah. It's like preserved. Yeah. Whereas the canister is just like you put stuff in it, like a flour canister, sugar canister. Yep. I totally think you're right. Am I supposed to call you Mike or Milk? I don't know. Like your baguette confuses me so much.
Man, you just called you a baguette boy, Mike? You're just going to sit there and take that, bro?
It started. Timbo started calling me that. I put that in my thing, and people still couldn't read. And, even it was written Mick, and people kept calling me Milk. So I just moved the baguette over to actually create the L.
Okay. So you want me to call you Milk?
No, it's no. It's a play on. Come on, man.
Well, then move the baguette to the other side.
Move it back, bro.
I'm expecting people to be able to read and see through the emoji.
I can't. I cannot. I cannot do it. You're Mike the baguette guy. I'll just call you that, Mike the baguette guy. That's what I'll call you. Yep.
And you're just going to sit there and take that, bro?
I don't know if he is or not. I think he is. Yeah, he is.
I did wonder, and I did in my mind read that as milk.
Yeah, Drace, I'm tired of wondering. In fact, that's the theme for today. I'm just going to come right out and say it. All the things that have been on my mind. Warning! Oatmeal raisin. Oatmeal raisin, he is responding me. He says, my English not very good. Oh, oatmeal raisin, don't worry about that. I've spoken to many English learners in my life, so I can speak to another one. Yep. Won't be scary. Won't be scary at all. He's got like Trump in an astronaut suit. Am I interpreting that right? Is that what that is? Anybody know?
He said he's training. He said he's training to.
He's training for what?
To join Space Force. The new military branch here in the state.
Cap.
Yeah, now that I know what cap means, I can get right in on your lingo there, Creation Bear.
Good.
So he's planning on joining Space Force so that he can use computers to track people on the internet, because that's what they do.
That sounds boring. I think you should become a baker. Make oatmeal raisin cookies. Sometimes put chocolate chips in them.
Radwin, the way you said that sounded so nice. It was almost super the way you said that.
Radwin's the nicest one, dude.
Yeah, Mr. Super Nice Flat Earther. Yeah.
That's correct.
It's that southern Ohio hospitality.
Don't trust an insurance salesman.
Ooh, I like oatmeal raisins Cookie Monster gift. He's getting in on the cookie theme and the space. It's too bad they don't show up in the chat, but I'm looking at them. Don't worry, oatmeal raisin. I'm clicking on your link, even if nobody else is.
Speaking of cookies and bread and stuff, where's Flotsy?
Flotsy.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
where's she
go
been?
find her. Go find her,
find her,
Mike.
Mick.
Go find
Yeah,
her.
go get her.
Milk.
I just
We'll put you in
noticed.
charge, Milk.
We
Go
just
find
need some
her.
sandwiches, bro. We just hungry.
Go find her. See if you can, thirst up on her. Get her in here.
What?
We've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you to bring her back. You might be the one.
Yo, Mike, you just gonna sit there and take that, bro?
I mean, I got no choice, man. You know?
It's crazy.
So, Radwin, I missed the conclusion on what was going on with Cat. Compelling.
Oh, the
your
conclusion is he looked at the moon and the earth is a ball, so he lost.
He told me that everybody was too scared. He had to say.
Over Fences said I'm the good cop, Creation Bear. Did you know that?
I mean, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Because when I get mad, that means like you guys get to be even madder. Yeah. Sounds good.
Works for me.
Except me, I don't get mad.
Oh no, because you're too nice. I know.
All right, Chad, I got a boogie. Be back on later. Hopefully, we can get our soundboard back, bro. Can't believe that's gone.
I don't know. What do you mean? You lost it?
It's like turned off.
Did you send in a request or something, or?
I need to. Is Vivek in charge, or who's in charge of it?
Shit.
So, Linda, welcome to the room.
See you guys.
Hi.
Ciao, bro.
Well, they
Greetings.
my soundboard.
Yeah. Did you have any questions about the flat Earth, Linda?
Well, actually, I just want to listen.
Oh gosh, we better say something interesting then, guys. Stella is listening. She's listening.
Well, I'm packing a white Speedo for my trip on Sunday. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's no globe. I think that's pretty interesting that, the globe doesn't exist. Can I just call you Linda?
Yes, actually, my name is Marcella, like Marcel, but it's for girl, so basically it's Marcella. Sella, it's
Marcella. Okay. Yeah, so Sella is short for Marcella.
Marcella.
Mhm.
That's a
That's
lovely
a nice
name.
name. It is nice. I agree.
Oh, thank you.
Radwin, you bring in all your batteries? Yeah, I heard you were packing your Speedo, so weekend. I was referring to the long distance camera work he was going to be doing, but I guess he's busy.
Oh, so Marcella, have you heard anything about Flat Earth before?
No, if you can explain it better.
Yeah, so I mean, you've heard of the globe, right? I mean, you've seen a model of the globe, like a little spinny thing that sits on the desk or hangs out on your TV screen. You've seen the globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so most people think we live on something shaped like that, but it turns out we don't. Turns out, when you look into the mathematics involved, there's no evidence that we actually live on a place like that. It's just a complete story, fairy tale that's been told to us. And actually, the Earth is just the way you experience it. So, don't you experience the Earth as flat and stationary?
So actually, you guys think Earth is flat, flat Earth. So now I understand.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, so, and some of the things that you might have heard about flat Earth are not accurate. Like, we're not just like a flattened out version of the globe. I would say that's kind of the most common misconception, is that we're just some kind of like disk flying through space. But actually, we reject the entire outer space fantasy, the vacuum or near vacuum of space. The whole thing, the rotating around the sun thing, the rotating it all thing, the globe thing, because there's no curvature measured, there's no rotation detected. It's just we live in this world. You don't feel any motion. If you went out and you laid down on the ground, it would just feel really stationary to you because that's what it is. So anything else you've been told is just basically a cartoon or CGI fantasy created by cultists who don't want you to understand the reality of the realm where you live.
That actually, it's pretty cool. I didn't know that it exists people that think in this way, like you guys.
I know, and now you know. We're very well hidden. We might be like the best kept secret on earth, that there's people who say you could go out and just look at the world and say, looks pretty flat and stationary. Guess it is. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I agree. Because you think, did you, like before you came here, like you probably just thought like you're on a spinning globe, right? Because they told you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, there's no reason to think that. Like, if they hadn't told you that, would you have any reason just walking out in your yard in your bare feet, digging a hole in the ground, planting a flower, looking up the sky, seeing the sun moves, the moon moves, the stars move? Would you have any reason to think that the earth was moving?
Well, actually, you guys made a research or something, or is it just what do you think about the?
It's inert.
Someone has words to say to you. I can't really hear them.
Neither I.
Yeah. What was your question?
About research.
Yeah, we totally researched it. I'm just like talking to you off the top of my head. Like I'm just trying to relate to you being new to this topic. But to tell you the truth, yeah, we've been researching it for a really long time. I actually started researching it for a research paper. It's so funny because we were talking about that earlier today, because we were discussing how people have scientific misconceptions about Avogadro's law, that they can't possibly imagine that mass doesn't have a connection to gas pressure. This is a common scientific misconception that many beginning science students have, and even full-grown adults have this same misconception. So it's the same thing about the globe. I used to think flat Earth was the misconception until I started to research it, and then I realized, nope, it's really the globe. Yep, it has no scientific evidence. It has no logical evidence. It has no mathematical
The Earth is flat.
backing.
VFX, please wait your turn. You could have next. Right now, there's a conversation going.
Oh, thanks, John. That was so good. Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, because I like talking to this lady because she's very honest and upfront about her thoughts, which is very rare in this forum. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we researched it. I was sure when I researched it that I would find a way to explain this alleged misconception of flat Earth until I discovered, nope, actually, it's the globe that has no scientific or mathematical backing. The flat Earth is just the way we experience reality. What do you think about that, Marcella?
Well, I think I need to research more because you can give me a name of a science that say flat is Earth is flat and or something like
Yeah, would you like you want to like a PhD? Would like a person with a PhD? Would that make you happy?
Yes, please.
Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it for you. In fact, I not only have a person, I have an entire YouTube channel. His name is Dr. John D. So I will find it for you. But, you know, I mean, I'm only doing that. I'm really just humoring you, just to be upfront with you, like, because I know people are like, oh, they have a PhD. They must be really smart. But, you know, in reality, you could figure it out for yourself. Like, you don't need a PhD to tell you. You could just figure it out for yourself because, like I said, that's what you experience, right? Marcella, don't you experience the Earth as flat and stationary?
Well, yes, because it's my point of view, but I think there is another points of view. I don't know how to say it.
That's good. Yeah, I agree. You don't want to be influenced by any one person's point of view. And that is a good mindset to have. So I'm tagging you in the chat. Do you see where I've tagged you where it says Dr. John D?
All right. I have one question.
Yeah, go for it.
When do you start to think about this question about how is Earth actually?
Great question. Yes, that's exactly what I was kind of alluding to earlier. Yes, it was late 2015. I was getting my master's degree in science education, and I was assigned to explain to students in my final research paper for a physics class how to explain a scientific misconception. I picked flat Earth, so that's when I started looking into it, and here we are. That's why. That's when. So yeah, I mean, basically, like you haven't heard before that there's actual logic, measurements, observations, and so on to back up this claim that there is no globe. And so, you know, this is your first time hearing that. It is kind of shocking at first. It was totally shocking to me because I just assumed that that experts had information to back up this globe claim. When I found out, no, it was just propaganda, logical fallacies, smoke and mirrors, emotional appeal, and so on, and no actual facts or verifiable proof. I was totally shocked. Like I was gobsmacked, yeah, it's hard to recover from that. In our home server, that's a good suggestion there, John. In the home server, if you click on my name where it says, little sword emoji, FER, that's our home server that has a whole ton more information. So I can explain everything to you in great detail, but depending on how much time you have to hang around here tonight, there's also a lot more information in that server.
Yeah, well, actually, I will watch the videos that Dandelion sent here in the chat.
Oh yeah, let me give you one that's like, because he has a lot of really long videos. Let me give you one that's
shorter,
like a good intro that's only like 15 minutes long. Yeah, because basically what Dr. John D did, he has a lot of observations. Some of them are long distance observations, what we call black swan observations. His are buoys and windmills. But one of the things he also did besides the black swan observations is he did laser tests. So, if the Earth were a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, like we're told that it is, then objects, the curvature of the Earth would be able to be calculated, and it would be increasing at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But what we find out when we test this in reality with long distance observations and laser tests is that this curvature is not actually measured in reality. So that's basically, what Dr. John Dee and other people. I mean, I just gave him as an example. I mean, he is a really good example. But many people have done this. So, what I showed you in the chart there, what I just put in there at 20 minutes after the hour in the chat that goes along with this voice channel. At 20 miles, looking out into the distance, there should be a drop below the horizon of 266 feet. At 30 miles, there should be a drop of 600 feet. Most of the laser tests that we look at are between 20 and 30 miles. And so even though the laser hits the target, that target should have been hidden behind, in many cases, over 300 feet of drop. But the laser is actually visible, which would not be visible on a globe. So that's basically what we're talking about here. That's why I told you it's a mathematical calculation. And if you watch any of those videos, when you get a chance, you'll see it explained in excruciating detail.
Yeah. All right. I get it.
Great. Yeah, come by here anytime. We'll be around.
I didn't know this flat earth group in Discord in English Hub. English Hub here, right? Not a different channel.
Yes, we are in the English Hub. We have a Flat Earth channel here. Yes, that is correct.
Since when? I haven't seen it in the past.
I think it's pretty recent. I don't know, like maybe in the last week or so. Yeah.
There is so many people here. They are all online in this group right now.
There's so many flat earthers. There's millions of flat earthers in the world. Yeah. This is only a small This is only a small sampling of the flat earthers of the world.
Yeah, I know. So many people around the world, but there are so many in the group right now. They are all online and ready to talk. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so have you heard the explanations of why we reject the story of the globe?
In the 2017, I started understanding how do they believe, and I was just barely. I was going to be a flat earther, and for a while I was confused. I haven't decided which one I am. Did I believe Earth is flat or did I believe Earth is fair? I wasn't sure, and then I again become. I don't think Earth is flat. It can't be possible. I don't believe.
Okay, what makes you think it's not possible for the Earth to be the way it appears and the way it measures and the way it is in reality? What makes you think it has to be some other creation that somebody showed you on your boob tube TV?
If you want me to try to prove it, if you want me to explain the counter argument, I will not. It is obvious. It's
no, you're not. The globe is obvious. Where have you ever seen it? Yeah, tell me when the last time you saw a globe.
My point, my approach. I believe it's a psychological problem for
Yes, you have a problem if you think you live on a globe. Yeah, because there's no evidence of it. I agree. The globe is a psychological illness, no doubt. Yep, it's definitely it's a brainwashed, indoctrinated belief. Yep, that's what the globe is. Totally agree. So you chose to stay in indoctrination. You prefer to live in a fantasy delusion. Is that what you're telling us?
Kind of weird to choose to stay in the cult.
my approach. Let me justify why I am thinking like this. Because even if it is flat or round, I don't get angry. Even if I am wrong, it doesn't make me get angry. Because there is no use to be angry. If I get much more angry than you,
Anybody keeping count of how many times he's saying angry?
No, I believe.
Yeah, he's appealing to repetition about irrelevant things.
Psychological.
What facts make you think that you live on a globe besides your feelings? What facts make you think you live on a sphere?
100% sure, but I 99.99 sure that the flat earthers are wrong.
Okay, so what makes you 99.99% sure that you live on a globe?
Human history, the science, we count on it.
No, bro, try to be specific. Try to be specific. Name something. Don't just be generic and say nothing.
Come again? Name something?
Stop using buzzwords.
Specific. What's your proof for the globe? Or what specifically are flat earthers wrong about? Don't just say they are wrong without actually providing anything. That is incoherent and illogical.
I can't prove you that Earth is sphere. Similarly, you can't prove me that it is round. Science is a thing people.
So you can prove it's a sphere. Excellent. Please do so.
And correct things. You guys, what is wrong? You are doing.
You're not doing what I asked you. You're just saying there's proof, there's proof, there's proof. You're not actually showing any proof. Go into the proof now, please.
Believe or not, no problem. I'm not going to get angry to you guys. Please listen. Just for a while.
You aren't listening, and you need to stop being so stubborn.
Give me a minute, and then I will give you the. You will say everything.
You're just bloviating a bunch of bullcrap.
The one thing I
do what Dre said and give proof. Provide evidence now.
You use some part of science when it supports you, and then you deny.
Again, I'll reiterate. You don't know what the scientific method is, and you've already demonstrated that because you can't provide any proof or evidence for your claim. You're failing. You are failing tremendously.
They don't have any good.
I'm sorry. Relax. Take a breath. Just calm down. I muted you for a couple of seconds so you could take this moment to just relax. You need to calm down and give us a single specific evidence, not just a generic claim. You've done that like 10 times in a row. That's appealing to repetition and insane. So please stop and give us some evidence.
Flat. I don't get angry. I say, oh, I was wrong. Okay, thank you.
You are clearly angry. You are very agitated. So relax and give us some evidence.
This cannot be one of them. All right. This is my.
He needs to talk to Sasha. It sounds like he needs. Yeah, you need to talk to Sasha.
I studied on flat Earth, and I was going to be one of them.
You don't know anything about us.
Oh my God.
I don't know what you studied. The back of a cereal box is not flat Earth. You don't know anything about our position, so you are not fit to argue for our position. You are a faith earther. You were never a flat earther. Just relax. Do I need to mute you again? Yes, clearly. Okay. You are not one of us. Just relax. Just present your evidence. Stop talking about your imaginations. That's all we're asking for.
Agree with that? Maybe I didn't study physics, but as a hobby, I was when I was little. Since then, I'm learning about space objects, things, etc.
Okay, so you just love outer space. Guess what, Insan? It's totally fine for you to keep believing in your fantasy globe. Just don't expect other people to go along with your delusion when you have no facts to back it up. Like, you can totally stay on it because it's more convenient, comfortable, emotionally,
Whatever
like
you do, you can provoke
fun
me.
for you, helps you from getting angry. You cling onto your little globe. It keeps you from getting angry because apparently you don't like to be angry. We got you. So if you need to stay with your globe, it's fine. But don't expect us to go along with your delusion when you have no evidence to back it up. It's totally fine.
My reactions. I am the victim. You are all trained people.
Now he's gonna pull out the
making an
victim
experiment
mentality.
for you.
I am the victim.
Victim, or I don't know. I don't. Maybe I didn't.
Don't play the victim. It's not a good look.
Victim.
Okay, stop talking about the people. You've been asked now multiple times to provide the evidence you claimed you had. Provide a single specific argument, a sound argument, for the Earth being a globe or the Earth not being flat. You have these two options. Not talk about the people. If you do that again, I'll just mute you.
They are going. Elon Musk made the biggest rocket in the history. What is it? You don't see that?
It's a rocket. Congratulations. Someone made a bomb
yeah.
rocket, a king size.
Yes, Secret Asian Man wants to take over the conversation. He said me calling it a delusion was just. He's too sensitive for that. By all means, Secret Asian Man, take over. Floor is yours. Fucking don't want to be told I can't call people deluded when they are. Even Indio used to tell me that at the beginning. He doesn't tell me that anymore because they are deluded. If they can't handle it, that's too bad. You don't like it, you can do it better. By all means, take over.
Yeah, we don't really need a lot of backseat driving here.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't, do we? Yeah, we don't.
Kinds of things can go in the back chat if you need to express that.
Anyway.
So back to Insan. Yep, you got it. How your
No, he's gone.
Okay, got it. Yep. Well, Jelly's here. Info Junkie, a bunch of other people.
I don't know why it made me out of this room. Is someone pushed me, or?
Oh, we're glad you're back. We're glad you're back. Yep. So you understand. So the reason why people are, pushing back on your narrative here is because you're claiming that you in 2017 looked into the flat Earth and then you decided that it wasn't the case. And yet you have zero. You have not even given us. You have not even given us one verifiable, testable, repeatable fact or evidence or measurement to back it up. So, what do you got? What do you got?
The new things to support their ideas. I know them. Maybe there are new things, but
maybe instead of you knowing them, you help us by telling us them.
It's this attitude make me suspicious about that. You are all trained for this experiment. Man.
Okay, Insan, you need to help us. You say you live on a ball. We want to know.
Mention about my story, please.
Insan,
I would just like to say something. I would like to say something, dude. You sound delusional. Thank you, Mary Mom.
So
Thank you.
insane.
Even Mr. Super Nice Flat Earther agrees with me. Amazing.
And here I am trying to be the good cop and be nice to this guy. And
I have to be the
I
bad
would
cop
have to
sometimes,
ag-
Drace.
I would
Thank
have to
you. Thank
agree.
you.
He does come off as a bit delusional. He doesn't listen to anything we're saying. I've asked him now, like, 4th time, please present the evidence that you claimed you had. Nothing else.
You are not making experiment. Maybe you are all sincerely believing the flat Earth. I want to tell about my
Insane.
flat Earth adventure.
It's not belief. Insane. Take your time, mate.
All right.
It's not
Whatever you
belief.
call it, it's your
Insane.
decision.
Insane. You're having a meltdown. Slow down. This
I'm
is
sorry, guys, for
24/7,
interrupting, but what are you
not
talking about?
24 seconds.
It is
So,
a science. It is your
and he's
science.
still talking. Insane. Can you hear me?
Definitely real to you.
Insane. Can you hear me? Yes or no?
Yes, I do. I can hear
Excellent.
you.
So, you believe you live on ball? Yes or no?
No. Why do I have to answer yes or no questions?
Well, you either do or you don't.
I do believe in a spherical objects. All living beings.
So you believe? Okay. I don't want to know if you believe in spherical objects. I do too, because
make it
I've
clear.
played sports
Believing-
before. No,
believing
you're not
and
talking. Just
guessing.
stop. Stop.
No.
Why did you have to talk through me?
It is believing.
I believe.
Discipline.
Listen.
I don't think science
Okay.
is
Indo. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Okay. Insane. I believe in spherical objects. Football, basketball, baseball. What has that got to do with the shape of the ground? You're telling us shape of ground is a ball, is a spherical object. We want to prove it. Prove it to us that it's a spherical object. You're telling us, but, we don't want but, we want the proof. Why do you know it's a ball? How do you know it's a ball?
we talk. You are right now. I don't know a point in the world far away for me. The distance between you and me is too long. Still, we can speak within a box.
Okay, stop.
It is interesting.
What has that got to do with the shape of the surface of the ground?
Made it possible, so I can trust science.
Okay.
Give me something.
Okay, let's try another
give me
question.
something like
Insane.
this
Insane.
device,
You're just
like this
gibberish at the moment.
Android telephone.
Insane. Insane. What science deals with shapes? What field of science deals with shapes?
Every field, everything you can.
Yep, he's done.
Yeah, that's not correct.
I am not
Insan. Slow down. The correct answer is geometry.
Geometry? It's your define. Yeah. I define everything. You know the Einstein.
Bro.
The last time.
You define everything. That is that is a redefinition fallacy. You cannot be the arbiter of what everything is.
How do you define
Your
geometry?
subjective opinion does not
define
override
geometry.
objective reality.
Define geometry.
Relax. Stop screaming like a little child. This is not hard to understand.
People
Just calm down
mirror each
and
other.
listen to what people are telling you. This is not hard. Just relax.
Hey, brother Insane, bro. I don't know what country you're from, but do they have manners in your country? Because you're literally talking straight through everyone. I'm trying to listen on YouTube, and I can't understand what anyone's saying because you never stop talking right through everybody. You got a problem, bro? Like, you all hyped up, you drank too many Red Bulls, snorted too much Coke or something? Okay, I'm gonna unmute you, bro. Do your best not to talk straight through every single person, for goodness sakes. Do your mother proud.
Actors get Oscar, yeah. I would give you them. I would give you the Oscar.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
What? Right
What
now,
are you even talking about? We're talking about the Earth, how it measures flat,
great performance.
how there's no globe.
I admire you. I would like to be one of you. What?
We don't want you. We don't want you to be one of us. Yeah. Yeah. I already told you, go back to the globe. You'd be happier there. Yeah.
Remember what
You
I
don't-
told you
yeah.
before? I asked you for evidence of your earlier claims. Give us some of the evidence or the arguments, not this incoherent nonsense.
Sen, where are you from?
Turkey. I am from Turkey.
Okay, sure, nice.
Yeah, so I guess in Turkey they raise you to just talk through everybody you're speaking to. That's how your mother taught you how to speak?
Yes.
I can imagine.
My mother has dementia these days, and
Okay.
And she's
There's a lot of other people here. Yeah, if anybody else has a question, feel free to speak up. Ahmed, Sai, Levex, Disguised Disaster.
Hey, Insan, just
Mr.
John.
Come on back later.
Please, buy one buy. I can't handle all of you.
All right, dude.
First, you give me time. You give me time.
Insane, dude. I'm going to unmute you. You either mute yourself or you ban from the channel. Those are your options. We're not talking to you anymore. We don't want to talk to you. You're rude, but I don't want to server mute you because I want you to be free to go to the other channels. So put yourself on mute and you can listen, or you can get kicked from the room. Those are your options. How about that? Is that fair? So I'm going to unserver mute you. Hopefully you're on your own mute so I don't have to kick you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and mute yourself. Sam, we've got another serious question. Hopefully, we've got a question from Disguised Disaster. Hey, Insan, did you hear Overlord ask you to mute yourself? Because we've got another person with a question. So we're just taking turns here.
All right. I'm
got you. Yep, listen up. Hey, Disguised Disaster, what's your question?
Hello. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to ask this question. Again, I would just like to know everyone's perspective on this claim. I've been taught by my geography teacher back in high school that the reason why someone back then, I'm so sorry, I do not know who claimed that the Earth is a globe or not. But the reason why they discovered that the Earth is a globe is when they see a boat from the land until it passes the horizon and slowly sinks in. Like the image is like sinks in. It doesn't look like it's sinking, but yeah, the more it goes, the further it disappears. So I would love to know, respectfully, does anyone know the reason why it's like that? Is it because the Earth is a globe? Well, is there any reason from the flat Earth's perspective on why that happens? Thank you.
I posted a video for you that explains all that in chat. But if you want to talk to people, people can explain.
Oh, yeah. I would love to hear everyone's perspective. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so basically, when you look out, the floor appears to rise up to your vanishing point. The ceiling appears to drop down to your vanishing point, and the walls appear to converge together into that vanishing point. That is perspective. We have natural perspective. That's how we see things. We see everything in natural perspective. And that's how the greatest painters of their time made their great paintings, in natural perspective. However, that consequence of that vanishing point, everything coming into a vanishing point where all the light converges in your eye, becomes unresolvable. So when you remove the walls away, that point stretches out into a horizon line. So there's no geometric horizon, there's no globe horizon. So assuming that the boats are disappearing behind the globe is a begging the question fallacy. However, we can observe things appear to disappear sometimes bottom up, and there are known refractive effects that cause that, like sinking and stooping. And so how do you distinguish between your assumptions of Earth curve and actual refractive effects? And why do the assumptions of Earth curve not take into account perspective or things getting smaller with distance? All Earth curve calculators assume things don't get smaller with distance to invoke and create an Earth curve.
I see. Thank you for the explanation. There's still a lot for me to process from that. I am so sorry that I cannot process it in one full go because, again,
no worries,
probably
totally understandable. That's
yeah.
why I left you the video, because if you watch the video at your own time, it's a 3-hour video, has all the math, all the examples, it can go into it in depth.
Thank you so much for that. I think that's all the question that I have for now. Maybe I would love to ask some more questions if the opportunity is given.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for answering.
Sky, bro, I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you out, brother. I'm gonna give you an 8-minute video that's really juicy. It'll tell you everything you need to know, and then you can watch the more detailed video after the 8-minute video. That way you get a little appetizer instead of having to sit through 3 hours. How about that?
Oh, that would be lovely. Yeah, thank you. If you can give me the video.
Yep. So the 8-minute video is kind of going to have a lot of what's going on in the 3-hour video that Homeboy just gave you, but it's going to have it very more concise. It's done in a graphics program, and it shows you all the angles, you know, how you see compared to what you're looking at, where it is in your field of view, how the bottom would be cut off, all of that. It's all done in GeoGebra and with graphics and stuff. So pretty cool. I'll get it right now. Give me a second. I'll post it to you.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes. Is that the 8-minute video one? Okay.
Yeah, the 8-minute one was made by one of our server admins from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So it's from one of our own guys.
Interesting. Yeah. It would be very lovely. So this is the long one. Okay then. All right. That's all there is to it. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving the time for me to ask that question. And yeah, I will mute myself for now.
It's been great. Yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, come back anytime. Stick around. Ask another question if you think of one.
You're a great example of how this interaction should go. And you're an example to all the other people who come in here. Like, this was a great reaction, and I loved that question. You were so polite. The contrast between the two speakers was just so amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Yeah. Contrast from the guy who's been looking into it since 2017. Yeah.
The worst part is he said his mom taught him how to be like that.
Yeah, let me talk to that mom. Bring her on.
Now, son, what you got to do to get ahead in life is when somebody starts telling you what they want to tell you, you just talk about what you want to say straight through them, and then they'll be like your best friend. How do you think I nagged your husband? Oh, I mean my husband, your father. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they're divorced.
He asked me. Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else have any questions for the panel?
I got a question. Who hasn't watched this optics video I just posted? If you haven't, you better get it done because it's too good not to have watched. It's 6 minutes of video, and I think 2 minutes of examples.
And for all the silver flat earthers out there, there'll be a test on Monday.
I love that.
Yeah, there's something very important in that video that a lot of people don't realize that you have to see the angles. Is that a lot of people just imagine their field of view is like a flat screen out in the distance, but it's actually a curved set of angle packets, right? And so your particular angle packet can represent a large portion of surface area that's being crammed into that angle, because the bottom portion of that angle is hitting the ground, right? And the further portion of that angle is getting much further out. I mean, even trying to explain it is hard. Like, you got to see it. You got to see it on the side view with the angles.
I literally been studying up on perspective. It's really interesting. Even the more you activate and use your peripheral vision, I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, or the vision outside of your focus, that's where the distortions become the most apparent. And that's why I think some of the Globers, when they're at like sea level, they're like, I see the Earth curve, because they're interpreting it from there.
Exactly. It's the same thing with like those guys that said we sent a rectilinear lens up high, and look, there's curve at the edges of the line of black, and where it meets the blue sky. And then you go up and look, right, and they'll tell you, oh, this is a distortion-free lens, right? You'll hear that all the time. But if you actually go to real websites that actually talk about how optics work, like legitimate photography websites, they'll tell you that rectilinear lenses have a particular type of distortion in them, and that's where the Y value increases, right, the further it gets away from the center, right? So you imagine black on top, blue on the bottom, divided in half, an image, right? Like the classic, I'm up high looking at the Earth image. So if you imagine, as you get further away from the center, the axis values are going to increase. So going up and down, like going up, it's going to be all black, right? So you're not going to notice. Going down, it's going to be the all blue. So you're not going to notice. Where are you going to notice? At the very left and the very right of the frame, between the black and the blue, the values are going to increase, and that means they're going to separate. So it's going to look like a curve. It's like, duh. Wouldn't matter anyway, because no matter what the Glober sees, as long as they see curve in the image, they're like, that's the curve of the Earth. Doesn't matter how big it is, doesn't matter how much it is, doesn't matter whether it's backwards.
Stella Linda, aka Marcella, was talking to us earlier. I wish she'd just come back to the voice channel. That would make it easier. She said she's watching the live. I'll ask her if she can come back, because I feel weird just like talking to her if she's not actually here, but she claims she's listening. Anyway, she put a link in there to the Netflix nonsense. Flat Earther accidentally proves the Earth is round in his own experiment. So if you are actually listening, Stella, wasn't an experiment. He's not a flat earther. Didn't prove anything. Earth is still flat. But if you can come back, talk to us some more. If you have any questions about what I just said, let me know.
The Secret Asian Man made a really good point. Like India was talking about earlier, Lake Pontchartrain, they're like at sea level, and they're like, well, that's Earth curve. All of a sudden, their globe is so small, it cannot even contain all of America, and the rest of the world is where? Not on that ball.
Yeah, I like the way you broke that down, AI Overlord. Yeah, and Mary Mom, I'm glad you bought to the Netflix hit piece that she was watching. But yes, if anybody has any evidence what they believe and how they believe that us flat earthers are know to be true, please hop in and let us know your thoughts. Let us hear what you have to say.
I really appreciate these announcements, or like shout-outs, or what do you call them?
Play-by-play?
Call to action.
Acknowledgements. Yeah, and shout outs.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and then what you were mentioning before, Drace, was peripheral vision, or your periphery.
Thank you. Hearing someone pronounce it correctly helps. We're in the English learning.
Hold on, Drace. Just so we're clear, he did not pronounce it correctly.
Oh no.
He said peripheral. It's peripheral with an R.
It's pregnant. In a
It's
beginning.
a tough word, though. Look, if you mispronounce it at the end, everybody knows what you're saying anyway. So it's not like it's not like you messed up to the point where no one can understand you. It's like you're like, oh, it's in my peripheral vision, and they're like, oh, you mean it's behind you?
Peripheral. Yeah, thank you for that, AI.
Thank you.
I've been saying it wrong my whole life.
English server for the win.
Exactly. Oh man, we need to get Gregory in here to punish some people.
Oh, I've got another question. Do any of you want to respond to Stella's question? All right, I shall read it and then we shall see if there's any responses. She said she did hear my earlier response, although I thought it was kind of lame. It was really only my half-hearted. I would only give it like a 5 out of 10, but she liked it. So anyway, her next question. One more question. Many people have traveled outside the Earth and stated that it is a globe. How do you deal with these facts? Great question, Stella. I'll give you my answer and then maybe others will join in. So, not many people have traveled to the point where they allegedly can see the Earth as a globe. Only those who allegedly went to the moon, which is 23 men. Many of those have made some questionable statements over the years, as well as their journey to the moon, in general, being scientifically impossible and highly called into question by many globe believers as well as many flat earthers. Like pretty much anyone these days who has a discerning brain realizes like the moon landing is just full of garbage. So yeah, if you want to believe the Apollo astronauts, feel free. But even if you do believe them, then you have to look at the images and you have to examine whether they in themselves seem to be presenting a coherent story. In fact, they do not. In fact, the images are widely varying among themselves in terms of the size of the continents on a supposed hemisphere, the rate of curvature in comparison to said continents, the daylight illuminating this supposed hemisphere at the time the image is claimed to have been taken. That's only for the ones they claim to actually be snapshots of Earth. These days, they just get away from the whole argument by outright admitting that they create the images on a computer. I'll give you some links to look at. So, NASA data visualization, what is his name? Data visualizer and designer, Robert Simon. Crazy name, right? Crazy name to have a job where your job title is, I'll give you the link to it, data visualizer and designer, right? So a designer of data. All right. Most people think some data is something to be collected and analyzed, not designed and visualized. However, if you read the link, hopefully you can still get into the chat, even though you're not in the voice channel. You'll see that he admits right there that he wrapped some flat maps around the ball, created an image to match your expectations of what the Earth looks like from space. So, short answer to your question. Yeah, only a very small number of people even claim to see it. They're highly questionable for many other reasons, which we could discuss in great detail. We could talk about it all night long if you wanted. Then the other people admit, nope, we're not going up there and taking a snapshot. We're wrapping flat maps around a ball using Photoshop to create an image for you. So that's what they're telling us on the NASA.gov website. So, it's time to face reality.
Yeah. She stole all of the good parts. But essentially, also Robert Simmons said that it's photoshopped because it has to be, and that I need to read it again because I've forgotten all this.
She did thumbs up that link, Drace. So yeah, I don't know if that's the link that you were talking about, but so she's actually reading it. That's exciting that she's actually paying attention to us, Drace. So keep going.
Yeah, he also did that interview where he talked about similar things, and he said something along the lines of like they had to imagine what it would look like. Because basically they had nothing to compare it to. That's why you see all the pictures, they're all different. But and then I also showed you earlier, I posted in the side chat, the view from the Chinese space station. It looks flat. I showed you a Russian cosmonaut who claims the Earth is flat. And then based on the math, basically the height of the ISS is too low to the surface to be able to discern any curve in the horizon according to the math. And so only the moon astronaut would be the ones who could have seen the Earth as a ball. But when you examine the moon pictures in any detail, it becomes painfully obvious that they were not on the moon. The Earth is way too small in the sky. If the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon, then the Earth should not look about the same size as the moon in the night sky. It makes no sense. There's stereographic analysis you can do with all the backgrounds. Like you see the mountains in the background and they take multiple pictures, and they have so many pictures that it destroys their claim, because these different pictures taken from different perspectives, having the same mountain in the background, should show different amount of parallax depending on how far away those mountains are. However, people have done this, and the expert that did this, however, his website is down now. So I'm seeing if I can find a link through the Wayback Machine or some copy of it. But he did a stereographic analysis using this method and found out that the mountains were so close that it had to have been in a studio, and it couldn't have been on the moon because the features of the moon are not that. It doesn't match.
Hey, Drace, guess what?
What?
Oh, she said, Sella said, I'm going to study more about it, but you really do have a lot of arguments beyond the several quotation marks, traditional flat earth ideas. She's saying we're non-traditional flat earthers, Drace. Did you know that?
But we're the originals. What the fuck?
That's what I want to know. I want to know about these traditional flat earthers. Yeah, tell me.
I think it's more typical. There's many flat earthers out there that talk nonsense. That half of what they say is some esoteric gobbledygook, but that is borderline religious and supernatural claims rather than claims about the actual geometry of the Earth.
Traditional, as in AE map earthers, as we would call them.
I get that. You see it on TikTok and elsewhere. People who don't really understand the arguments or just took this on faith for one reason or another.
That would make us the traditional ones, wouldn't it?
I know that's what I
we
thought.
started
I
this.
thought we were traditional. No, we're not traditional anymore. Now we're the rebels. I don't know how that happened.
At least she's reading what you put in there and listening to what you're saying. That's a bonus.
I know.
More than
I
others
like this
do.
lady. Yeah, I hope she comes back. Yeah, yeah, she's engaging with the content. That's always nice.
Real quick, Joyce, were you trying to say that the link to the stereoscopic parallax moon article is bad now?
Yeah, I just checked it the other day and it didn't work anymore.
Was it the one I gave you?
I'm not sure. You could send me again. I'll check.
I don't know which one. I was trying to just find it. That's why I was asking. Hey, Overlord, do you know this guy, Pirate, in the side chat?
Oh, it seems to be working now.
Who? Hey, send me that link, bro. Also, save it in the bot if you can. I might already have it saved, but I never can remember the names that I save things under.
I don't even remember the commands to save it.
Exclamation point, meme, space, add, the name you want to call it, space, then the link. No, sorry, that's wrong. Exclamation point, links, space, add.
And then the name I want to call it.
Right. No, the name, yeah, the name you want to call it, yep. And then after that, then you put the link.
What should we call it?
I would call it,
Moon stereographic.
Yeah, there you go. Or you could call it lunar parallaxial stereography.
Who's gonna remember that?
Yeah, it's actually stereoscopic. So moon stereoscopic. No one's gonna remember this. Well, it's in there now. Moon stereoscopic.
And then bring it up in bot audits a few times so we can see it.
Yeah, I put it in live stream for now.
Then you can search it.
Dude, reply to it. Reply to that message, but then put 6 words that are related. That way, when you do the search bar function, it'll come up.
Yeah, good idea. You're not an AI for nothing. Sounds like you're unblocking a sync AI.
No, it's laundry.
You guys been busy in here?
Not busy enough.
No,
How you
no,
doing, Timbo?
it was busy earlier today. Then I was away for a while, and seemed like there's been like people in here all day. Every time I've come in here, people have been talking to somebody.
Talking to Bruno?
Bruno, no, Bruno. Hey there.
Boa Bruno, welcome.
United States. Brazilian. Good night. I'm from.
Would you repeat
Oh,
that,
welcome, welcome.
please?
He's speaking Portuguese.
Yes.
Do you speak any English, Bruno?
No speaking English.
Oh, okay. No one here can translate for you, I believe. I don't speak fluent Portuguese. Apparently, I don't even speak English.
Imagine how I feel then.
Yeah, take a number.
Oh, Stella wants to know if this is an interest outside of work. Yes, that is what it is. Pretty sure for pretty much everybody here. Yeah, it's just interest outside of work. That's a good place, good way to put it. I need to think of it as volunteer work. Volunteer work. Yeah.
Yeah, you could call it a lifetime hobby.
Yeah, I love learning, so for me, it's kind of a hobby. It's a really great place to meet other people who are interested in learning and want to share new interesting things that you might want to study further. And that's what I use it for, and that's what it gives me.
Yeah, and that goes for flat earthers and Globers alike. So we have many Globers who hang out with us throughout the years, and they've said they've learned the most from hanging out with us than they ever have from even listening to science shows. And part of it isn't even learning from us. It's that they're prodded to learn when they're involved in this topic.
Covers so many subjects too.
Yeah, because we don't ask them to actually believe us. We just tell them, hey, here's the information. Go check it out, man. Go test it for yourself. Go learn about this stuff. And then they do, and they come back and they're like, well, I kind of like learning all this stuff, but I still don't believe you.
Yeah, it's still a globe. Even though it measures flat.
That's fine. Hey, everybody's learning stuff. Like Flat Earth just brings good stuff.
Has anybody spoken to Oxtan in the past few days? Welcome to the room, buddy. If you have any questions, please open up your mics. Let us know what you're thinking. If you have any proof for the globe.
All right, it's been more than 8 minutes. Who hasn't watched the video? That's right. I see you right there, you non-video watcher, you. John, did you watch the video?
I'm getting my children ready for bed right now.
All right.
I didn't. I'll admit it.
Oh, why not?
Honestly, I'm busy, actually. Now, funny you mention it. I'm busy revamping the website. I'm actually just.
Oh yeah, we better put the video on the website, bro.
Good idea. Yeah, put it on there. Yeah. Plus, you could be busy researching how to move the baguette on the other side of the K.
You see, I don't want to kill the inside joke. You know?
Okay. Actually, I could see that. Yes. Okay. I'll endorse your baguette position then. That's fine.
Hey, Mick, you sound clear but low.
Yeah? Oh. I got a new mic, so.
Yeah.
I'm a little far
Turn
from
it up a little bit.
I was just going to say, putting the videos on the website's not a bad idea. I was actually just making it a little bit more user-friendly. But I can consider that. I think maybe a little bit of a design, decision could be made before making any extreme changes. But now that we're on the topic, put in the chat a couple snapshots, give you an idea of what I'm talking about. But yeah, let me know if there's anything else. But it is now much more friendly, visually appealing, and mobile usable, if you want to put it that way. A little bit more colorful and shit and all that. So there you go.
I know, but that mic's impressive, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. I've got it rigged up through a mixer and it's EQ'd nicely and all that. So instead of just being on my phone all the time, I'm a little bit more sedentary, of course, but rigged up. So there you
Nice
go.
rig.
So, there's the photos. Got some color in there. And for those who have not had it bookmarked yet, here's a quick link. Give it a shot. Check it out. Let me know if I made any typos. And there you have it. So, but a video up there amongst the rest. I tried to squeeze a few in into the FAQ sections. So on the old wiki, there were a few YouTube links. So I was able to embed them in here as well. I think it's pretty clean. I don't know. Let me know.
Oh yeah, I can see you've done a lot of work since the last time I looked at it. Looks good. Well, I guess you could put the optics video in the one that says, isn't there a Ships Over Horizon one?
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Oh yeah, it's the last one. Yeah. Why do boats disappear over the horizon? You could put the optics video in that one, probably.
Links in the chat. The YouTube link?
Let me find it. Yeah, I think he's talking about the shorter version. Hold on. It was up here.
Nah, I'm talking about the one Indio made.
Okay.
It is posted in the chat. I posted it, and also there's a GIF, which just could be playing on the website.
Oh yeah, Secret Asian Man put the GIF version at 48 minutes after the hour.
Cool.
Also, Mick, you should watch that, dude.
Yeah.
When you get a chance.
Well, once it's on the website to test it, I'll have to.
There's some angular relationships that aren't really modeled correctly in a lot of people's explanations, but this one does it just right.
Cool. All right, I'm on it.
But this was a really good reminder, AI, or Overlord, because I am working on a PDF concerning this, and that's why I was doing all that extra research. And I definitely could use a lot of the visuals in this and incorporate that into it. So it's a good reminder. I'm going to definitely watch it again.
Ace has joined us. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel, Ace. If you're trying to speak, I cannot hear you. Don't know if you're trying. Seems like you might be.
All right, the video is now on the FAQ.
Cool. That was fast. Now I'll have to look. I see you made it gray instead of white. I know people don't like that light theme.
Hey, Mick, can you do me a new website for my company?
Yeah.
I'll pay ya.
Yeah.
All right, I'll send you some info.
Let's talk.
Wait, man.
I don't think he accepts payment in meat pies, Timbo.
Or beer.
I was going to
Have a
say
beer
all Fosters.
Over here, when tradies do work for each other, we all pay each other in beer.
Or if someone on the worksite stuffs up, you'll hear a call cry, "Carton!"
Yep.
I think we might have issues at customs.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
That looks good. I see you embedded that video down there at the bottom. It looks great. Nice.
I just noticed there's a little bit of a thing where I think if you go to if the Earth is flat, why isn't it always daytime everywhere video? There are 2 YouTube videos embedded, but you see they're kind of scrunched together. There's no spacing in between there. Yeah, there's little quirks here and there, but it's all coming together.
Okay.
Yeah, I see how they're smashed, but you can still see both play buttons. That's good.
Okay. Sorry, I'm mute right now. Hello, guys.
Hello. Is somebody asking us a question? Greetings. Who was that?
Where are you from, guys?
Oh, it's Stray Cat. I am from Michigan in the United States of America. How about you?
Yes. I like to live in America. America! Fuck you! Oh, sorry.
Where? What?
No, sorry.
Where are you?
Right now, I'm in my house, and I'm in Europe, in
Europe.
Belgium.
Okay. Oh, Belgium. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good.
I'm scared to say Belgium because when I say Belgium, people doesn't know, and they say me like, oh, you from Germany? No. Oh, you from France? No.
I know that Belgium is another country. You don't have to worry about me. I know all about that. Yeah.
I can understand that. Yes.
Yes.
You're fine.
Hmm?
What do you think? Flat earthers have never heard of Belgium.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said, bro.
Fucking Australian.
That's right. No,
Yeah, he probably thinks Belgium's part of France. That Australian. I bet he thinks that.
I think they think Belgium is like a town in France, but no, it's a country. Sorry, guys, but I can understand. Yes.
We understand Belgium as a country. We come from all over the world. Like, what's the point?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go in Australia, but I'm scared of the very big animals. No, insect like spider, like.
Kangaroos.
We have common ground there. I live in Iceland. We don't have any horrible spiders or snakes here. So I would never want to go to Australia, even though I like the people there.
I'd love to go to Iceland too. Look like a very peaceful country.
Gosh, he wants to be everywhere but Belgium. I don't know. You're just kind of idealizing every other place that anybody mentions.
You speak too fast for me to understand. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Yes, I mean, you were first a fan of the USA and now you're a fan of Iceland. But what about
No.
Belgium? Where's your Belgian bride?
What mean?
Dude, Belgium.
No, I love USA. I love USA. I'd love to come to USA, but yes, I'd love to come to Iceland too. It look like very little like Australia, you know, like it's top out of the world. But yes, America. I'd love to come in America too because when I was young, my mother look a lot of New York Unity Special Unity. Tintin. No.
Did you know that several U.S. states,
Okay.
including Kansas, are flat as a pancake because the Earth measures flat? Did you know that there's no globe, Mr.
Give me
Belgian?
Give me one.
Oh yeah, there he is. Stray cat, stray cat. All right. Yep. Let us know when you're back.
Let me just 1 second. Okay. Okay.
Hello,
Okay.
guys.
Yeah, after having done that survey of Kansas and those other states, they realized, well, if we extrapolate this to the rest of the USA, the whole of the USA is flatter than a pancake.
Just can I make you hear something? Yes.
Yeah. We'll listen to you. What's going on?
Listening right now. Okay.
Écoutez. Spécial pour les victimes. Voici leurs histoires.
Do you know that? No. Okay. No, I'm sorry.
It's law and order, bro. It's law and order.
Yeah.
No,
That's right.
I'd love to visit USA. I'd love to be an American, and I'm just I'm Belgian guys and from Cookie Europe.
Heck yeah, bro.
Yep. If we're
Yeah,
not
bro.
doing
Check
law,
this
yeah,
out, bro. I
everybody, yeah.
sympathize with you.
What?
For example, bro, there ain't no song. Australia. Fuck yeah. See? Am I right or wrong? It's the best.
No, too much spider in Australia. I'm scared about that. Too much, not spider, but all the animal.
Yeah, there's no song that says, I love Australia. I love Australia.
I have one song saying that. Okay, let me 1 minute and I find that for you. Okay.
Or, I was born in Australia.
No. It's Australia.
How would you know? Sonny, what if they do have a song like that? Why don't we ask the Australians if there's any cool national songs?
Yeah, it's called our national
All right, Australian
anthem.
dudes.
It's really short, so we can be drunk before yours is finished.
Yeah, but is it, like, what does it say? Does it say anything cool in it?
Not really.
Yeah, I know what it says. It says, dirty deeds done dirt cheap.
No. That's not that. Okay.
I
come from a land down under.
There it is.
Sung by Englishmen.
Okay. Hey, guys. I found one song about Australia. Okay, can you listen, please? Okay, please. Okay, I put it right now. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And here, can you post it?
Okay. I'm following it. Okay. So
Just post it in the side chat.
Bueno, it's present.
Standing where?
Hey, Matrix, do you guys got a lot of breweries in Australia?
Breweries. We've got a couple.
Yeah, there's a pub on every corner though. If you want, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a
Now they
there's a
started
what?
a lot.
There's a what on every corner?
Pub.
Pub.
Oh, a pub. Okay.
How do corners work on a flat Earth?
And got to very good job.
I thought you were going to say there's a poisonous spider on every corner.
Well, there is that too.
Où est Secrétaire? Secrétaire is right here.
Yeah, people used to more often say all the corners of the earth or the four corners of the earth. People used to say that. I guess they don't say that very much anymore.
Ah oui, he's writing. Thank you very
What
well.
did you say, Stray Cat? What did you say?
He was saying thank you because he was done playing his song.
Thank you.
Okay.
Especially yes, he's writing. Thank you, especially to Secret Agent Man because he look like very kind bro. It's my bro.
Oh yeah, Secret Asian Man. Yeah, he's way kinder than me, Stray Cat. You better stick with him.
Thank you very much. Earth is flat. Okay, yes, I know about that. Yes. I know Earth is flat. I'm joking.
Oh, great. Oh, okay.
I'm joking.
So, Matrix, the reason why I asked about the breweries is because it's a big thing in up in Jersey. There's like a bunch of privately owned breweries, people, all types of craft beers and stuff. I heard you guys talking about drinking a lot of beer, so
Do
you guys might have a bunch.
Do
When they're brewing their beers, does it take the shape of its container and is it level on top?
You already know.
Thank you, my bro. Secret Agent Man. I appreciate you very well. Isolate myself. Thank you. Because I'm speaking not very well English. I'm sorry, my guys. I'm sorry, everyone here. I'm sorry, my guys. I'm trying to speak my best English.
You're doing very well.
Thanks. I'm trying.
Perfectly understandable.
Trying my best, bro.
Just stop being weird.
The music might come up as copyright. What does it mean? Should I tell her no? No, I think I can put music right now. Like it's not copyright. Huh? I'm up for it. Okay.
Nah, probably not going to work too well. It doesn't sound so good.
Yeah, the quality is not great, so please stop it. We're also live streaming this to YouTube, so any music that is licensed beyond YouTube, for instance, on Spotify or other mediums like that, will get flagged if you play any extended durations of that. So I'm unmuting you now, so please stop playing the music.
Oh, harmony, good baby. No, that's not okay. I'm an Englishman in New York.
Yeah, Belgium.
Oh.
Always singing Sting. Englishman in New York. Recognize that track. Wore it better.
Englishman on a flat Earth.
No, I don't know this version. I'm an Englishman.
Guys, what is this? Wait, what is this, guys?
What's his what?
I mean, What's the topic? You talk about the proof or what?
Yes, we talk about the proof that the Earth is obviously measurably flat.
So give me the proof, bro.
Okay, so do you know what water is?
I know what?
Do you know what water is?
The water?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. In the ocean.
Would you like to keep this? So we understand when we look at the surface of water, when it's at rest and contained, it's horizontal upon the surface at every and all distances.
Okay. So quite Asian, link me your YouTube channel and I can go watch.
You want your YouTube channel, bro?
No, but because no.
What?
He
Why
don't,
don't you just listen to him right now?
he don't want the proof. He only want the YouTube channel.
No, because okay. So sorry guys, because I'm reading the channel right now, and I'm not the best English speaker, you know, and I'm like how do you say in English? I'm like fucking drunk.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well
that's
done.
how we say it. Yep, we say it that way. Yeah, stray cat, stray
Does
cat.
that make you like this, huh?
And then we
yes.
say, shut the fuck up.
Now we have Invader talking.
Do
Hello.
I
don't say anything.
Do I make this turn?
Oh, I guess you're just lighting up. I don't know what's going on. There's too many people talking. Oh, I guess it was Cristiano earlier. Yeah. So yeah, stray cat. All he was trying to say was, you know, water's flat. It lays flat in a container. It lays flat in a bathtub. It lays flat in a swimming pool.
What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Water is flat, and the Earth is made up of over 70% of water. Yes.
No, bro, no. Don't say me. I mean, a flat filter channel.
All right, stray cat. If you don't want to talk, that's perfectly fine. No one's going to force you.
No, but where am I? Where am I right now? I'm not in a flat Earth channel, no? Or
yes.
Where am I?
Am
I?
Yes, you have been in a flat Earth channel for quite some time now.
No, for real?
Yeah.
Are you everyone guys thinking the Earth is flat?
You've been here for so long and so drunk, you now think the Earth is flat.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'm so drunk.
Just tell him that, Jedi. Just keep repeating it.
Okay, I can respect that, Bruce. I can respect that. Okay, even if I'm in a channel, I have no problem with people thinking. I have no problem. I have no judgment. I don't judge people. You know. I know we are all humans. You can trust what you want. But am I in a flat channel, people? Flat Earth?
You're a flat earther. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, but okay. Right now, but okay. Right now I'm a flat earther. Okay.
Yes, you are a stray cat. You are a stray cat who just wandered. You just wandered into our channel. Now we're adopting you. Yeah.
Yes, sir, I am. Yes.
Okay, don't interrupt the lady, but yeah, you're a stray cat. You're a flat earther now. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I won't lie. I'm a little drunk, but right now I'm listening to you all. My boys, my guys, my girls.
Okay, so stray cat, since you're really drunk, we appreciate that. So why don't you just put yourself on mute right now? Because Jedi was
Please.
Hold on, you're interrupting me now. So Jedi was talking to somebody else. So just mute yourself. It's fine if you're here and you want to listen. That's fine. We don't mind you listening, but you're a little bit drunk. So maybe just put yourself on mute, okay?
I swear a little bit. I'm not that old, but yes, I swear I'm listening. Don't put me on mute, please.
Okay, just put yourself on mute. It's fine. We won't mute you, but just put yourself on mute.
You can trust me. I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah, put yourself on mute, and then we would see the symbol there. Because I'm pretty sure Stray Cat
Yes.
was the one that Jedi was trying to answer, but you did not let him really finish his answer. It seems like that's what happened. So, I mean, you could let him finish his answer if he wants to, because other people might be interested, even if you're not.
You speak too fast, my sister. I'm so sorry. I can't understand everything you said. But I swear I won't disturb. Okay, I will put myself in mute. Okay.
Very good.
Au pire, là, je peux traduire pour toi.
Yeah, does anybody else have a question? I don't know if Jedi wants to finish his answer about the water. Grace is
Well,
here.
the gentleman left that Jedi was speaking to, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. Well, too late now then.
French guy's not here anymore. No. Never mind.
I don't even know anymore. I guess Cristiano's mad at me since I'm the only woman who's been speaking, but welcome to the channel, Cristiano. I don't really know what you're going on about there in the chat, but feel free to come back if you want.
Yeah, I guess they don't have testosterone in his country or something.
I don't know. I can't explain these people. Don't ask me to try.
But nobody is talking.
We are waiting for you, man.
I dismute myself because I can understand I'm talking too much, but when I mute myself and I'm hearing the channel, nobody talking.
Were you talking too much, or were you just talking drunk, or were you talking?
Yeah, hold on, bro. The reason is because somebody else did want to talk, but you talked straight through them and then they left the room.
I didn't talk in the last 5 minutes. I'm so sorry. I'm not talking that much now. I am. Am I?
Bro, hello. Dude, we're not going to have a conversation about whether you are or aren't talking, okay? If you want to talk about the topic intelligently, and then you... Oh my goodness, all right, dude. You're gone, bro. Goodbye. Get banned.
Ok, va te faire enculer, fils de pute.
Yeah, sorry.
Tiens, va.
Get lost, sucker.
Pute, va te faire enculer, fils de pute.
Help him.
Pute, va.
Help him. He wanna talk. He wanna talk to speak.
Oh, I'm not talking, but I'm not talking, and I'm in the channel. There is 12 person and nobody talking, so I'm just.
Bye bye. Please, please.
Okay. You need it.
Oh my.
Try to warn him. Jeez.
Mr. Most, yes, you may speak now. The other guy's not here.
Yeah, he need to speak and practice English. So he's like he wanna make practice, but people don't understand him, and they think he is speechless. So if you see someone
we
like
were
that,
talking. We were talking to him for quite some time. We've been talking to him for a prolonged
that-
period of time. Yeah.
yeah, but I think he don't know the rule. So
Yeah. So, Mr. Mothstaff, let's just not talk about other people. Just speak for yourself. It's okay. That little part is over now, so no worry. Don't have to talk about it. You can just speak for yourself. So, welcome to the server. We're glad you found your way here.
Thank you. I am scrolling my phone, so I see this large group. So I try to get make some talk.
Okay.
Is the Earth flat?
Yeah, measurably, observably, and practically used as flat. Yes.
So all the books and what they teach us in schools are wrong?
They don't teach that in school.
They don't teach. Yeah, I think in the school they talk something about that, but of course, yeah.
Not in books. There's no books that say about the globe. There's no books that teach you about the globe.
Okay. But how we can verify if the Earth is really plane, is really flat, or other form?
Measure it.
Okay.
All right, so he said measure it. Then what do you say to that, my friend? You think that's a good answer? A bad answer?
Yeah, it's a good answer, but I don't know how exactly we can measure the Earth.
Oh, there's many ways. You can use theodolites like they use in surveying. That'll give you a good, perfect straight line as long as you're within its limits of its use for the device. You should be good. Lasers, that's another one. That's good. That'll get you right there. You'll know it's flat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got two things now.
And why they say that the Earth is a globe? Is there any reason to that?
No, I don't know. I don't know who made up that story. Nope, I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm not lying either. I don't know who made it up.
Yeah. I think who the same guy who made up the veganism,
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I don't, because I eat out in the yard and chew on the side of a cow if it's walking by, so I don't know anything about that.
Wait a minute. Who do you mean? Who made up what? You mean they made up the globe? It's kind of like veganism. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, say that. Was the same persons, you know.
Good news is it doesn't matter.
Well, veganism is, some people think it's an ethical or moral position where they think they have to be responsible to the organisms of the earth because they have a moral duty not to hurt them. Now, moral duties are not things. They're not forces. They're obligations between persons, right? So it begs the question that there are greater things at play in the universe than just objects, right? So, like cups, plate, dogs, cats, humans, right? There's a difference between a cup and a plate and a human and a dog, right?
I'm not sure my dog thinks he's a human.
Yeah, that could be the case. But your plate never thought it was a human.
No, that's true. My plate doesn't think that. Especially when I talk to my plates, they tell me different things.
Some humans could think they're plates.
Right, but the moral of that story is that veganism has a moral component. And we understand that people are motivated to do things, to change their entire lives based on decisions that they think are making them more moral or that they're trying to get away with something, right? So if you ask yourself, well, why would they tell us a lie about the nature of the earth? Well, maybe it has something to do with the moral dimension of reality rather than about the actual structure of the earth. Maybe it's something greater than just the sum of the objects. But how would we know? So, for example, you may do things that I don't agree with your motives. Like I say, well, why do you do this? And you're like, I do it for this reason. I say, well, that's a dumb reason. Well, it's a good reason to you. So everybody has the reasons why they do things that matter to them. And so you can't tell someone, hey, I don't think your reason's good enough, therefore you're not doing what you're doing. No, they're still doing what they're doing. It doesn't matter whether you agree with their reasons. So whether they have this reason or that reason doesn't change the fact what the earth is, right? If the earth is arranged horizontally and all the water is level on the surface and the earth is flat, then that's what it is. It doesn't matter what people think about it. I got a question for you.
You hearing anything?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'm just making sure that he's hearing what you're saying. Said a word.
Hello, flat people.
Flat people?
People aren't flat. What the fuck?
If they live in a flat surface, maybe they are dogs.
It doesn't make them flat.
No, they don't become dogs because they live on a flat and level surface.
I thought you have the idea that the world is 2D.
Wow.
2D.
I'm joking.
What is 2D? What's 2D in reality?
2D is an abstraction.
And not in reality.
Okay, what is reality?
Uh-oh. Oh, we got one here. Got one on the hook.
Did you eat breakfast this morning? Sorry, Jedi.
No, it's in the middle of the night, dude.
It occupies height, width, length.
Base.
So how do you guys explain the GPS?
Triangulation, trilateration taken from a flat surface.
Yeah, in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
If you want.
It's still triangulation and trilateration from a flat surface.
Yeah, bro, it sounds like you got a point that you're trying to make, rather than just ask how do you explain GPS. GPS is a signal. Okay? It's a passive signal that's broadcast. You receive the signal with a receiver. The receiver does the math based on different signals that it gets, and it tells you where you are. That's how it works.
That's correct.
Exactly. But are you saying that instead of using satellites, does it use like towers?
Dude, it could use it could use anything. It could use balloons. It could use airplanes. It could use high altitude aerial objects.
So
it could use repeaters. It could use buoys. Hold on, it could use buoys in the middle of the ocean, which, by the way, do exist. There are buoys, transmitter buoys in the ocean. That's right.
Yeah, many of them.
You don't get the point, because if they are floating in the ocean, they cannot you know what kind of waves they are using. It's short waves or high frequency. If it's short wave
Over the ocean, it has to be a different kind of radio frequency. Okay, I might have to take a break from this.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, with high
You
frequency,
can use ocean. How about ocean waves?
must be in space. There is no other way.
What? But I don't understand how satellites must be in a vacuum for us to use things in the sky to use them for navigation.
Actually, they're not in the vacuum, because low Earth orbit still has an atmosphere.
Okay, so again, you're just saying that there are things in the sky. Okay, there can be things in the sky on a flat Earth. We'd tell you that we're just going to be sending and receiving signals, and we're going to be using right-angled triangles.
Okay, but the question is, how come they don't fall?
Oh my god! How come a balloon doesn't fall?
Well, the balloon is different, because the balloon is gas, or the gas is lighter than the air, so it goes up. Maybe it's odd, depends on the way. But explain the satellites, because you see them in the sky. Starlink. Explain the Starlink. It doesn't fall. Why doesn't fall?
Sorry. When you say satellites and you see these things in the sky, you say that they orbit around a sphere, right?
No. I'm not assuming.
So there's nothing for me to explain then if they're not orbiting around a sphere.
No, I'm not. Well, obviously they are, but I'm not saying this.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to understand.
Hold on.
How do you guys explain this?
My friend.
Okay.
You said obviously they are. Okay, I'm going to need you to expand on that point. What do you mean by obviously they are? Have you got, for example, the measurements from the satellites themselves that show you that they rotate 360 degrees? You said obviously. Okay, so obviously.
So let's say that you are in another country, and I see international space station for 5 minutes, and then there is this other person in this other country. They're gonna see it, and I don't see it anymore. Explain this.
Okay, you saw who made the first observation, who could see it. The thing was in your location. It was too far away for the other observer to see until the thing that you observed travelled from your location to his location, where he could start seeing it. Shock horror.
So, if they are not orbiting around the planet, if they are just what they are doing, it's 180 degrees, or they are spinning 360 on top of the flat Earth. That's the idea.
Yeah, everything above the Earth, like an aircraft or a helicopter, bumblebee, bird, satellite, flies above a horizontal plane. Yes.
Okay, so because let me ask you a question. What type of, there is something below?
Below what? My feet?
No, below the earth.
I don't know. What do you mean by below the earth? What, under the ground in a cave?
No, because you said on top of the flat earth there is a lot of stuff. Blah, 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 blah. What happens on the other side?
I don't. What do you mean by other side? What,
so,
like?
Yeah, below your feet.
Something.
So is there another place? No, it's just so. Is it so? Let's call it. We call it universe? Let's say universe only happens above the earth. The things you can observe in the sky.
Yeah, that's all we observe,
So-
right? You ask me something that I don't observe. I'm telling you things that I do.
So when the sun is
tell you about
so
something
when
that I don't see.
Yes, I understand. So when the sun disappears, where does it go?
Around. You can see this for 3 months of the year in the summer in the north for 24 hours, where the sun circles the observer who stands inside the Arctic Circle. The sun is clearly just going around. Those people who are not inside the Arctic Circle, they experience day and night cycles. The sun, due to that position, rises from a horizon and descends on a horizon. But our first observation says the sun doesn't actually go anywhere. It just circles above the Earth.
So if you are in the center of if you are in the center of the earth,
okay, where's that?
I don't know. According to you, it's gonna be is in the center of the earth. It will, because it's flat. It's in the middle, right?
Okay, the center of the Earth, because it's flat, is in the middle. Oh, okay. Where's that then?
Yeah. So why the sun? Why the sun sets and the sun rises?
Sorry, we were talking about the circle of the sun around the Arctic North. Okay, then you started speaking about the
Yes, yes.
One has got nothing, sorry, one has got nothing to do with the other.
Yes, okay. Can we go to the middle?
For example, I don't know the size of the Earth to mathematically figure out where the geographic middle point would be.
Why not?
What, pardon?
Why don't you know?
Why don't I know the size of our reality? I don't know. Why do you not know the size of the universe?
No, we are talking about the Earth, not the universe.
Okay, but why do you expect me, one person, to know the size of the Earth in its entirety?
Because it's possible to measure.
Is it?
Yeah.
Done it, have you?
Huh?
Bro, this room is aggressive.
What? Apparently, it's easy, according to this friend, to measure the entirety of our reality. Okay.
No, you are talking about Earth.
Yeah, the Earth. Yeah, the surface upon which we dwell. Yeah, you're saying that it's very easy to measure the entirety of that reality, that surface. And I'm asking you if you've done that.
Oh, did you ask? Because you cut out.
Yeah, sorry. Have you done that then? This thing that you claim is easy to do and you want me and others to do?
No, I don't want nobody to do. I'm just saying it's easy.
Okay, so you've done it then.
No, but shall I do it? No, I'm gonna do it.
How do you do it then, if it's easy?
I have to think about it.
Okay, you think about it because it's easy.
Well, I'm an electronic engineer, so it must be not so complicated.
Engineers? Well, you said engineers. For, again, some reason I don't understand. Why are we now talking about engineers?
I said I'm an electronic engineer. That's
Oh, you're an electronic
I'll find some device to
easy.
Well, I work with a whole shitload of engineers because that's what my company does, and none of them think about globes and floating. Isn't that crazy?
I don't know. You tell me.
So it's easy. It's easy to measure the entirety of the Earth, and from that point we can figure out if it's flat, the middle of the Earth. But what's that got to do with when we were talking about north?
Because you couldn't explain how the sun rises and how the sun sets.
I just did.
In the middle. In the middle.
In the middle. But where's the mid? So where's the? What do you mean sunset and sunrise is in the middle?
Isn't it what happens?
Where's the middle?
You have day and night. You have day and night.
Yes, we have day and night. The sun moves. What's that got to do with the middle?
The middle of the flat Earth.
Where's that then?
It's right in the middle, right?
Yeah, this is becoming circular. Where's that middle then? Don't say it's in the middle.
Flat Earth. It's supposed to be a disc, right?
No. Who said the Earth was?
I don't know. Okay, so what is it?
So this is why I asked you earlier. Do you think the Earth is a disc when you started thinking about the other side, like the other?
No, but I assume you guys think.
Yes, exactly. You assumed. You didn't ask.
Okay, I'm asking.
And now you're asking. What do we think the Earth is? Well, it's measured to lay horizontally at mean sea level, with topography above and below that waterline, mountains, valleys, and the seafloor. But the water measures to be horizontal. The extent of this horizontal nature to our reality, I don't know. The shape of our Earth and the entirety of our reality, I don't know. I do understand that water measures flat, though.
The water measures flat?
Yes, flat, horizontal, a straight line from left to right, not a curving line. A sphere needs curvature. We don't measure that. The water's horizontal.
So, but there is an end, right?
Where is it?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
No, I don't know.
So, does the Earth has limits around?
Possibly.
So, if it has limits, it is. Would you say it's a disc?
If it has limits, would I say it's a disc? No. Because
I'll
give you why. There are multiple shapes, not all of them regular. There are even irregular shapes, like the shape of a lake, or a leaf, or a mountain, with the Earth.
I mean, yeah, but I was meaning. So I was saying that, like the borders of. Like you spoke about pole, the borders of the place, they have a limit, right?
Yeah,
so it's some kind of disc.
Why has it got? Sorry, why has it got to be a disc if there's borders? I've got borders in my living room. That doesn't mean my living room is a disc.
Okay, so what do you call it then? What do you call it?
I don't know because, like I said, I haven't measured the entirety of the surface of the Earth to give you a claim to shape that I've measured.
Plus, space is fake, so it's not floating there.
No. Obviously, the Earth is the floor of the universe upon which we stand, and the sun, moon, and stars reside above us, 90 degrees upwards. All of those 90 degree lines, when we all point up and point at the stars, they're all parallel to each other.
Okay, hold on. So if the sun moves 90 degrees, how come it disappears?
That's dependent on the observer. Like I said earlier, It won't always disappear. Like, for example, up to nearly 6 months of the year in the 2 summers from the south, where you can see the sun rotate around the observer. It's why it's the 24-hour sun. Doesn't go anywhere, doesn't dip down. It just depends upon you, the observer, and your relation to its location. If you're standing underneath the sun, you're going to see it rise up from one horizon and descend to the other horizon, because you can't see the whole diameter.
Where does can you explain me where does it go?
Nowhere. It's above the earth. 24-hour sun, there's the sun, we see it.
So you are saying that the sun goes below the earth?
No. When I described the 24-hour sun rotating around the observer, did I say the sun went below the earth?
But if it's in the sky, you're going to see it 24 hours.
Yeah, so it doesn't go below the earth. There it is, in the sky.
So explain night.
My God. I'll tell you what, I'll do this for you. I'll try and help you a bit more. In the northern summer, when you stand inside the Arctic Circle, you can observe a 24-hour sun for up to 3 months of the year. Conversely, in the winter in the south, it's perpetual darkness, 24-hour no sun above the horizon for up to 3 months of the year. So what do we think's happened? As the sun changed location, can you not see it anymore?
Yes, but what about the mid, though?
What do you mean, what about the middle? Where's the middle? Middle of
Waiter.
what? That's got nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. That's probably got to do with an angle
I'm
measurement.
just saying, how come the sunset and the sunrise?
To do with the middle of the Earth, unless it's proven to be so. You're interested in the middle of the Earth. I've tried to explain to you that it's perspective, the observer, and locality to the sun's location of why you see it rise and set. But in the summer where you are, you experience day and night. But in the summer, inside the Arctic Circle, the sun's above the horizon. So we know that it's not actually going down. It's just perspective, but it makes it look like it's going down. You know when you look down a corridor and you see the ceiling above your eyes, and when you look down the corridor, the ceiling looks like it's getting closer to the floor. Do you think the ceiling is actually getting closer to the floor? It's perspective why the sun appears to go up and down, dude.
Oh, I see. Do you know that you can even calculate the Earth size because of shadows?
That's a new one. Jedi just jumped out a window.
Yeah.
Hold on, I want to give him something. Here, I'm going to post something for you. We're selling these. If you want to buy a pair, this is how you can prove Earth is a ball. You can buy a pair of sticks that I'm selling for $50, and then you stick them in the ground, and then you can say Earth is a ball.
So there is no space. There is no nothing. You observe everything. Everything is some kind of conspiracy theory.
Uh-oh.
Why
you sound like a conspiracy theorist.
No, you are.
No, you keep saying that stuff.
I'm just saying because you guys keep saying there is a global conspiracy.
You keep saying you're making a conspiracy and you're ascribing that conspiracy to us. You're a conspiracy theorist.
Or according to you, I am.
Well, you came up with a conspiracy, so what are you if not that?
No, I didn't come up with nothing.
No point in bringing up a global
I just can make the calculations.
You can make the calculations when they said it's a global conspiracy.
Yeah, yes, I can make calculations. It's kind of easy.
That's lovely.
You guys probably don't understand, so they come up with conspiracy theories.
Sorry, but we don't understand what in particular.
Well, basically everything. There is no space. The Earth is flat.
Okay.
All this stuff.
Tell me what we don't understand. I asked you what in particular. What don't we understand?
You don't understand all the universe.
Were you upset at me? Are you upset with me because I told you that space is fake? Because after that, you just went into a whole. I think I heard depression shooting out of your head. You gave up. You really gave up at that point.
What? Sorry, I'm reading something.
Oh, okay. Don't read anymore. Tell me when you're done reading.
Okay, I stopped. What is it?
Oh, okay. You're upset because space is fake. After I said that, you decided everything's a conspiracy theory and you don't know what's real anymore. Isn't that crazy?
What? When did this happen?
Right after I told you space was fake. That was the end of it for you. We heard the spiral go downhill.
Well, because there is no other way of if you say it's going to be fake, what's the point of discussing facts?
Did you ask us why? Did you ask us why we make that claim that space is fake?
It's not fake, dude.
No. I know you think it's not fake. I'm asking you, why do you think we say it's fake? Don't even know.
Because you guys don't understand, probably. I don't know.
Because we don't understand. Right.
Probably.
I'm almost 50 years old. Right. For almost 40 years of my life, I believed the same thing you did. I understood it really well. I could repeat the story just like you. But I'm asking you again.
I don't know why.
We don't understand. Why do we say words that come out of our mouths and us making a claim that space is fake?
Sorry, I didn't get it. Can you go again?
Yeah, he asked you a question. Yeah, he asked you why you think that we are saying that space is fake. He's asking you to reframe our argument and repeat what you've learned so far.
Well, I was not expecting, because I don't know, all the time people hear it's all guys. How come women also believe on this stuff? That's fun. It's okay.
Your question is, how can a woman exist on Discord? Is that your question?
No, not on Discord.
Just exist in reality? Like all men should just...
No.
You just split in half and then you're two men and then they split in half and then that's how you populate? What are you on, dude? I mean, sorry. What are you on? What are you on? Calm down.
You are the one shouting.
Ixion, so the space, yeah, it can't exist the way that they claim. We can't have a vacuum or near vacuum of space right next to the gases of Earth that keep us alive.
You cannot have?
Gas expansion into a vacuum.
Dude, I have to put your volume down because you are shouting. You don't relax.
I don't think he's shouting. There is somebody giving like some kind of feedback, though. I don't know. Where
How's
that's
everyone,
from.
guys?
Oh, we're fine, Ace. Oh, now you decide to talk. I was trying to talk to you earlier. You could have saved us from
My mic was
all of the things that happened for the last 2 hours, Ace.
No,
It
my
all
mic-
happened because you didn't speak.
my
But now
mic
you
was-
fixed
Isn't
your
it
mic.
Yeah,
Isn't
can I
it
ask a
funny that
question?
you give 1 second? Isn't it funny that you give people the opportunity to ask you something and you kind of prompt the question, but they still refuse to ask the question to the people who can give you the answer? It's fucking weird.
Okay, so can I ask a question here?
I wasn't talking to you.
Okay, so can I ask a question, guys?
Might as well,
maybe
might as well.
maybe you'll make more sense than the other guy. So go ahead.
Okay. So why is it important to believe if the Earth is flat or not flat? Why is it important for humans?
Oh, it's very important to have an understanding of where you live, just a basic bearings in your world. I mean,
Yeah,
throughout
that's
history,
true.
it would be a common tactic throughout history if someone wanted to control a population, they would understand that they first had to acquire control over the narrative or the means of communication or the information. The information control allows for population control, as well as just generally making, any kind of prisoner, whether they be a prisoner of war, prisoner in a jail cell, and so on and so forth. It's commonly known that a way to keep people docile would be to control their location, their schedule, everything they do, everything they think about the world, their environment, so on and so forth. So, control over information leads to people being subdued and not reaching their full potential. So if you actually realized that you do not live on a globe and there's no evidence of this globe, you might actually start, taking control of your own life, and, who knows what you might accomplish.
Okay, so let's say if I don't know if the Earth is flat or round, how do I know which one is the truth?
You look for the curvature because the geometry of the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles dictates a certain rate of curvature increase, as well as just a location of the geometric horizon and so on, which means you can go out and test this in reality and see if the horizon is the place predicted by this sphere, and if objects are obscured by the curvature as would be predicted by the geometry of this sphere. That's how you would determine it. You would determine it empirically. You would determine it by doing tests. You would determine it by following the evidence where it leads, not where you want it to go.
So if the proofs are so strong that the Earth is flat, why are round Earth believers still fight and debate for it?
Great question, Ace. If you find out the answer to that, let us know. Why do you think people fight for the globe so hard?
Because humans love to fight about anything.
I don't know that. People do. People can be argumentative, no doubt, but this topic in particular brings out very emotional arguments in people. They get very agitated if you try to just say, well, maybe the Earth isn't this shape that you thought it was. Maybe it's not. Shouldn't be that big a deal. If I just said, maybe this table, isn't a perfect square. If we actually measured, each edge, maybe the person who made it made a mistake, and even though it looks kind of square, maybe they were a little bit off. Maybe it's actually a rectangle. You wouldn't get upset about that, but people get really upset when you tell them they don't live on a globe. We witness it day after day. So why do you think they get so upset about the globe?
Because I think that's something they have been used to and believe that the globe is round for a long time, and then when someone actually tells them something else suddenly, they'll go in an emotional phase where they cannot accept it, or they try not to accept it, and they try to look about anything to not accept it, right?
Yeah, it's a great explanation. Yeah, that's been my experience. People don't like having their worldview challenged.
If you grow up in a environment where they teach you that the Earth is flat in school and everything, and you grow up, and then you go to another country and you met someone that tells you the globe, the Earth is round, right? I think they're also gonna get like an emotional hit.
Holy.
They're gonna start to fight also about it. So I think it depends about what you have been taught or what you have been always like believed or used to. Not only about the earth, I think it also comes about religion and other stuff also.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard for people to change their worldview because that idea of the globe is usually introduced at such a young age. And also people have like superimposed a whole bunch of other things that have nothing to do with the earth. They've put that onto the globe model. So once you take that away, then they think they have to come up with different explanations for things. And yeah, it makes people uncomfortable. I agree. What do you think about the globe? Do you think you live on a globe?
No, we live in a sphere, right?
To be honest, for me, like as a person, right, it makes more sense that it's flat. But when I try to search for proof and sources, most of the sources and proof says it's globe.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can give you some better information. If you click the FE or little sword tag in my username there, you can go. That goes to a server that has a lot of information. It's a database of different flat Earth information. But
where is it? Sorry,
we can get. Do you see in my username where there's a little picture of a sword and then it says FE-er?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
If I click on it,
does that take you to another server?
No, it is a private server.
What does it mean if it's a private server? Can't you still join it?
It means you have to invite me yourself. I cannot like this.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. All right. Good to know. Well, I'll send you an invite. So yeah. Meanwhile, I'll put some things in the chat here. So basically, I mean, there are many proofs that we do not live on a globe. Most of them, like I said before, have to do with either long distance observations or laser tests, or also observations of where the horizon is. So this first video that I'm going to put in there, that's a laser test that was done in Canada, British Columbia.
What about the idea? Like, I think maybe the most important question is like, is NASA lying? Is NASA lying? Is NASA lying? I think this is like the most like famous question, right? For flat earthers.
Yeah, well, some of the things NASA says, I do take them at their word. Like when they say they use a computer and CGI imagery to put together an image of the Earth to match people's expectations of what the Earth looks like from space. When they say on NASA.gov that they took flat maps and wrapped them around the ball to create an image of the globe, that matches what we see, because that's what we see when we look at the images of the globe. They're clearly created on a computer screen. They have repeated features, like you would see in Photoshop, which the NASA employee admitted that they did use Photoshop for that. So yeah, when they say their globes are made from artistry and their images of various planets are artistic renditions, or when they say their images are created on a computer with CGI and Photoshop, I think NASA's telling the truth in those cases. There's certain other cases where they're not, telling the truth, but there's so many discrepancies in the information that they give. You can't really, they're just not a reliable source of information. So yeah, I would say they're not good.
Something that didn't make sense for me about NASA, that I researched a little bit, and then I found out that no human can ever or have ever even left the atmosphere, right? And it doesn't work like how NASA says to leave the atmosphere, right? So this is one of the things I believe NASA lies a lot also about it, that they left the atmosphere of the Earth and they went to other the moon and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that we challenge about the heliocentric model, is the concept of there being this vacuum and near vacuum of space adjacent to our atmosphere, with uncontained gases somehow clinging to this ball that's also rotating, and moving through space. It's all, we don't agree with any of that. It's not verifiable. It's not testable. It doesn't make sense with the natural laws that we observe and accept here on Earth, that you could have gas pressure without a container. Their moon landing stories, obviously a complete joke. I mean, nobody seriously thinks that's for real. I mean, nobody that's examined the evidence in any kind of rudimentary way. Yeah. So they're liars, no doubt.
Okay. So how can I join the server that you talked about? You got me.
Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to send you a message just a minute.
It's our tag now. If you just click on FE here, it'll take you right to it.
No, it doesn't. It says server is private.
He said he couldn't do it because when he clicks on it, it says server's private, so then they need an invitation anyway, I guess?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to send it to him in a message. I know it says I can't deliver it because you're not my friend.
Oh, okay, then I'll send you a friend request.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. And when you get in there, down at the bottom, there's a whole bunch of information channels. There's the long distance observation channel, the laser test channel. That's the evidence you're looking for. So yeah, if you're just kind of doing a Google search on flat Earth, it's very hard to find reliable information. And usually you'll just find anti-flat Earth propaganda. So that's why we try to send people there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any other questions?
For now, no. Like, that was only the curious questions I had. Thank you for answering the questions.
Yeah. So you've been introduced to the flat Earth topic before?
Oh, me? Well,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I've been, but like, the thing is, like, I talked with someone about it, and he said like it does not make sense because if you go on an airplane and you just keep going on an airplane, you just go back where you started, and that way it doesn't make sense for the Earth to be flat. And like if the Earth is flat, then at least humans would have at least like reached the like not the borders, but what do you call it, like the cliffs of it or something, right? And he said that's why it does not make sense the Earth to be flat. This is like the main reasons. And then he said like there's like pictures and stuff of the Earth being a globe, right? Like real proofs and stuff and things like that. And yeah, and then like I forgot it all a bit because I was busy with life, right? But I've seen this like channel opened in the server, so I came in because like okay, I remember the topic, and then I had some like I'm still curious about it, right? I still have some doubts about it. So I came here like to ask those curious questions that I had.
Yeah, I mean, there's answers to both of those claims. Were you going to say something, Rodwin?
I was just going to tell him that stick around if you want to hear some good stuff. You'll learn a lot if you just sit there.
I don't mind learning people's perspective, if they flat or globe. It's alright. It's more knowledge from both sides.
No, the globe doesn't have any knowledge, actually. Sorry.
Say sorry.
No,
see,
that's
Mary Mom is when I came to Discord for the very first time, she yanked me out of the lobby and said, let's get you VC verified. And I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. And then I said, what's up? I see you in there. I don't know how she said it. I said I was in there flat smacking. Yeah, I know. I forget how the chat went. Anyway, we might even have it. And yep, that's how I got introduced. Mary Mom said, you need to come in here. Because I was looking for the live stream. I was on YouTube and I was just punching people in the face in the stream with facts. And I was like, I got to find this Discord. I've got to get to these Globers live. and that's how I got here. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad that I found you. So and you came in, and then you didn't look at you. You haven't stopped since. It's amazing.
Wait, are we live on YouTube right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite
Really?
more than 2 places, probably.
Oh, any channel like links or something?
Just click on the 2 YouTube bots at the top of the user list here. Profile.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Yeah, there were 3 things your friend said, and now I've forgotten 2 of them, but I know one of them was about the edge, right? Your friend said something about the earth was flat, we'd fall off the edge or something. Is that what you said? Ace.
Yeah, sorry, Mom. What did you say?
I was just going to say, it sounded like your friend that was telling you the earth couldn't be flat for this reason or that reason. Like the reasons that he came up with are straw men. They're models. They're straw man models of
I
flat
don't
earth
know,
that
to be honest,
aren't.
because when we had this conversation, we were really young people. Like we both were 15 years old. We were
What?
kids. I would say we were kids when we had this conversation, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. But that's the common thing people will say. Yeah, they'll come up with reasons it can't be, but they're only like straw man models. They're models that are easily knocked down, but that's not what we are actually explaining here. I mean, mainly we are saying that the globe model is not accurate.
I don't see it as accurate. I've looked. I feel like there's also things missing, right? And some things are made up. So I don't see it actually accurate. Well, again, like I'm taking the topic with an empty cup. Like I don't stand in none sides until now. I would say I don't stand in any sides, right? Maybe after I gain knowledge and stay here in a little bit and listen to people's arguments, I might like slide to one of the sides. But I love the video that you posted about the laser. It's cool.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's only one. There's a lot more. Oh, yeah, I see Ace is showing us that when they click on that tag, they're not actually able to get into it. That's too bad.
You can just right click on the server settings and allow it not only for invites, like just make it a public server and then anyone who can like join it basically. Not only that, if people go to Google and type like Flat Earth Discord, they will find it immediately popped up for them. Even in the discovery.
I think, yeah, I think Indio knows that, but he doesn't want to do that for some reason.
Yeah, because a lot of trolls will join and try to ruin the game like environment there.
Oh, we have a toll gate for that. They can't get through.
Yeah, so there's another link of more observations, and I think those link to some more of the videos of laser tests and long distance observations, if you want to look at those. I'll give you Dr. John D video too.
The earth is round, it's not flat.
I don't know who's chanting that.
Mr. Krabs.
Oh, hello, Mr. Krabs. So you have some kind of evidence about the shape of the earth?
I think you're just trying to pick a nerve here.
A what?
Pick a nerve.
I don't know what that means.
Like he doesn't
nerve
care actually. He just
ending.
want to make people like fight or angry or just start like an argument about like heated argument, right?
Oh, I
Trying
see.
to trigger people. Yeah.
Got it.
Mr.
So
Krabs.
this Discord channel also this channel is troll or
No,
serious
No.
channel.
The globe's a troll. We're just trying
Oh,
to
yeah.
set it straight.
Yeah, we're trying to get rid of those trolls too.
you guys should find a job, you know. Sub troll.
I've been looking. There's no jobs.
Yes.
Everybody doesn't have a job. We're all broke. None of us work. You know how it goes. Yeah. Hold on. I got to walk through my tunnel of computers and mazes of equipment that I own and for doing flat earth research.
Yeah, I have my butler do that.
Maybe you can set up a GoFundMe for us. To get flat earthers some money since we're all broke and don't work and don't have jobs and can't get jobs.
It's the problem. You scrubs work for money, and I make money work for me.
Yeah.
The force peering in through Jedi's microphone.
Oh yeah, Jedi. Yeah, Jedi. Your mic
Oh.
is doing something weird.
Sorry, that sounds like he's going through different dimensions.
Might be the seagulls going on in the background. I do apologise.
No. It definitely sounds like you're on the Enterprise and the transporter is going off. That's not a seagull. I hear those birds.
Yeah, it sounds like the transporter is actually malfunctioning.
Yeah, it's going stopping. You're not able to do it. Now there's only a head floating, like one of those.
Yeah.
It's like a force field malfunction.
All right, I'll fuck off and come back.
Looks like we're going to have to update the company handbook and put in there. We have to do equipment tests. I'm on like my 5th microphone because I can't stand the way I sound.
Yeah, I need to reorder my whole setup so that I get rid of this static.
How does flat earthers look into gravity?
Well, we compare what we're talking about to the medium that surrounds it. So, for
Explain
example,
more.
if I have a tennis ball in air, I let it go, it goes down. If I have a tennis ball underwater, I let it go, it goes up.
Yeah, my view on gravity mirrors that of the highest heights of science, where they tell you that, well, we don't actually know what gravity is. We're trying to figure that out right now.
So if the Earth is flat, so it has an edge.
Probably.
And we never reached that edge.
No, I don't go. I'm busy working. I mean, I don't have a job. I'm busy doing nothing.
When you find the edge, let us know.
I'm asking you guys, we cannot find the edge.
What's up?
Like, what stops you from finding the edge?
I have better things to do.
Why do we need to do that? We've already measured the ground. The ground is flat.
So like no human tried to go there.
I don't know. I'm not every human.
What? What kind of question is that?
No.
Hold on, let me go. I'm gonna go start interviewing people. I'll be right back.
Yeah, like, do I have some mind powers now all of a sudden that I can like read their minds?
Not mind powers, but like I'm just asking. Like in history, there's none. Like I'm asking if there's anyone
I
in
don't
history
know.
that tried to reach the edge.
Like,
How would we know that?
From documentation.
According to Napoleon Bonaparte, history is a set of agreed upon lies. So I don't know.
Also, all right, if you think about it like that.
Yeah, millions of people tried. How's that? You like that?
Okay, did they reach like something?
I don't know because they never came back because you can't use a compass. You'll just go in a circle.
No, they didn't come back because they all fell off. Duh.
Oh. So like when I say if you use a compass, you'll just go in a circle, that's true. How else are you going to navigate without one? You're just going to, you could use the stars, but you're going to be so far away, you're not going to know how to get back to where you're going at a certain point. So I don't know where to take that. So when I say you go ahead and try to go there, how are you going to navigate and how are you going to get back?
There's a guy there in the lobby of the home server. He is looking for a flat earther to debate on Twitch. I don't know. He's asking me to. That's just not really my kind of thing. I can't imagine why I would ever want to do that. But I just thought I'd mention it in case anybody else is interested in that kind of thing.
Yeah, he should bring his account where we're at and he can stream his Twitch. And it's a win-win for both.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I could tell him that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, Flatloyd's putting the Twitch for the Discord in there. That's a good idea. Oh, they're tagging you now, Rodwin, so now you can handle it. Good idea.
Are they listening to us or something? Probably.
I don't really know.
I would imagine so. A lot of people do when they're in the lobby. They're listening to us at the same time.
I got dragged in because I was trying to give Ace some links there.
Oh yeah, thank you. I saved all the links actually.
Good.
I'll watch them one by one.
Super.
Oh, what good? Clickety clack. Radin.
Oh,
Is that your
I know.
angry typing? Oh no, that's his
No.
super nice typing.
that's my super.
Yeah.
How's the mic sound? Sick y'all bitching.
That's a little
Oh, it
worse.
sounds good.
Barely audible, India.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds perfect. No, I'm only kidding.
Sounds good, but you're mega low.
Yeah, super low.
Hold on, I'll adjust that.
Well, I also had you turned down from before, so you're back at 100 now.
I got him at 200%.
Stream again.
Oh boy. So your mic sounded super great before. It was like overpowering, but it was still great to clear. And now
Weird,
it's we
man.
can barely hear you.
Is that 100% for me? Still sounds like it's a mile away.
How about now?
No.
Shit, man. I don't know how to operate this thing.
Come on. Come on.
Have you just had that in the closet for 4 years or what?
My oldest son was, well, he took it to use it and then didn't end up using it. So he had it in his closet for 2 years.
So you took it back. That's good. I'm sure you can get it going. I mean, yeah, we can hear you. It's just not very loud, but the quality of it sounds good. Oh, that's a little better, whatever you just did.
Okay, hold on. Too many like buttons and doohickeys on here. How about now?
Is there a button?
That's
Is there
better.
a button or switch on it that says pad 10 dB?
Oh yeah.
Well, it's got a gain that I.
Oh, that sounds good. Oh, don't touch anything. Don't touch anything.
Alone. We got him.
Perfect. Don't move. Don't move.
Well, like I was saying, there's a gain adjustment on.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Yeah, now you got to tell us a bedtime story.
Holy shit.
Once upon a time, there was a flat earther named Helioskeptic, and his mic sounded even better than mine.
Wow. Tell us more, Indio.
Fuck, that's good. Yeah, baby. Party time.
I don't know about you guys. You've heard Indio speak longer than I have, but fuck, this is the best sound I've ever heard.
He used to sound like that. He did. He had a Blue Yeti period before. You guys have forgotten, but yeah, you might have it.
Made it to the big leagues now.
Maybe booster gain a little bit.
Oh, Drace, you're on fire with that.
Right.
It goes with my shark fin now. As soon as I post a shark fin, you can post a guy.
Took me forever to make that. It would just spit out everything. It doesn't want to spit out a sideways shark fin for some reason.
A shark swimming up? A shark fin swimming up?
Yeah, apparently there's no data in the training for that, so it just cannot do it. I had to literally just edit it.
Looks fine. Oh, angle of elevation, that's killer. I'm keeping these two in case you're not around.
Feel free.
I need oatmeal raisin to get in here. What is up with this dude?
Oh, so I told them they got to come over here if they want to debate, and they can stream and do whatever they want. So I didn't give them a link or anything. I am waiting to see what they say. But I think unless they know where we're at.
Thanks for taking care of it. I mean, I could give them the link. I didn't even answer the person at all, but
If you want to just post the link in there, that would be good. Just say, here's where we're at. Because they were like, are there any top level FE that are there right now? I said, yeah, we're all here. Okay, I'll go tell them.
Top level.
I said, listen, we can't come there. One person can't go to you because one person doesn't have all the resources and citations on the fly. But when you're in ours, if you read it, you'll see, you'll see what I said. Basically, you have to come to us where all the resources are at. Because we say we need to have stuff going in the chat that goes along with it. If you want to debate, you're going to see one.
Yeah, for sure.
Who's this now?
Oh my goodness, he's low again.
No, man.
I don't know.
No, he's not.
I could hear him.
Depends on how far I am away from the mic.
There you go. Is that the Yeti?
Yeah.
I'm using the Yeti Blue too.
I don't even know how There's too many buttons, dude. Because it's like you can change how the mic gets the directionality, but then it has a gain dial on the mic, but it has.
Where's your set now? Because I want to see.
Yeah, it also has gain in software, and I don't know which one's actually working because it doesn't seem the built-in one works. And then
I don't have any software with mine. I just let Windows pick it up. It says it's a Yeti. That's what I have. It just shows that.
Yeah, it's like Blue Sherpa software or something. Do you do the pass-through through the wired headset? Do you do that?
I have in-ears, that are plugged into my microphone.
Yeah.
I use in my studio. I just plug them into this.
Because that's the other problem, right? You can turn up the volume on that, and you sound good to yourself, but then you don't sound good. It's low to you guys or whatever.
About just changing your output volume on Discord side.
Yeah, and
I'm
then
100%.
you can mess with that too, right? So now you got adding a third element. You're supposed to isolate variables, not add them.
Are our debaters here yet? Anybody showing up? Speak up.
I don't know. I got all distracted. I haven't even given them the link. Were you relying on me to give it to them? Or are you talking about different debaters?
No, if you can just post a link in the lobby.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody did.
I'm working on it. I'm trying.
I'm Discord illiterate, believe it or not, except for if I'm writing a bot or something, that's different. But when it comes to running the actual, click on this, get all this. I guess if I click on English Hub, get link, or invite people, see? I want like link or give me the link.
Yeah.
Invite people.
So you want me to say Twitch people can come here, and then I'll put it there.
Sure.
Okay. There. I did it.
Thanks.
Hey, speaking of microphones, Dandelion, what microphone do you have? Because you've always sounded fantastic.
I do actually have a blue. I do have a blue Yeti microphone in my
probably got a
office, but
studio
I never
set
ever
up.
use it. No, I'm sitting here. I've told you I told you this many times. I have my little white iPhone headphones plugged into my phone.
Yep, the best for the best.
Because I don't feel like
The one with
sitting
the
there and like
3.5.
yeah, I don't want to lean up to a mic. I mean, I've done it before, but I don't feel like it.
What are you going to do when we're on TLC or whatever network when they do that show for 2 seasons on Flat Earth or smacking Globers around? You're going to have to lean into the mic.
I do lean into the mic, yeah. I mean, I know how to do that, so I will be capable of doing that if you require me to.
Don't get it to lean in too far. That's when the bad words come out.
Stop. No. I really did not mean to get that upset, Matrix. You understand.
See, like, when I join on my PC, all you guys that are normally loud as heck are quiet. Doesn't make no sense.
Hey, bro, I'm Terminator. I killed this world.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh. What is going on?
This is our Twitch debater.
I think he was trying to mock the Overlord.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Wait, what?
Is that Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Before we get too crazy.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, but before we get too crazy, I want to ask Indio. He was going to clip a segment that Sonny did, and I was just going to ask if you did it yet.
it's loaded to be clipped. I just haven't like set the end and start points. So I downloaded the whole video. I clipped out.
All right, cool.
Like roughly clipped it, but I didn't set the like start and end points yet. So I'm close. I could probably do it right now, actually. But
I was thinking of doing an in-group morale boosting critique of that with the dudes on the 24/7 main, like a little powwow.
Yeah, it was real smooth, man. Sonny just did it. It was unexpected. You know what I mean? It was just like he had that. You know, I don't know, that big brain train of thought coming out. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, but just like we save the Golden Globies, we should also highlight these kinds of moments where people on our side excel, and we should go over it and highlight why it's so good.
Yeah, the reason was good, I think, was because he addressed all the issues, right? He addressed all the counter arguments and then countered the counter argument, right? So he said, hey, it's this. They might say it's that, but that isn't legitimate, reason because of this, right? And he just ran through the whole thing about the horizon distance, horizontal level. Like, everything was so smooth. It was just great.
Shut
Shut up, Dalek. You're only allowed to say exterminate.
No, bro, I'm not terminate. I'm Dalek from, I don't know how to say, Doctor Who.
Yes, Doctor Who.
I'll give you a prize if you can tell me who's the Dalek's boss.
I come from space.
No, it's Davros.
Yep, Davros is my creator.
Give you a cookie if you can tell me who is the greatest Dalek.
Nadie Spanish? No Spanish? Nadie habla español?
Oh, I know. Let's see if anybody else knows the answer.
Me siento rarito por hablar con guías, man. Pero ya, ¿qué va a hacer?
Who's the greatest Dalek?
Debí ir a FMS nomás. O a Red Bull, ya ganaba mi vida, ¿no? Ya fue, ¿no? Mañana será el cupo para el FMS Standard, así que. Bye.
All right, whatever, dude.
Okay.
English, please.
¿Cómo se sale esta cochina?
All right, no
No,
takers.
just boot him. Here, we'll just get rid of him then.
Yeah.
He can't speak English.
So no takers on that question. The answer is the Doctor is the greatest Dalek.
Got it.
Yeah, please refrain from using foreign language. This is an English-speaking server, so try to use English.
And he left being muted. I love that part now. Do you know that's a good part? That's the best part of the server.
Yeah. Well, he's violating the server rules, so, I mean, and he didn't, want to listen to his moderation, so I guess that's...
Yeah, if the moderators want to come in here and ask us, we'll tell them exactly what's going on. They can sit in here and listen all day long. Just don't interfere with the stream, because then you're going to upset me.
Oh, why does...
I was going to say he has to change his username. You'd have to change your username then. Super mean.
I do.
No, you will if they upset you.
Oatmeal Raisin says he won't talk. He doesn't want to get yelled at. I'm not sure how much more calm we can be in here.
I think we've been very calm. Yes, Grace will talk to you and you'll be safe. There you go.
I can talk to you with my smoothest, calmest voice.
Oh, hold on. I got to go lay down and and turn the lights off and get ready to go to bed now. I want to hear the stories.
Just relax. Come inside. The water is warm. It's all good.
There's purple Kool-Aid in the kitchen.
Don't you worry. The earth is a ball.
Just come in and tell us all about your ideas. We'll listen to you. No worries. We won't yell at you. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yeah, we understand that you believe the Earth has to be a globe, but why do you believe that? So you have a faith in NASA, right? But why, when the Earth measures flat? No, it's just one word. This isn't an argument, my friend. I did my best.
Oh man, this is gonna be hilarious. Oh my goodness, dude.
What? What's up?
You'll find out.
Oh.
I'm having deja vu. Gosh.
Are you ready for this, guys? Watch that. Oh man. He's got the Trump icon, bro. It's perfect.
That's really funny.
Wait, what'd you do? What'd you do for that? To Kamala Harris deep faked what to make her look so
Not deep fake. You don't remember
No.
that meme where she was telling Trump not to come?
Yeah, but
And
I don't
he's
know if
like, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come over there. I'm gonna come.
okay. I was just no. Like I remember that. It's just to me, her face looks just so like zombie like. I wasn't sure if he superimposed something.
Dude, have you seen liberal Democrats lately, bro?
Not lately, no.
Dude, wait.
Yeah,
Oh, dude.
I'm in Canada.
I gotta get a
He wasn't
picture of
touched up
Beetlejuice.
with that one.
Let me get big Beetlejuice the mayor, dude.
Oh, the what?
Holy
I think he's looking for Beetlejuice.
dude. Lori Lightfoot. Look at Lightfoot. Here, I'll get the perfect picture. I'll make sense.
I think I guessed correctly. Yeah, that's Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Did you find it? No. And post it. Here, let me post it. There you go. Check that out. One of those is a movie character. The other one is the Democratic mayor.
Decisions.
Welcome, Sam10, to the conversation.
Thank you.
What do you think about the Earth?
I think it's not flat.
Cool. Do you have any arguments or evidence that you or make you believe that the Earth is a ball?
Well, there's images about it. Are they real or are they not?
Well, you believe them.
Yeah.
So is that the entirety of what you have? Images that you believe are from outer space? Is that everything you have that underpins your belief in the globe? Images that you saw on a TV screen or your phone or whatever?
Yeah.
Was that a yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so would it surprise you if you would go outside and you would measure the ground and the waters of the world and you would find out that they are not curving as per the globe claims?
If you show me images of that?
No, I'm asking if you were to go outside and you were to look at reality itself, at the waters of the world, and you would take out maybe binoculars or a zoom camera, and you would look over the waters and you would be able to see things you shouldn't be able to see if the Earth was a globe. Would that surprise you?
If I'm like trying to look at the horizon and see things that I'm not supposed to see if it weren't round? Is that what you said?
Essentially, yes. Would it surprise you to be able to see things you shouldn't be able to see on the globe?
If I see mountains?
Yeah, I'm trying to gauge if you can come to terms with the idea that maybe there exists some evidence outside of what you have been exposed to that destroys the whole idea of the Earth being a globe. If you were exposed to that kind of evidence,
yeah,
would you be able to accept it?
If there's evidence, then yes.
Okay, great. I'll show you a picture in the text chat.
Okay.
So here are two oil rigs. You can see that the horizon is behind both oil rigs. We're using the oil rigs as distance markers to figure out how far away is the horizon. The camera is only 1 foot off the surface of the water. So, based on that observer height, the horizon on the geometric ball would only be 1.22 miles away. However, we can see that the horizon is beyond the second oil rig. That shows us that the horizon is over 10 miles away. If the globe were showing us a horizon that far away and that were a geometric horizon, the ball would be so large that it would extend all the way out to the orbit of the supposed moon, and all of the planets of the so-called solar system would fit inside that gigantic ball. So that doesn't fit the geometry of the ball they claim we're living on at all. And even if we assume that light is bending down at terrestrial refraction, it would not extend the horizon that far out. It would only extend it to about 1.4 miles. And so there's no way for the globe to exist when we can repeatedly, verifiably debunk it or falsify the base assumption of curvature Does that make sense?
What if it's more oval than round, and that's why it seems flat?
Yeah, we are aware of its oblateness. The oblateness of the supposed sphere is very small, not enough to account for anything like this. If you are trying to create a flat area for just this observation, the problem is we've repeated this hundreds of times. We've used lasers, we've used different wavelengths, and every time there is no curvature. So what would you do if you were in that situation where you keep testing it and you want to believe there's a ball because you've been raised in the belief that the world is a ball, you live on the ball. But then when you go out and test it, every time you test it, no matter what you do, it always comes out to be false. So what would you do in that situation? Would you retain your previously held belief even though it contradicts observable reality, or would you just accept reality as it is?
But if it's flat, aren't we supposed to see far behind, like more things than just that?
You should look at the world record for the long distance photograph. We
I gotta go.
quite far. We see very far. Peace out.
Oh, okay. She left. She panicked.
I didn't mean to scare her away. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man. It wasn't you. She wanted to jump over to something else, and it sounded like you had a ready response, and so she was like, "Oh no, this is too much for me. Run away."
Well done, though, Joyce.
Yeah. Awesome job, Dre. Well, now it's quiet. I hope all is well with everybody, and stay blessed.
Much appreciated, everyone. We always have a good time over here.
It's always a nice, calm, mellow time over here.
With all the quiet going on right now, thought you guys were going to get some globies in here to speak with. See, some nice name changed his name. I think he was Torque earlier in the day. We got is back. He had a couple of good conversations over the past few days, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you guys. I like what you guys are saying. I'm looking into this even more.
Good news.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling you were hooked.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, okay, so I wanna flip the script on you guys. So is there a genuine disdain for globies, as you guys call them, people who believe in the globe? Is it like
You mean normal human beings?
No.
No, man.
No,
Just
we
a
don't
straight
hate.
up empathy for them.
We used to be globe believers. There's a big distinction between a globe believer and a globe zealot. And a zealot is defined by their use of sophistry and their complete intellectual dishonesty. And so we've been dealing with we've been doing this for like almost 10 years now. So we've been dealing with the worst of society, or the dark tetrad, who think of flat earthers as people who are it's acceptable to abuse. And so we attract a lot of negative people who want to basically just do bad things. And so we're very used to dealing with those types, and so it can sometimes make people jaded, but we're trying to work on it. We're trying to be as positive and helpful as possible without letting those negative people affect us too much.
Yeah, I would say I empathize with most people who believe that the Earth is a spinning ball through hurtling through outer space at ridiculous speeds. I think we were all there at one point. I mean, I haven't met anyone who was raised to believe that the Earth is flat and stationary, and held that belief throughout their entire life. So I'd say, most of us can kind of forget what it's like based on all of the new information and all of what they've learned so far. But I try and stay in the mind frame of, putting myself back where I used to be when I'm speaking to someone who has no idea that their whole worldview is based on lies that they've heard from others. So, yeah.
You need to talk to
Don't have a
Crack
disdain.
Villain sometime. Crack Villain from our old server, that's his username. He was raised as a flat earther and a geocentrist, so he's a really interesting case. He's the one guy I know like that.
Oh, I hadn't realized that there's cradle or flat earthers. I didn't realize.
Yeah, he's the only guy I know. His parents were geocentric and explored the topic long before basically it became popular.
Your guys' openness and actual consideration for what's being said is kind of humbling in a way, and it's disheartening to see that when I ask the other side genuine questions, it's just like, how dare you even raise the question? It's like it's something that can't be questioned almost. It's it feels cultish.
I noticed that when I first started looking into it. That is something that definitely raised alarm bells for me, is the just ridiculousness and emotional nature of the anti-flat earthers, or the people trying to prop up the globe model, because there's not any sound mathematical or scientific there's no evidence for it, so they're just kind of stuck with all these propaganda techniques and cultish techniques, like you said.
Yeah, that's part of what made me accept the title of Flat Earther, is because I was just asking questions. I was just being Socratic, and I was just like, Let me play the devil's advocate to my best friend from childhood, who's an astrophysicist now, and I know this other robotic engineer, so I'll get them both to supply me with all the scientific proof to prove these flat earthers wrong. That did not go so well. Like, just Socratic reasoning, just playing the devil's advocate, and all of a sudden, all of their arguments start breaking down, they start fighting with each other, and I'm like, sitting on the sidelines like, these are my experts? Why don't we have any proof? What is this?
Funny you should mention that. I have a friend who is a physicist, and just from asking him questions, it's like, how dare you even suggest otherwise? Like, isn't the very thing that they should stand for scientific inquiry, and any sort of inquiry seems to be rejected, which
Yeah, that's dogma. That's not science.
yeah, well, I don't exactly like to mix dogma into my science, unfortunately.
They think because they went to school for it that they're absolutely right, and it's only that way. That's it. They didn't do any experiments. They just read books.
Yeah, there's a lot of the royal we. Like, they read a book about someone who is claimed to have done something, and they're like, oh, well, we did that. We've known for 2,000 years. How old are you? They personify the information, and that's one of the reasons why it becomes so hard to deprogram them, because it's tied into their ego and self-identity. Like, they've been telling, like, I understand it because I used to be the guy who was, like, looking into all the space stuff, and I would be telling my friends, like, it's raining diamonds on this planet. There could be alien life. Oh, here's the latest science stories about space. And my friends would lap it up, and they'd be like, oh, you're so intelligent. And all of a sudden, your idea of your own intelligence is tied into this whole story. And so now giving it up, are you intelligent? I think that's a big part of the problem, because they tie it into their ego and stuff like that. And so as soon as we start showing them that, oh, no, you could be wrong, you check out. It's dissonance. It's like, no, anything he says could be wrong. It's probably wrong. I'm going to assume it's wrong, and I'm not going to even look into it. And that's sadly how a lot of these interactions go, and that's one of the reasons why we're trying to improve our methodology with every single person, because it's not about us, it's about the information.
Did you have any questions about what you learned about before? Or what did they talk to you about before, about the flat earth? I mean, what was it that got you thinking, oh no?
Well, I mean, I asked a series of questions, right? And I guess the gentleman here mentioned something about the tide, and it got me thinking. I was like, well, maybe I should ask this one guy that I know who's a physicist. You know, I went over and asked him, like, you know, just genuine question. Do you have any empirical, you know, visibly verifiable proof that the Earth is round? And he couldn't even entertain the question. He was like, he was just offended that I even brought it up. And so it was like, I'm delirious for even questioning it. And well, then I asked him, you know, are you not going to entertain the question at all? And he's like, I'll get back to you. It's like, okay, well, rinse and repeat. I did that like a couple times, and well, there's not a compelling claim on the other side. None that I could find. I don't know. I like to be honest about these things. I don't know. It's freaking me out.
No, you're freaking him out because he doesn't know how to answer because he's got nothing. You're perfectly normal.
So, did the guys here explain to you before about the long distance observations and the horizon distance, all those things?
Yeah, don't worry. I've looked those over like 1,000 times, and I think the night I was here, I was actually calculating the curvature myself, and doesn't add up.
I remember you now. Yeah, it didn't work out, did it?
No.
Yeah, that's cool. I put a video in there. You might like it. It's, if you want to watch it later, it's a flat earther that went to a university and was asking professors different questions. And some of them were more sincere, probably, than the person you were talking about. Like, they kind of admit that a lot of these things are theoretical and they don't have all the answers. You might like it.
If you're out there and you got something to say, please hop in, man. Say something, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be forcing me to play some music up in here, bitch. Excuse the language.
Yeah, I tried, oh no, to send you the link to the Flat Earth server. There's a lot more information to research there, but I couldn't send it to you. But if you type in discord.gg/flat earth, then you can get to that server. Did anybody send you that before?
No, I don't think I received that, but I'll look into it.
Yeah, I can't send it to you, but you could just type it in discord.gg/ all one word, flat earth.
Or you could just tap on anybody's FEER icon next to their handle.
That's what we thought, but that guy earlier tried to do that and he couldn't join because it said it was a private server. He gave us a screenshot of what he gets when he clicks on it. But they still have to get an invite. It's unfortunate.
The vanity link works. The discord.gg flat earth.
Maybe you have to be friends with the person.
I've never used it to join a server. I just knew it linked to our server, so at least when you click it on another guy and you're a part of that server, you can get that tag and it looks like that. But if you're not a part of that server, it might look different, and that's probably what the other guy experienced. Yeah, it makes sense then, the lion. He's not part of the server. He's not going to get the prompt to add that to his thing. And so he needs the vanity link to get invited to the server, so to speak.
Yeah, so hopefully he can do that. Oh, there's a bunch of people that just came in. If anybody has a question about Flat Earth, feel free to speak up.
Well, I mean, you guys do seem to know a little bit more than me, so riddle me this, and this bothers me a little bit. So, if the Earth is flat, observably, right, the surface at least, how's the water contained, huh? Like, is there ice on the sides? Like, seems like a
Space
silly
is fake. Where's the water supposed to go?
Exactly. Well,
If space is fake,
vacuum-
where's the water supposed to go? If space is fake, where's it supposed to go?
Yeah.
It's also like, just think about it for a second. The sea level isn't dropping, so the water must be contained. Water is generally contained by shorelines, so we can generally assume that it's contained by a shoreline.
Right. But then, is there an end?
You know,
don't
that's
know.
gonna end you. That's gonna send you down another rabbit hole, sir. I promise you that one.
We've never been to the ends of the earth. I don't think anyone has, and if anyone has, he's not reported it.
Good God.
Well, think about this one. Back in the, what was it, the 40s? Is when was that airing of that show, The Longines Chronoscope, with Admiral Richard Byrd, and what he had to say about his trip to the bottom of the world, as he called it. Shortly thereafter, forming of NASA, and shortly after that, the fake moon landing. So, yeah, there's some history there that can lead to some well-rooted speculation, right? Well-founded speculations, but nothing, nothing that you can say is conclusive enough to make any positive claims.
Yeah,
without
I would say
considered pure speculation.
Yeah, I would say it's very interesting to look at the account of Admiral Byrd, both going to the north and going to the south. Very weird stories, not conducive with the globe at all. And after that, they did like Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic, and they nuked the sky. And the Russians, in released CIA documents, claimed that they were nuking the sky so that they could document the reflectivity of the firmament. And so that's in CIA documents. And then after that, they created NASA, and the Soviets created their space program, and both space programs were manned and staffed by Nazis recruited from Germany. And as we now know, and it's been released, that Hitler survived that whole thing. Like the world and history as we know it is kind of being played with because we only get told certain things by the victors. We get told certain things by the people who want you to believe certain things. Why they want you to believe those things, we cannot know, but we can make inferences and see that they are benefiting from those decisions, but we can't assume why they're doing it. We can't know that. And then the people that followed just believe it. Like we've heard from NASA employees tell us that, well, the simulations look so realistic that we cannot tell the difference between the simulations and the missions. So naturally, most of the staff doesn't need to be in on anything. They just believe the Earth is a globe and they work in their job and they go home and that's fine. The problem is the Earth isn't a globe. Otherwise it would measure as such. We would find evidence of that everywhere.
Drace, have you seen any of the footage of that private vessel, the ship that was attempting to travel beyond south beyond the 60th parallel and getting stopped by that unmarked military ship? Have you seen any of that footage?
I've seen a couple of videos like that. I've seen videos of fishing boats. Don't remember where they were from. I think they were from New Zealand or something like that. And they were sailing too far south, and military ships would push them back or be like, "Return! You're not allowed in these waters." Yee. I've seen stuff like that, and then I've seen Earl Andahoy, who was a Norwegian sailor who snuck all the way to the south with his friends, and then as they were exploring, apparently his friends disappeared and all sorts of bullshit, and then he eventually wanted to rescue his friends, but the Norwegian government wouldn't allow him to go and rescue his friends, and it was a whole mess.
Yeah, I wonder what that guy's doing now. Yeah, it'd be fun to talk to him.
Yeah, that's a great idea. It would be really interesting to talk to him.
Yeah, but the question is, why would they get stopped for traveling down there? Why would these unmarked military vessels stop them on their way down there?
Well, they don't
Why
want
would
to
that
violate
footage exist?
international treaties, and they're just
There's
enforcing
an
the
international treaty. Oh, see. Did you know about that treaty?
It also looks really bad because when you look at the ship trackers and those fishing boats sail too far south, they start sailing into the landmass of the Antarctic according to the map. And so they have a little bit of a problem because Earth is a little bit bigger than their globe. And so consistently you find fishing boats sailing through Antarctica. And so they need to stop the boats from actually sailing too far, otherwise it becomes just too obvious how fake the ball is. Of course, the soldiers on the ships don't know that. They're just enforcing the treaty.
So, did you hear about that? Did you know that there was a treaty that was signed back in the day that's still in effect today?
I'm not familiar. No, what is the treaty in question?
Yeah, go ahead, Drace. Tell them about this treaty.
It's the Antarctic Treaty. It basically states that free exploration is not allowed below the 60th parallel, if I remember correctly, and it needs to be supervised because of the penguins, and it's a protected zone, and so you're allowed to go to the peninsula that sticks out of the Antarctic, and because that sticks out beyond the 60th parallel, so that's where all the cruise ships go to Antarctica and see the penguins. However, the entire interior of the Antarctic is a no-go zone unless you're a research-specific group who has clearance to go there. And if you go somewhere where there needs to be an environmental assessment before you go there, which costs millions, and you need to have the assessment, and then you can get approved. And if you don't get approved, then you don't get to go. And if you do get to go, you're not allowed to bring any mechanical vehicles. You're not allowed to leave anything anywhere. So you can only use human power, or you can bring a sled. You can drag it on your back. And if you need to relieve yourself in some way, all of that needs to be stored in your sled so that you don't disturb the non-existent life on Antarctica and the ice. And so it basically makes any kind of exploration of the Antarctic impossible. And so that's basically where we're at with that.
How old is that treaty? And how many people decided on that treaty? Just so you know, here's what went down.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact date. Other people probably remember it better. You can look it up.
Hey, I also want to bring up another problem: navigation. So this is according to them, right? You can't go there at night because then the average temperature is like negative 96 degrees Celsius. So you can't really operate in those conditions as a human being. So you can't navigate using stars. And then can't navigate with a compass because compasses just spin and spin and spin. They don't point in any direction. So how are you even going to explore at all if you don't know where you're going when it's just a giant sheet of ice, white in every direction with no discernible landmarks? You'll just end up walking in a big circle over and over again.
Yeah, not to mention the regular ice storms, snowstorms.
Yeah, and the low humidity, and the fact you're going to have to drink tons and tons of water a day.
Yep. You can't even bring that much water with you to go any kind of distance because you have to drag that.
How are you going to keep it liquid? How are you going to keep it liquid, Drace?
Yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah, you're going to have to bring more fuel to melt the water than freaking water.
Yeah, well, I think it was 57 countries signed the treaty, and I believe the treaty was signed shortly after Admiral Byrd's expedition. So, and that expedition that was led by the whole U.S. Navy. I mean, you're talking in today's dollars. I don't even know how many millions of dollars they threw at that expedition.
Coincides with something called the International Geophysical Year. If you look that up on Google. So all the countries in the world, like the Soviet Union, the United States, all got together and did scientific collaborations. I use that term loosely. It's also when Sputnik was part of that. Explorer 1 was part of that. The 2 supposed first satellites, right? So a whole propaganda thing rolled out behind this International Geophysical Year.
Hello, Lily. Welcome to the channel.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm fine too. Have you heard about the flat Earth before?
No, it's the first time I came here. I come here.
Oh, good. Yeah, so what we do here is we look at the globe model they give us, and, we try to find out if it in any way matches the reality that we live, and we find out that it doesn't. There's no curvature. There's no sphere. Because, when you look at the world, it doesn't look like a globe, does it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, when you think about where have you actually heard about this globe model or this sphere or this ball that we supposedly live on? These are all images given to us. But when we investigate the images, we find out they're not verifiable, and there's a lot of evidence that the flat horizon that we see over large bodies of water, and that's documented even at high altitudes, that's what there is. A flat horizon, just like you observe.
I live in the little Iceland, so there is only water around me, and sometimes there is. Sorry, I just. My English is not enough good to explain my thought. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Did you say that you do live near water or you do not?
I live in a little Iceland, so there is only water around.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you
said
are
you live in
surrounded by
Iceland?
water.
Did she say Iceland? Did you say Iceland?
Lily?
She means an
Yeah.
island. An island. Small island.
Island.
Oh, okay.
I thought maybe she
Become
said
more
Iceland
excited,
at
my
first
ears perked
too.
up
I
here.
know. I was thinking that too, but I wasn't sure. So good thing Indio asked. Yeah, so you live on an island. Yeah. So that's basically, that's one of the main arguments we have is everywhere you look when you're on an island in the ocean, the water's flat, and we are also told that over 70% of the world is covered in water, and our experience is that water lies flat, and it's also a good place to test for curvature because you can do a laser test, for example, over water, and you can see that the laser hits the target at distances that would be impossible if we were on a globe. So, yeah, I mean, when you're looking out there at the ocean, it looks pretty flat, doesn't it?
Yes. There is just water, in fact. There is no mountain too. Just water.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, I can put some videos in chat you might like to look at when you have time. Explains it in more detail, particularly about
I
the
live
laser test.
I live in a little island called Rangiroa in French Polynesia. They are.
Ooh.
It's. I
French
don't know how.
Polynesia.
Yes.
So do you speak French? Is that your native language or what?
Yes, I speak French.
Mhm. Okay, well, I put one in there. I'll tag you. Can you see the chat that goes along with this channel? There's so many lilies, but only one is a black cat. Do you see that where it says Black Swan Rising? A continuing investigation by Dr. John D. I think you'll like that one because the narration is really clear, and then they also have a lot of labels and captions and stuff. Oh, and oh no, can translate if you need. Nice. Oh, but Dre says you're not allowed. That's what he says. But anyway, that's cool. So this one, yeah, basically this particular video, they're showing some buoys, and you can look at the video yourself and then I'll put just a still shot from the video in there. So what this video, it's 15 minutes. Dr. John D has done a lot of tests, but this one in particular, it says there, the series of observations show the observed horizon becoming increasingly visible further and further behind the buoy. So he does a bunch of observations of this buoy, different times of day, different conditions, and so on. But the Earth has a maximum horizon distance depending on the observer height. So what this observation shows is that the horizon is way behind the buoy, and therefore you don't live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. And after you look at some of these, I mean, you could, Lily, also test it on your island. I don't know if there would be like a buoy or lighthouse or something fixed you could look at, or another island and determine the distance, or you could look at
Or up the
passing ships.
Yes,
What'd
you
you
can
say?
look up the coast, like if the coast curves a little bit, she can actually use that as well. She doesn't need to go like look too far out if she doesn't have a marker.
But there's the marinetraffic.com. You could use that if you see a ship and find out how far out it is.
Yeah, I like using bays. So you can position yourself at one edge of the bay and then look around, just even small bays, just like Drake's was saying, a curve. And like all islands have an area like that. You can look down the beach or down the rocks around that bay. An easy one.
It makes it even worse for the Globers because you're not looking out over towards the ocean where the wind is colder, the water's colder, where the water's really shallow and the ground is hotter. You're going to have a more of a equalized view across the bay or that coastline. If you're looking not straight out to sea, or just like when you're looking straight inland and you're looking over an area that's getting really heated by the sun, it's going to be different. So there's all these different small factors that can play into how things look. So it's good to just take your time, look at as much as possible. The more things you look at, the more obvious it becomes.
Does anybody else have a question about Flat Earth? Michael, Mick, Snow, Dork? Or if you think of something else, Lily, feel free to speak up.
It's amazing to think how far the French got, right? Everywhere.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Maybe even worse than the English and the Spanish.
Yeah, I mean, Louisiana still has the French Quarter. There's still a lot of. My mom's dad was French, and they came in the Acadian migration where they first went to Canada, then they went to New Orleans. But the other three forces all British Isles, but I do got that little bit quarter of the French. Hi, Dragonite. How are you?
Hi, why is it so quiet over here? I'm fine.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe people are tired. I mean, I'm pretty tired, but I'm still here.
We're waiting for you.
That's
There's just so many people and no one's talking.
Yeah, we're not rude.
Yeah, people were talking the moment before you arrived, and then you arrived, and there was a moment of silence. It's not normal. It's just normal.
Okay.
It was a moment of silence for the death of the globe. Unless you
What
can
are you
prove
guys
otherwise.
talking about? Hello?
I don't know,
Hello?
someone's echoing. Is that you echoing? Yeah.
No?
You-
That's me.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh, is it? Okay. Alright. Are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's this channel called? Did he leave?
Dragonite's still here. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, did you just kind of trip over and stumble in here, or how'd you find your way? It is called the 24/7 Flat Earth channel.
I just came, like, I was just wandering here and there, and I just found that there's so many people in this. So I got into this, but there's a lot of silence over here.
Okay, well, the Earth is flat, measured,
Earth is flat.
seen, and used as a flat, non-rotating surface. So we know that the Earth is flat. Sorry?
Sorry?
I don't know, if you try and let me finish my sentence before you talk, then you might hear what I say.
Okay, man, complete.
The Earth is flat. It looks that way, it measures that way, and it's used that way. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Do you disagree or agree?
Disagree.
Disagree. Okay, so you'd have some evidence then that would tell you why you disagree.
You can literally find so many videos on YouTube, man.
Oh, videos of what?
Hello?
Yeah, videos of what?
Like, wow, the Earth, like you're saying that we measure in a flat way, so you're saying Earth is flat, right?
Yep.
Bro, it's just negligible. The curvature is just negligible because it is too much larger. Like, it's around the radius is around 6,000 kilometers, I guess. So when you're measuring, it's just negligible. So it just
so
appears.
yeah, 10 miles would be 66 feet of drop. That's a 6-story building, so it's not really insignificant. Yeah. So over a 10-mile distance, there'd be a vertical drop from your point of a 6-story building.
Bro, that's height, right? You're not measuring the distance between 2 points on the curved surface. You're just measuring of a building, and the building's completely vertical, right? How can you measure the curvature of it?
Sorry? Do you understand what curvature means?
Yeah, I do understand.
Yeah, so from your point, every distance away from you should be dropping down at a certain rate.
Repeat it.
If the Earth is curved, from your position, every point in distance away from you should be dropping down, right?
It's not always right. You might be at a lower point compared to the other point, right? So it might be
Okay,
above you.
I'm going to put myself at the edge of the water. Would that fix it?
Okay, it's saying like on the poles.
Sorry?
You're saying the point on the poles.
No, I didn't say anything about the poles. Did you hear me say poles?
No.
Why'd you say I said poles then?
I was asking you, are you referring to poles?
I didn't say poles, did I? I said I'm going to put
Bro,
myself at the edge of the water.
to poles. I didn't say, did you say poles? I was asking, were you referring to poles? I
When
hope you
said
understand.
I said I'm going to put myself at the edge. I said I'm going to put myself at the edge of the water, right? Didn't I say that?
You're saying that you will put yourself on the edge of the
Edge of the water.
water.
I don't think I've got the patience for this. Sorry, guys. Someone else can do it.
What's your question, Dragonite?
I don't know. He was saying, I consider a point on the edge of the water. I just didn't get what he was trying to say. And first of all, his audio isn't. I don't know. I cannot hear him properly. Is it Dandelion who is speaking right now?
Yes, that was me.
So can you clarify the question? Hope your audio is better than him.
Well, what's the question?
Bro, are you still in Timbo?
Is the question just explaining why the Earth is flat about the water? I'm sorry, I was doing something else.
Yeah, I was talking about so from your position, every distance away from you will be drop. Yeah. And he said no, because you could be lower than something. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to put myself at the edge of water. So every distance away from me should be a drop over distance at 10 miles of 66 feet, 6-story building being covered by the curve. And he said no. So I don't know. And he started talking about the poles or something.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. The expected drop, if you were on a globe at 10 miles, would be 66 feet, and we don't observe that in reality.
Any other questions?
Oh, John
So
Rambo's
is it
here.
what you
Isn't he
guys
one of
do?
the... Say again,
So basically,
Dragonite?
you ask everyone who enters the chat and ask them whether Earth is flat or not, right?
Well, how else are you going to find out someone is flat earther or round earther?
Who's speaking?
Me.
Okay, yeah, bro.
So someone brand new comes into the server, all we've got is a name tag. Like yours, for example, Dragonite. There's nothing on your
Yeah.
name tag that identifies you. Flat earth, round earth, fence sitter, doesn't know. The best way to find out is ask question.
Yeah, we like to find out, what people think about the Earth and why
So
they
all of
think
you guys,
it.
all of you guys know each other, right? Like all the people in this thing.
Not all of us.
So, like, do you guys do it daily? Like, asking it? Matrix.
For example, I'll go down the list. Bella, someone? Don't know. You, don't know. Who else we got? John Rambo, don't know. K-Dot, don't know.
So okay, it's fine. But do you guys do it daily? Like, on a daily basis, you do this?
Do I pop in daily? Most days, yes.
Okay, so what are the insights that you have gathered from so many days? I guess you've been doing this, I guess.
Say again, sorry, what are the...
So you've been doing this since many days, I guess, right? So you might have gathered some insights from many people. So can you just give me a summary?
A summary? Would you like me to
Yeah,
be
regarding the
polite or to be
information you
rude?
have gathered over here from so many days by asking people.
Yeah, summary of the insight. He said summary of the insights. Yeah, I mean, the insights are that people believe in the globe, even though they don't have any objective evidence. And if they get right down to it, they have to admit they believe in it because they're trusting so-called experts. And then when we try to find out who these so-called experts are, the people usually can't tell us because there are no experts in the globe model because it's just a story. It doesn't actually hold up in reality. So that's why when you
Okay,
drill
so all of
down
you
to
guys
it, people
believe
can't
Earth is flat.
explain it.
So all of you guys believe Earth is flat, right?
No, we don't believe it's flat. We know it's flat.
Bro, that's called believing, man.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Okay, in your point of reference, it's not. It's okay. In your point of reference, it's not. Okay.
If belief was knowledge, we wouldn't need two different words.
Okay, man, I just agreed. My bad.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
Okay, I guess all of you are gonna just kill me. Okay, did someone just argue with you guys a lot, stating that Earth is round? Did someone win in the argument?
No, not yet.
I don't think so because you're still saying that the Earth is flat. So no one did, I
Do you know
guess.
why they don't win? I'll tell you. It's very simple. They don't win because they don't provide any evidence of measured drop over distance. That is it. It is that simple. If you're on a ball, there would be drop over distance measurable. No one provides it, so we patiently wait till they do.
But I think more importantly, at the end of the day, could anyone please inform me why it matters whether it is round or flat?
Good one, buddy.
So if it doesn't matter to you, then it's a you problem, right?
That's not what I said. Please don't misquote me.
If it doesn't matter to you, then it's a you problem.
So how does it matter to you?
Well, it's called truth, right? So does the truth matter?
Oh, well, that depends on what truth.
That is not necessary, but it's not
It depends.
My question still remains, what is the importance of it being flat or round?
Truth. Is truth important?
Well, we're referring to this particular truth.
Yeah. So if one of the two options is true,
Right. So then, if you already know the truth, what's the purpose?
well, it's for you, isn't it? So provide information, share information, right?
If we know the truth, so we have to apply the truth.
You what?
If I know the truth, we have to apply the truth. It's not just knowing the truth.
Yeah, okay. So which one's the truth then? Let's go through that. And then we don't have to worry about why it
So
matters.
what,
We just
like, what?
worry
Look, can
if one is
no,
true and the other is
I am in.
not.
I
then-
got into the middle of the concept, like in the conversation. Can I know, like, what is what guys?
Relax,
What do you guys
Noah,
like?
don't talk over people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So first we must work out whether it is true or not, and then we can decide if it matters or not. Right?
But okay, so but I thought you said you were a holder of that truth already.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a
exactly.
doubt, guys. Hey, I have a doubt. Can I talk,
Yeah,
or
so-
someone's talking?
So we can either talk about whether it's true or not, like with the information, or we can talk about whether it matters whether it's true or not. Which one would you prefer? You want to talk about the information or the why?
If I'm following correctly, I think it would be the why.
Or you'd rather know why instead of whether it is or not?
Correct.
Really? That's weird. So why would
like,
you ask the question why? Why would you ask the question why if you don't know whether it is or not?
So because I think that whether it is or isn't, on a personal scale, I guess it doesn't truly matter to me.
Then
But-
why would the why matter if you don't care
So-
about the is?
Because
already established that it doesn't matter to you, why are
One
you in this
question.
room?
One question at a time, please.
Excellent.
So
So,
the
if
very
you have
first
already
question-
established, if you personally have already established that it does not matter, a very simple question is, why are you even in this room?
Right. So answering the very first question, the first question I believe was why. Why do you want to know the why instead of the other way around? And then someone mentioned that it was weird. Well, I
Yeah, it is.
think I
Because
think
why would
that-
you be asking the question why if you don't know whether it is? So you don't know whether it is or not. So
I'm
then
trying
the
to
why
answer.
doesn't matter yet, right?
I'm trying to answer you.
So would you like to know some information about Earth being globe or Earth being flat, or are we gonna have a philosophical argument?
I'm not having an argument. If you are, that's your problem.
Oh,
I'm here
that's
to-
fine. I'm saying we're here to talk about an objective truth, right?
Okay.
If you want to talk about the whys and the wants, then maybe you should go into a philosophy channel or something like that.
Well, you see, I have made no claims. You have.
I don't
I'm
really
trying
care
to-
whether you made a. I haven't made a claim either. What claim did I make?
You did initially. You stated
what
that.
did I say?
You stated that you know that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Do you want to know how I know?
But I'm focused more on the importance of.
So that's a no.
Why it matters. So no,
So that's a no,
not. That's no. That's not a no. I typically I'm silent when someone else speaks so they can finish their sentence. It's kind of rude to interrupt someone in mid sentence.
I don't care about your opinions.
That's perfectly fine. That's not an issue.
Great.
Moving along. The reason why I would like to know why it's important is single-handedly so that I can determine the initial,
truth. I already
whether
told you truth. Like the truth is important, correct?
What do you believe?
Hang on. The truth is important, right?
that depends who's seeking the truth and for what purpose.
Okay, so you're just gonna go around in subjectivity, right? So you're whatever I ask you, you're not gonna answer.
I
You're
just answered you. I did answer you.
Okay, depends on what, where we live. Does where we live, the truth about where we live, is that important to you?
Where we live as a planet or a country or.
Okay, is where you live important to you?
In terms of country or the planet?
I can't speak to these people.
I don't understand.
You're just obfuscating and refusing to answer the question. So that is just being obtuse. Do you not want to partake in this conversation, or do you want to be booted out?
Let me make sure I'm recording this.
We are, for your convenience. If you scroll up to the top, there is 2 YouTube bots that you can click on any time and go directly to YouTube.
It's good. Just keep recording yourself about not answering any questions. That's fine.
No, that's not what I'm recording. I'm recording the threats.
What threats?
That I'm going to be booted out.
Yeah, if you violate our rules and just obfuscate and don't answer any questions and don't want to partake in the conversation, you're just trolling. And so you will be booted out. That's normal.
Trolling.
That's called moderation. Stop trolling and act like a man.
I'm not trolling.
You are trolling. That's obvious to all who have eyes and ears.
Why would I be trolling when I'm a moderator of the server?
I don't care why you're reasoning for trolling. It's clear you are trolling because you're refusing to answer any questions.
I have answered all questions that have been asked.
No, you haven't. You've done your best to sidestep them.
Absolutely not.
Liar, I'm calling you out. Stop it. Act like an adult, please.
Yeah, we record this entire conversation, so you cannot act like it didn't happen.
Oh, I'm glad that it's recorded.
Always. Because of people like you.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. So if someone comes in and says, "Did you threaten this guy?" We get the recording and we go, "Here you go, here's the whole recording. You make your own decision." And then they go, "Huh, you didn't? Okay, no worries."
You're welcome to engage in good faith. We want that. You can answer the questions if you want to, or you can obfuscate and try to run away from them. That's your choice.
Can I join in conversation? Can I join in conversation?
Not yet. Not yet.
The last question that was asked was if it was important to me where I lived or where we lived.
Yep.
And I asked a follow-up question with, in terms of like our planet or Earth or our country. I don't
call
know.
it Earth. Let's call it Earth.
Then
Is it important?
It is important. Absolutely.
Okay, so do you want to know?
Truth depended on the person and all sorts of nonsense, which is just obfuscation.
No. What I meant with that was in general terms. The truth is obviously something that everyone tries to seek, especially if it's an important subject matter.
You said it depends.
Yes.
So obviously not. Yeah. So now you're going
depend.
against what you said before. So you said obviously it's important.
No,
we have it recorded.
It is important, and it does depend.
Right?
Yes, because for example, if we're referring to this particular subject, right, it would be dependent upon the person that is seeking.
Okay.
Because
Well,
if they don't
was I speaking to you or someone else?
I would be led to believe to me.
Yeah. So why would we be talking about other people then?
Objective truth is also not dependent on the person. So we're just talking about objective truth. We're not talking about subjective truth or personal truths.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's clear. This is my first time coming in here. I don't know anything about this, so I can't suppose or
So
take a stance
you
when I
coming in
don't
here,
know.
what
Yeah.
you've done is you started from the back end and go, why does it matter? So hopefully, if it matters because it's a life and death situation, you'd go, oh shit, it's definitely flat.
Absolutely.
So
without a doubt.
Why? Hold on. So why did you work backwards? Why didn't you just go, okay, you claim it's flat. Why do you say it's flat? And one of the guys would have went, well, it's measured flat. And it doesn't matter what your reasoning is for being here, what you believe afterwards. If you understand that it is measured flat, then the questions that follow may be the reason why a lot of people take up this subject matter.
The Earth is measured flat?
Holy shit, isn't that amazing?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a
why we're
problem,
here.
isn't it?
The Earth is oh, well, that's weird. Didn't know that.
At least you sound more reasonable now. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Good night.
Driss. Good night, bro.
Catch it, Joyce.
What's up?
Thank you for the link. Okay, I shall watch that.
If anybody else has a question or comment, feel free to speak up. Noah, I think you were asking something, Akai. Akai is asking what the voice channel is about. It's about the flat Earth, the failure of the globe model.
Well, we've always been taught that the very initial claim from Greek times was that the Earth was flat. That was the very first claim that was ever made. And then another one came about, and then tried to prove that one wrong, and said that it was a globe, spherical. And then based on that second opinion, because obviously at that time, how do you determine that, right? When you're primitive, when you're lacking advanced technology, how can you make that particular claim that it's spherical as opposed to flat? But modern day times today, that's what's being taught in all schools.
Yeah, the problem is that the globe itself is an esoteric idea back from the ancient Greek times.
Right.
And then, even though now that we have the technology to be able to see what's really going on, which many people have used that technology to demonstrate a flat horizon and so on, and to show the lack of curvature and the lack of drop over distance, Some people are still clinging to an ancient cult belief, and the ancient cult belief is the globe. So yeah, it's too bad that some people are stuck in the past and are not taking advantage of the wide variety of information available to us. Hopefully people will come out of the globe dark ages at some point.
Are you guys waiting for someone to enter so that you can ask them questions? Hello, Dandelion.
Hello, I'm here, yes.
So you guys are waiting for someone so that he can enter and you can ask him questions, right?
Yeah, anybody can ask a question, or you can. Yeah, sometimes we just talk about stuff that just, nobody feels like chatting. We're not, people are...
I'm going to ask someone.
Pardon?
I'm not on the flat earth side, so I'm not going to ask anyone.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
you
bye.
can still ask. I mean, you can ask whatever you want.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Fine,
used to talking to globe believers.
So where are you guys from, most of you? Like, which part of the earth?
Well, I'm from the United States of America.
Isn't it too late for you guys?
It's pretty late.
Like,
It's after midnight. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed soon, but we do have some people from Australia in here. So
Okay.
yeah, we got people from so many different places.
Never too late to do the flat smacking, you know.
That's right.
Mary, how you doing?
Destroying sleep over here.
What'd you say?
You guys are destroying your sleep over here, right?
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. I think you said we're destroying our sleep. Maybe I don't know, but yeah, I mean, everybody's an adult; they can figure it out. It's the weekend.
The only thing we're destroying is the globe and the globe's
That's right.
believer.
And let it be okay. Did any of you try to like make it official? So you're believing that the Earth is flat, right? So did any of you try it? Like Discord is a smaller thing. If you're trying to state that Earth is flat in such a smaller space, nothing will change. So why not on a bigger scale?
Dragon Knight, did you hear what his name Matrix was telling you earlier? When we say the Earth is flat, it's not a belief, my friend, because we all experience the same thing. A flat, motionless Earth. You experience the same thing. I experience the same thing. We all experience the same thing, right? So it's not a belief. That's the first. Dude, hold on. Let me finish. Because you don't understand between belief and knowing or knowledge, right? So I'm trying to explain to you. So first-hand evidence, it doesn't require any belief at all because we all experience, observe the same thing. Now, if you want, so if anything, the globe is the belief because you can't see it, you can't measure it, you can't touch it, and it's required belief. So the globe is on the belief side, and flat earth, it's something that you know and experience. So I hope this will clear it up for you so you can understand.
So can I say that, bro? It's your perspective, man. You're saying Earth is flat because you believe. No, I will not say believe. Earth is flat according to you. It's not. I don't think so. According to me, I don't experience a flat Earth, man. You might be experiencing it. I experience a Earth that's spherical.
So wait a minute. Wait a minute. So okay, let's talk about experience. Okay, so you saying you experience something different from us or from everybody else, right? So when you go outside, right, do you experience that the earth is wobbling, tilting in a crazy freaking speed, right? Do you experience any of that beside earthquake?
Nope.
Oh, so you don't? Okay, so we all experience the same thing then.
Yeah, we experience the same thing, but it's different phenomenon that you think and that I think. The way it works.
You have a belief. You have a belief, so that's different. Yeah, you have a belief.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm believing in the spherical Earth, man. I'm saying that only.
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want. Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
have no issue with
That's
that.
the same thing I'm saying. Want to. Now you guys just say that I'm not believing it. It is. That's the main issue, right? You must respect the other guy's opinion.
Dude, stop. Don't tell us what we believe in all this stuff. If you believe in the globe, then you believe in the globe. We know the earth is flat, is measured flat, right? We use as flat, we navigate as flat. That's what we see, that's what we observe. Every day.
That's
it doesn't
what you
change.
do, but you shit, right? Okay. Leave it.
Look,
It's like you know the part of algebra.
Look, Mr. Dragon, right? I don't know. I don't have no problems of you believing the globe. You want to believe in the globe? Cool. You can go on with your life, do whatever you want to do. But if you want to know about flat Earth, right? I can share you some information. I can send you some information so you can check it out. We also have a home-based server that has tons of information that you never seen before or you never even heard of. If you're interested, I can share with you. But if you don't want to, you just want here to argue without presenting anything, from the globe side, then you do whatever you gotta do. Just you go on. I don't have no time for that. And that's what
Even
we
I
hear.
don't
Like
have
we
time
only
to
here to share information with people or trying to wake people up. If they don't want to, that's on them.
Yeah, I don't want to, man. I don't have a lot of time to check out all the research
Bye,
papers.
Felicia. Bye. You can get out of this room.
Bye.
Bye.
Is the
Later.
moon flat too?
All of you have a great day, and good
Yep,
night to some people.
I have a question, guys. Is the moon also flat?
Did anybody make any claims about the moon?
No, it was just a question. Like,
Oh, well, what do you think? What do you see?
I see that it's round, and I have a phone. I could take a picture, like, of the moon, and it seems like it's round or spherical because there is some shade and contrast.
Okay, so what is your point?
No, I was just like thinking maybe the moon also is flat.
No, nobody in here make any claims about the moon being flat. No. All we saying the Earth is measured flat, looks flat, navigators flat, practically used as flat. About the moon, I don't know. I never been there. I don't know what the hell they made of. The distance, what kind of mediums it's in, I don't know. But the Earth, as far as the Earth, I know it's flat. It looks flat. It measures flat. So with the moon, I can't answer. I can't answer because I don't know.
Now here's an interesting bit. Even if you wanted to find out, can you? Like, what would you do to find out?
For the moon?
Yeah.
I know, like, I can see it with my naked eye, so I don't know.
Okay.
Because it's constantly changing, and yeah.
So all you can do is see from one vantage point. All right?
I mean,
So you're kind of shit out of luck.
it looks exactly like a football that I put like at some distance, and if I change it, like the light source, it behaves the same. So
Is a football circular?
it is circular from one point of view, and when you change it, like when you change the light source, it gives the spherical impression.
Okay. Sorry, just to be clear, when you say football, I presume you mean European football, i.e., soccer.
The ball. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the thing.
But the
man.
Earth.
The thing is,
But
with
the Earth, as long as I don't go to space myself, and
right. But the good news is you are here on it, so you can measure certain properties or, different aspects of what you do have access to.
Yep. If I had like the time, I would literally take an airplane and keep flying. I mean, the time and the logistics, I'll keep flying till if I get back to the same point.
Well, what would that? How would you do that? What direction would you go? And how would you orient yourself, right?
Yeah, I'll make sure to keep all the parameters stable without any deviations and stuff like that. If you get back to the same point, it's like drawing a line on a football and
Okay.
getting back to the same point.
But the issue with that is exactly that. It's logistical. So most people, what they would do is they would align themselves in some cardinal direction, like west or east, and then keep track.
If you don't believe in those, you won't use them for your own experiment. You see what I mean?
What do you mean by believe in them?
If you don't if you want to start from a blank paper, you cannot use something which is
Yeah, okay.
You see what I mean?
Sure, man. I mean, good luck with that. But in the north, a compass is fairly reliable. But so say you want to go down that route. You go east. Then what?
You keep going that way. Whatever direction you start from, you just keep going that way. You know?
Okay.
If
So
the Earth is spherical, you technically will come back to the same point.
okay, but what if, for example, just speaking hypothetically, right? We have two hypotheticals. One is it's spherical, and north is at the top pole. Whereas if it's flat, north is at a center point. If you're going to go east or west, you're just going to be traveling around a pinpoint in either case.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that prove?
I mean,
think about it. At such a scale as where we live, how would you even know if you're deviating or if you're bending left or right?
But what I'm curious about is what you guys like. What's like in a flat settings? Okay, like it will be like a table, right?
Well,
so
sure.
Like, what's on the edge of that table? Like,
that's an unknown, man. As far as we know, given other points of study, is we're in a contained environment. So if anything, an edge would be a barrier, not something that you would necessarily fall off of. I imagine you're picturing a pizza flying in space or some shit. That water's just leaking off of consistently.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the issue. That's not
the flat shape, or
that's not
is it
what
completely flat, or does it have some thickness or something?
Well, it certainly has thickness. I mean, what was it? Russia? Some groups in Russia, they dug upwards of 7 or 8 miles beneath the surface. That was the max. Yeah, that was like a record-breaking depth. So beyond that, I mean, who knows?
Interesting.
That's why this is a very interesting topic, man. There are many things that we're like, we grew up with kind of taking for granted. Our teachers told us this, that, the other thing. And no one, we were too young to be like, oh, well, how do we know this? How do we know that? Are you sure about this? Who discovered that? Who determined this? Or, these types of questions.
Yeah.
So here we are doing just that. And we're kind of like, something doesn't smell right. Sorry, man.
Really interesting, though.
I think it is. You have any other
All right, guys. Nice talking to you.
Nope. All right. Take it easy.
See you around.
Hello,
Good evening.
anybody here?
Yes, we are.
Yep, we here.
I am.
Wow. Nope. I just greeting for you guys. Have a greeting.
How long were you in here?
My English is not that good. I just come here to find a friend.
Oh, okay. So you just arrived here. Well, welcome. Nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Um, well, I have to nap for a while and see you guys later.
Alrighty. Hi and bye.
Bye bye.
For anybody interested, I just pushed a couple things to the website, made it a little bit more clean. If you notice it, you'll notice it. If not, well, I guess that's good too.
Did you finish, Mike?
It's hard to tell, man. It really is, because the finish line is not really determined, you know? I'm just
Yeah,
going
let me
at it.
check it out again.
I'll tweak this, tweak that. I mean, now it should be a little bit cleaner on mobile. Use the different setup. So, you know,
It looks good. It looks awesome.
the buttons or the links, you know, if you hover over them a little bit, on mobile,
Oh, I see.
touch and drag. It's
Yeah,
a little
it
bit
showed the blue, right? It changed the color. Yep.
The biggest thing I noticed was the first iteration was I was using something that worked well on a regular screen, but on mobile it worked too, but you kind of had to zoom out for it to really fill your screen, and then everything was small, you know? So how I have it now, it fits better. Things are more legible, and now the images and the videos are kind of like a little bit more better scaled to the screen, depending on the screen size. So it's easier to, to read or to see the image. And the video, it's more comfortable to either watch on a small, screen as is, or, you tap on it and okay, I'll go full screen, I don't know. I think it's just a little bit cleaner now overall.
Hey, look awesome, bro. Good job on that part, man.
It's cool. It's I think it's in a comfortable state now where we're kind of like, oh, well, we want to add this, we want to add that. It's easier to build upon now without risking deviating from the design and screwing too many things up, or screwing anything up rather.
Yeah, but think about it, Mike. Think about it, right? When we had to go through these type of stuff, we had to spend a lot of time digging through a lot of stuff. We have to watch a bunch of documentaries, or we have to look up certain website, or we have to look up the Black Swan, right? And we had to do a lot of stuff. Now, when you put all the information in one place, we actually make it easy for a lot of people. You know what I mean?
I think so.
And I think, yeah. And
I mean,
I don't think people are seeing that.
I'm happy to, man. I saw the initial phase of it. Indio kind of pointed me to where the stuff there. He pointed me to the old stuff where a lot of that was already done, and this is just a rehashing of that. So there used to be a little wiki that he had going, but it was like 1990s technology. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Right? And he kind of tried to manage that and upkeep it, but it was a hassle. So I'm like, screw it, just give me the meat and potatoes of it, and let's upgrade, So I did that, and this is all just compiled material from that wiki. There were a few of the FAQs that were coming soon, like, oh, we're not done yet. And Dandelion just grabbed them. It's like, let's write this. Boom, boom, done. A weekend project, So there it is. And now Drace was talking about adding his music. I postulate, maybe we can add an arguments section. The FAQ.
Hey, man.
It's a little table, right? So if we have, you ever go on a page and there's like, you click on something and there's a tab that opens up for one section, you tap on another thing. It doesn't change page, but it just flips over to another thing. We can do that. Little tabs of different boxes of different things. One of them can be the FAQs, one can be arguments, one can be music, one can be videos, one can be whatever. And it all
Awesome.
fits together. There's a lot of possibilities. No.
Hey, I do have a request, and I mean, if you guys gonna do the music, we also have the song produced by me. I don't know if you're familiar with Roots. Big Roots, Roots or whatever. Yeah, he wrote couple verse on that, and we actually made that song for the 24/7, right? And if you do decide to put it on there, I'll send you a link of that song.
Nice.
Only if it's cool with the Indio and the rest of the other mods or whatever, because I don't want to Yeah,
let's coordinate. I mean, Dre said he wants to put together a playlist on Spotify. Right? Follow so we can embed that playlist into the page, and it'll just stream from Spotify, whichever piece, So I don't know if you want to arrange that, but it could be included in there, and then bang, one little box.
Yeah.
You scroll through it, and there's all the shit. It's like, all right.
Yeah, but whenever you guys ready, you know what I mean? Whenever you got it going with you and Dre, so maybe other people too, just let me know, and then I'll send you the link. Maybe you can, put it in there too.
Is your bit already on Spotify?
No, mine's on YouTube.
YouTube, okay. Well, maybe coordinate with them. If you mention, it's like, hey, I got another piece. He might be able to show you some ropes, and if you're able to get it to him, he could probably upload it. I don't know. It might actually motivate him a bit, because we were just speaking about this between him and I briefly, But if he sees more interest in it, more collaboration,
right,
it might get the ball rolling a little bit quicker.
Yeah, cool, bro. Yeah, like, look, no pressure, man. If you have a session that maybe you can just put a link in there. If we, like on my part, maybe, if it's too much, maybe we don't have to do the Spotify or whatever on my part. But if you have a spot, then put it there. If not, it's cool. No problem. No issue.
Before the playlist?
Oh, no. After the playlist, whatever, like the spot, if you have a slot open, you know what I mean? Because mine is just a link, you know what I mean?
Right. For the design, I would appreciate input from other people, just because I don't want to overstep any boundaries or step on people's feet, when it comes to this, because a lot of people might have ideas or preferences. It's not mine, you know what I mean? Like, I'm doing this for the group, so I can't make all the decisions.
Oh, yeah, definite.
So I'd very much welcome ideas and stuff for that. So if people would prefer tabs versus just an infinite scroll, or various pages, etc., there's so much that can be done. So if you want to take, like, bookmark your thing, and when Drace is ready or whatever, you guys let me know, and it'll take me a day. I'm telling you. Well, less than.
Okay, cool, bro.
Once it's ready, within no time, it's going to be available. So
awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, we do have somebody here. How would you say that? Deep. I'm just gonna call you Deep. What's up, Deep? What's going on?
You may call me Deep Shit, you may call me Deep, you may call me Katie, whatever entities. No issues.
Yeah.
What's going on? I just woke up. I was in the event in the Ask Christian VC. There's a mess. I just left.
Cool, bro. So, what brought you here, man? If you don't mind me asking.
What do you mean? I mean, I can join any VC, right?
Yeah, I'm
I
just
just like
asking a
saw.
question. You saw a
Yeah,
lot of
just like
people. You
saw.
just want to pop in.
Yep. Yep. Because I don't think I have visited this room yet for a long time.
Yeah, we haven't been here too long. Maybe what, 2 weeks, or maybe a little bit over 2 weeks. I'm not sure exact, but yeah, welcome. Are you familiar with the topics of this room?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the topics, but I guess last year we used to have this room, the people got a little pissed and they left. But yeah, hey, welcome back.
Really? We had this last year over here. Well, I'm not aware of that, but that's something new. Okay, so this room was here last year in the past, so I'm
Hey,
pretty
I'm
sure
back.
you're familiar.
Okay, so you know the big man. What's the name? Box Ops, I guess. Box Ops, yeah.
Oh yeah, Box Up. I know who he is. Yeah, Box Up. He's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, we used to talk with him, and then he and his friends basically came here and then made this room. Things were going fine, but there used to be many trolls, and then I guess they got pissed and then left.
But check it out. Was this room also used to be something called Muslim server?
No, not
Or it's a
really.
different,
I mean,
a whole different
yeah,
server.
yeah. I mean, in English Row, we used to like this was the first guest room we have inaugurated that time. And then, like, after Flat Earth people left the server, then we introduced the other guest rooms. But this was our first guest room, basically. And I know this person as well, T Dub. I guess, like, T Dub was also here for some time. I know that Cyclone guy as well. He was also here. He's a super cool guy. No. Like it happened in this server as well. Like they left. There used to be many trolls, basically.
I see. Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem, bro. So you familiar with the topics, right? So what is your opinion on the Earth? Do you think the Earth is a globe, or you think it's flat, or maybe it's not globe? Like, where you at?
Personal opinion, yes, it is globe because this is what I have been fed since my childhood. But I don't think I have explored every single part of this world, so something might be hidden. Who knows?
So basically, you saying that you still believe it's a globe, but are you open minded to new information, or are you interested to check out information if we provide or present it to you?
Sure, why not? I mean, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. So, are you familiar with the size of the Earth? The radius, circumference, diameter, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, 6.4K kilometer or something. I forgot, I guess.
Cool. Have anybody show you the Black Swan before? I'm pretty sure they did, because if Cyclone was here, T-Dub was here, Box Up, they probably did walk you through the Black Swan.
Yes, I guess. I mean, it's been a while. Can't really remember probably. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Well, just want to say hello real quick to CB. What's up, CB? What's going on, brother?
What's up, y'all? Don DeMarco, Marco.
You're funny, man. Yeah. Yeah, so we got Deep in here. We talking the Deep right now. If you want to take over, that's cool, bro. I'm gonna step away for a little bit. I'll be back.
Is Deep one of the server mods?
I am one of the administrators.
Oh, okay. W. Hey, bro. Today I noticed that the server. It looks like they turned off the soundboard. Do you know anything about that?
Look, basically, we do turn on and turn off based on conditions. Like sometimes people come and just like play noises and samples, which interrupt the discussion, and then we just turn it off. But if the moderators are fine, I mean, the guest room moderators ask us to turn it on again, then we can. No issues with that.
Is it? It looks like it was a decision that was made. Was it made server wide, or it's turned off and on per call?
No. We do not turn it off. So what?
Oh, well, today it looked like it was turned off. So I wanted to try to talk to somebody about turning that back on.
Oh, you want me to turn it on again?
Hey, bro, I'm the soundboard guy. All right, like, I've been doing the soundboard for the Flat Earthers since like 2018, probably 20. No, like 2020 or so. I've been like their main number one soundboard guy. So what I noticed today, someone was like, "Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson said this in a clip," and I played the clip through the soundboard, and then like right after that, it was turned off. So I just want to turn it back on if that's possible.
Yeah, I mean that's
Or
definitely possible.
if they want, yeah, please, bro, please. That would be
What
a
I'm gonna
super
do
W.
is I will just give the permission, like keep the permission to the Flat Earth mod, so that the normal
Oh
folks
yeah.
cannot just play these games. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like originally it was only set up for the mods to use. So that was good. If you could leave it on, that's a good setting. I like that. Only mod.
Yeah.
I like that. Dude, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. Holy. W mods. Can we get some W's in the chat, guys? Let's get some W's in the chat for homeboy. Let's get
Dude,
some
chill
W's
out.
going, guys. I got a glaze, bro. I got a glaze.
Soundboard.
Yeah, because you were in the chat too right away. That's awesome. Shout out to you and shout out to Vivek. Thanks for having us here, man. It's been a good thing so far.
Okay, I just turned it on. Check.
All right, let's do a quick check. Let me drop out. All right. Okay, one more thing. Oh, it looks like, can you set it so that we can use other server soundboards, like not just the ones in here? It looks like it's set for only this server. Gotta get that because I got Nitro, bro. We got hella servers with different sounds. So yeah, if you could add that last setting, that would be freaking dope.
This
Drop
is
a
the setting,
dollar.
right?
CB.
Huh? What'd you say? Okay,
Okay,
looks
I
like
guess it's
back, baby.
I said perfect timing. You came
Perfect
in
timing,
when
bro.
one of the admin is here.
Dude, that's amazing, dude. Shout out to the admins, bro. Shout out to Deep, W server, W mods. We got some W's in the chat. Very nice, guys. Thank you so much, dude.
Thank you, man. Holy crap.
No worries, man. It's fine.
Yeah, Mike, you're so low, dude. I gotta
Damn
turn
it.
you up.
How that?
Well, I had you turned down a little bit. Looks like.
Oh, shit. You mongo.
All right. What's up, dude? What's going on, chat?
All good, man.
Ah,
Now
Nothing much, bro.
downpour.
man.
Holy
Chilling.
shit. It's like a breath of
Bro,
fresh air.
Milk, your mic is so sexy, bro. I need to
Damn.
chill. Sheesh. Bro, you trying to
Stop
raise
it.
everybody up in here today?
Whoa. I
Bro's
mean,
trying to raise us up, man.
I've been kind of chilling a little bit for the last couple hours. I revamped the website a little bit. I mean, nothing crazy there, but now it's a lot more clean on mobile. Kind of had to rehash a few things. Dandelion was in here before. Indio, whatever, they're chopping it up. But I was so inactive that Discord booted me out of the chat. No.
Wait, it booted you.
Yeah, I got a little message like, "Oh, are you still there?" It's like, "Oh, we'll put you in."
Oh.
One of those. I'm like, "Shut the fuck up!" I'm on the time, like on my phone, and it never boots me out, but on my computer, it did. I was shocked.
Interesting.
So it is what it is, but we're here and people keeping it busy.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hey man, I didn't know that was admin, bro. He was slick too when he came in here. I didn't know, and it was a good thing that you came in, bro. So he had a good impression of Avicii.
That's good.
So that's good. Yeah.
That's great. Well, that's probably how people feel when they pull up on Indio. Like, who's this Indio guy? And you're like, well, you don't even know who you're talking to.
They think he's an Asian guy by default, of course, right?
I know. Little do they know.
I mentioned it last time. Like I haven't seen Kill Bill, so
what?
Every time no, I have it. I swear, it came out. I was
Damn,
young,
bro.
bothered, So I just have the picture, like this, image in my mind of Indio's voice on the guy.
I can't believe you've never seen that movie. That's a good movie.
Maybe I should watch it just for that scene. Apparently, it's only one scene or something with that guy. Or
No. Watch the movie, bro. Watch both the first and the second one.
No, I mean
it's worth watching. That's a W movie.
I'll consider that. Yeah, I just meant like there's only one scene in that movie with that guy in it.
I may. Not really.
No,
kinda.
Okay.
Yeah, kinda. Well, kinda.
Yeah,
it's W though, bro. It's really good. He's not a main character, but
wait. Do you mean to say that the Asian guy is not Bill?
No, that's Pai Mei. Hold on, boys. I gotta go. My brother's here. Hold on a second.
Oh shit.
I have a question.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, so, just a second. Yes. On a flat Earth map, the southern hemisphere is massively stretched. For example, like Australia and South America appear extremely far apart. But in real life, the flights between Sydney and Santiago take about 12 to 14 hours flying when you directly fly across the South Pacific. And if the Earth were flat, that flight would require traveling thousands of kilometers farther, making it take far longer or even require more fuel than a plane can carry. So my point is the flight times only make sense on a globe where continents are positioned much closer together in the southern hemisphere. So if Earth were flat, southern hemisphere flights would be far longer, but they are not.
Mike, did you get that? I think I missed some part, bro.
Yeah, he's basically saying on the AE map, right? Things are spread out more. So that can't be, because the distances between known land masses have a certain travel time, and that wouldn't be possible on such a map that is stretched out.
Yes, the distance says it.
Right. Well, I think the first question is, which map are you talking about? I already answered that. It's the AE map, right?
On a
Is that what
flat Earth map, what I meant, like the distance
Yeah.
between America and okay.
So when you say the flat Earth map, the first image that I saw of a depiction of a flat map worldwide was what's called the azimuthal equidistant projection map. Bit of a long name, but the issue with that is the globe stretched out from the bottom, right? Take a ball and you know, imagine you peel an orange from the bottom and you spread it out, right? The distances naturally spread apart. So I think the main issue is that's not the flat Earth map. We don't know what the map is because we haven't been anywhere, or everywhere, I should say. So of course you're going to get a bad impression because you're stretching out a ball, dude.
So you mean to say that you support a theory which, like, there no map has been created, a logical map according to you of the flat Earth, while there are hundreds of maps being created of a round Earth, and you still think that the logic
No,
which they
no,
give
no,
is wrong?
no. Of the Earth, period. No accurate map has been made, which is an accurate representation of what the entirety of reality looks like. Period. Globe, flat, pyramid, concave. Nothing ever.
Yeah, my friend, if you check out in the
Nobody knows, man.
if you check out in the text chat, Matrix just posted an image of all sorts of different projections of the same initial landmass. Look how many different ways one can configure this, basically the same image. Right? You'll notice in all of them, there's distortions all over the place. So one of them is the quote unquote flat Earth map that you brought up, and no one in here is claiming it as representative of reality as a whole to begin with.
Do you think that the actual map of the Earth exists between one of these?
I would have no way of telling. Maybe somebody else does.
Just a quick question. Why are you so hung up on maps? If you want a map, go and make your own.
And we also say too, like between these 2 points, right? If you travel from one point to another point, and this would be the question we always ask, like how much curvature do they have to account for between the two distance, right? If you think, oh well, this flight path or that flight path proves the globe, then you're gonna have to show the curvature. How much curvature did the pilot account for, right? Because in the actual reality, no pilots, nobody account for the curvature. Plane, they fly over horizontal plane, right? Horizontal, right? Stationary Earth. Nobody account for the curvature. So if that's what you're saying, then you're gonna have to prove the curvature. only long distance observation show zero curvature. And that whatever the flat Earth map, you say the AE map, it's a globe flattened out map. So it's not really a flat earther maps. You know, maybe some flat earthers claim that shit. Us 24/7, we don't claim none of that stuff.
Now, here's one interesting point. I would say, if you want, go online and look up the Gleason's map. I think the Gleason's.
Yeah.
Yeah. That particular one, it is an azimuthal equidistant projection, but the original creation of it, I guess, if you want to call it, actually has a scale that changes as you radiate out from the center point. So when you adjust for that scale, you don't have the same issue as you would if you were to just take like, a ruler and measure out, 1 inch by 1 inch, regardless of where you are on the map. You know what I mean? Like, for example, 1 inch towards the center of the map would represent whatever hundreds of miles or dozens of miles or whatever it is. But that same inch on the ruler measuring on the extremities of that map represents far less distance because it's stretched out but accounted for. You understand? It's a bit bizarre, but it solves that issue that you were talking about.
I have to ask one more thing. Like, for example, all the celestial bodies which are visible to us, like the moon, the Mars, Venus, and sometimes Jupiter as well, and we can see the sun.
You're looking into space, cool stories. Since you're about to dump and run, which is what I've got a feeling you're about to do, let's discuss what you posted up in side chat. Did you get that from ChatGPT or another AI?
I searched it online, like the map.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you even read it?
Yes.
So, what is your understanding of what's in the text chat?
You just said that Google Maps uses a flat Earth map because the Earth is flat, but it's like not because you should understand that computers are two-dimensional and they cannot, you know, depict or display three-dimensional objects that properly in a two-dimensional screen. So it's
Okay,
obvious.
hold on a second. There's a gentleman called Mercator. I think he was around before computers were invented. He did not design a three-dimensional map specifically for you to have on your computer screen wrapped around a ball. I hope I didn't say that too fast and you don't understand. Your Google Maps is nothing more than a cartoon. When you're in close, it's a Mercator projection. When you zoom out, it's a CGI ball. That is it. Nothing confusing about it. And in your second paragraph, it starts off, flat earthers often point to the flat appearance of maps, like Google, as evidence for their claims. No, I think I'll just point to water being flat and level. You know, you learnt that in kindergarten the same as the rest of us did. Flat, level, horizontal, takes the shape of its container. Interesting how everyone forgets such a simple base axiom. Water being flat and level at its surface. So, my friend, something for you to think about before you do a hit and run. How can you have 72% of this water, which is flat and level, on a curved item? If you've got 72% that's flat and level, it ain't a sphere. I don't know what shape you'd call it, but it ain't a bloody sphere.
Hey, 71% flat ball matrix.
Maybe I should get on one of those AI drawing programs and ask them to draw a sphere that's 71% of it's flat. See what it coughs up.
That's funny. Probably looks like what you know these mainstream been putting out there. You know, a flat Earth just floating out of space, cover mostly water. You know, it seems like people who believe in the globe, they bring out like one thing after another. All we need is just water. That's it. I mean, we can have like other stuff, but just water itself destroyed the globe. The natural physics of water, liquid. And that's all we need. They need a million things. Hey, Nano, are you interested of flat Earth information? I can
Yes.
share with you. I have a playlist of just basic flat Earth stuff, 101. I can send it to your DM. Maybe like maybe you can check it out and have better understanding what flat Earth is, because a lot of time people had misconception what flat Earth is.
What I know as a flat Earth is like a disc.
No. If you think flat Earth is a diss, man, they got you twice, my friend. They brainwash you like 2 times now. First with the globe, now they
Tell
tell
me
you.
something, Kim. Like when you see all the celestial objects around you with a telescope, or yes, with a telescope. So you see the sun, you see the moon, you are able to see Mars, Venus, and sometimes Jupiter. So all these planets, which are similar to us, they are they are not a perfect square, but almost they look like a sphere. So
Okay.
why do
Why
you
are you saying they're similar to us?
Yes.
That's an interesting thing you said. Yeah. Go on.
So you talking about like other planets. So you also saying that Earth is a planet? Is that what you're saying?
Is Earth not a planet?
Well, we need to establish what is is Earth is a planet. Then we can go on, right?
Earth
when we have a
is a
better
planet.
understanding. Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
Yes, I agree that it is a planet.
Okay, so can you give me a definition? What is the definition of a planet, right? So we can move on to the next step.
I think that a planet is a celestial object which revolves around a star to.
Okay.
It's like big enough in the other asteroids or the meteorite.
We're not going to talk about no asteroid stuff, right? We're just talking about what is the definition of a planet, and you said that would be a celestial body orbiting a star or a sun, right? So,
yes.
Do we have a agreement? Okay, sure, right? So when was the last time you ever experienced or observed that the Earth going around the sun?
When the season changes or when the days change.
What do you mean? So you telling me that you experience and observe the Earth going around the sun? Because what I see, what everybody see, what T-Dub, Matrix, and everybody else, including you, right? What we see and observe is the sun moving across the sky, right? Rise from the east and set in the west. So that's all we experience. That's all we see. Right?
So you mean to say that the Earth doesn't revolve, the sun revolves around the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time you ever seen that?
Sir,
go ahead, Matrix.
I think you are missing the basic concept of physics known as relative motion. If you sit on a body
I
which
think
is
you're
undergoing
missing the
motion,
basics. You're
let
appealing
me
to a
complete my
story.
statement, my friend.
Yet your statement is null. The reason for this, you're re-preaching the story we have already learned. We were all taught the same thing at school. We didn't skip class. We didn't do weird stuff. We were all taught about the heliocentric model at school. Now, when we test the heliocentric model, it doesn't work. Starting number one, you claim you live on a sphere. So let's go and test for curvature. We don't measure curvature. So straight away, the first rung in your ladder, the ball of Earth, does not exist. So the question put forward to you now, my friend, if we're not on a ball, what is it? So you claimed there's also similarities between Mars and Jupiter and Earth. What are these similarities? Do they all have trees on them? Do they all have clouds across them? Do they all have birds flying there? Is there buildings there? What are the similarities?
The similarities are like we observe their movement or their orbit of revolution, and we see
You don't
that.
observe Earth doing that. You don't observe Earth moving. So that's not a similarity.
I just said
not that you observe. You imagine it. You imagine that
no, we
similarity.
don't imagine
between
it.
Earth
We
and
capture it through our telescopes and through our satellites.
Not Earth. Not Earth. No, no. Earth has never been seen, observed.
I just said that when you are in a relative motion and you are sitting on a body which is moving, then you consider yourself at rest, and the amount of negative motion is given to the body which you are observing.
Yeah, but you'd need to have observed Earth in motion and able to say that.
You said that Earth is not moving because we are on Earth,
No,
right?
I said nobody's observed Earth moving. We're talking about observable similarities between things in the sky and the ground that you walk upon. You don't observe Earth moving, so that's not an observable similarity.
So you mean to say that we don't observe Earth moving, and we don't even observe Mercury or Mars or Venus moving?
No, he didn't say that. Why did you have to tack that bit on the end?
So, like, what do you think is the motion?
You, me, and everyone else do not witness the Earth moving.
And I have the logic for that.
That your logic is false. Your logic is
What
we
logic
witness
is false?
Mercury moving and therefore
Yes.
everything moving. That's false.
No, that's not
I'll
my
tell you
logic.
why. I'll tell you why. Stop. Listen. Number one, let's compare Earth to Sun. Now, which one is moving? Number one, the Earth could be moving. Number two, the Sun could be moving. Number three, they both could be moving. How do we test for this?
So you mean, so what is your point? Does the Earth move or not?
The Sun moves across. That's what we witness. Approaching from the east, going way in the west. That's it.
So the
Some
Sun.
people call it setting and rising. Rising in the east, setting in the west.
So the Sun revolves around
That's
the
what
Earth.
you witness.
That's your point.
The Sun follows a circuit.
So do you think that? But by this, don't you think that the other planets won't have a proper cycle of day and night?
I don't care what the other planets do. That's their problem. Other planets, planetas, wandering stars, they are just lights in the sky, my friend. If you want to
say
stare
that you don't.
upwards, if you want to stare upwards when you're trying to prove the shape of the ground, don't complain when someone puts a straitjacket on you. You're looking
You're
in the
saying
wrong
that
direction.
You're saying that Earth does not move because you live on the Earth and you don't observe it
I didn't
moving.
say that.
You don't
I don't
observe it moving, right?
Me living on it means nothing. I do not observe or witness the Earth moving. I
So
witness
how
the
do
sun
you
moving
observe?
across
What
the
are
sky.
your criterions for observing? Like, how do you?
Open your fucking eyes. Do you not witness the sun move across the sky?
I just told you that's the concept of relative motion. If you're sitting in a body which is
It's a
in motion,
concept. Tell me, stop. I don't give two rats' asses about what you were taught at school. I want you to stand up off your seat, walk outside, and tell me what you see. Do you see the sun move across the sky? Yes or no?
So we're talking about what you observe, not what you imagine, what you observe.
Yeah, if you think about it, dude, you're right about the relative motion business, but there's a caveat. The issue is there's no way for you to tell either way. So it would behoove you to start with what is being suggested to you and then build from there from base principles. Comprende?
we observe every other planet which is visible to us revolving around the sun.
Follow cycles. Yes. They follow cycles.
Yes, and you say that specifically Earth is not moving.
So how can you tell the difference? Without removing yourself from the Earth and not being near the sun. So you have to be in a third position to witness the entirety of both of them, following a full cycle, in order to understand what's going on. All
That's
you
what
have is cool
satellites
stories
do.
from school. That is it.
Because the thing is, like we can discuss whether we think the Earth is moving or not, right? Which we don't think the Earth is moving because there's no evidence that it is moving, right? But the point was you were asked about similarities between the things you see in the sky and the ground beneath your feet that you observe. You don't observe motion of the ground beneath your feet unless there's like an earthquake or a landslide, right? Or a machine digging some up and moving it around, right? You don't observe the motion of the Earth. So you can't say that that's an observable similarity between the things in the sky, which you do observe in motion, and the ground beneath your feet. Right, so we're just ruling that out as an observable similarity. Okay? Not interested at this stage in your excuses of why you think that is. And whether or not you think it is in motion, it's not an observable similarity. Is it?
Sir, tell me something like, if you observe the motion of any other planet and you find them moving, so what do you think differs with the Earth?
Do you understand that when you say other planet, you're insinuating that Earth is one? You're begging the question in the first instance that Earth is a planet or that planets are like the Earth. You can't say other planets, all right, until you establish that there definitely is similarities between those things in the sky and the ground that you walk upon. You can't even prove to me that those things in the sky are other worlds upon which I could go or you could go any one of us could go to and walk around on and experience being upright as we do here.
Why can't we?
Because yeah, go on, Mick.
Think about it, dude. Why could we? Have you ever asked yourself that? Who told you, and what did they tell you about these things that gave you the impression that we could in the first place? Right? You're the one making the claim, or the ones who told you about, or told all of us about this stuff, made the claim that these are, well, at least some of them, right? Many of them are, allegedly balls of gas. I don't think you could really travel to, well, you could probably travel to that in that story. But you couldn't land on them. But some of them allegedly are things that you could land on. What did they tell you or tell us to prove that? Huh?
So you're saying that all the space research organizations which claim that landing on Mars and
Nope, I don't remember hearing him say anything about space.
No,
so
I just
I'm asking what he thinks about that.
I asked, well,
No,
how about
what you did not. You pushed forward a premise saying, "Are you claiming this?"
Let me complete my statement, then I request you to make your
So
judgment on
stop
what I
being
am
false.
saying.
Stop being a sophist and being false about it. Stop putting words in his mouth. You are creating a straw man by doing so.
Yeah, you could very easily answer my question first, and then we can move on to maybe yours or any other, extensions of this bit of the conversation. But start with answering the question.
Space research which tend to claim that they landed on Mars through rovers and on the moon, do you think that they are all false?
I'm aware of the claim, dude. What did they do to prove to you that these are objects that one could land on in the first place? They say they did, right? But what did they do to prove that they are things to be landed on before they actually went and quote unquote landed on them?
I think that we were able to see the surface of objects like a moon for a long time before we could reach there.
Okay, so let's start with the moon, okay? Because it's, the biggest thing there next to the sun, right? How do you know that's a rock?
The moon is not the biggest thing next to the sun. I mean,
like, no, when I mean biggest, I mean perceptively from our vantage point. So supposedly it's closer, right? So let's start with that. We all heard of NASA, going to the moon in the 60s and I think early 70s. Blah blah blah. It's a giant rock. They landed on it. Okay, we all heard that story. How did they know it was a rock to go land on before they ventured down that route?
because we saw that through our telescopic or observations, and there are multiple things
What
like.
do you see? What do you
What?
see when you look through a telescope?
We saw craters, we saw mountains, and we even saw like flat plains where the rovers could actually land.
Okay, so we look at a
And we
giant circle
also
in the sky. So watch this, dude. Think about it. Think about it rationally. Okay, we look in the sky. Time to time, we see a full circle or quasi circle. Other times we see, a crescent. It's waning, waxing, etc., half moon this, half moon that. All right, we see that. And then we see little ripples and black spots and grayer, perfect shape places and areas and shit on it. Okay, it looks like it could be a ball. Right, I'll grant you that when you look at it. Right, it does appear like it could be spherical. But how do you prove that?
Sir, you just the telescope part was just one of the points. Like there were
Yeah.
many lunar probes sent before humans were sent in space to check if the
Okay.
Earth was
Okay. Cool. Cool.
landable,
Okay. Okay.
and there were
Okay. Cool. So what? Okay. Cool. Again, right? What did they do to prove that it is a thing that not only us but little robots could go land on before they sent the little probes to go land?
Please repeat. I could not hear you.
What I'm saying is, what did they do to prove that this thing that we see in the sky is indeed a giant rock that they could go send little robots to before they actually sent the little robots, allegedly? If you don't know, you're allowed to say, I don't know.
No, but why won't they? That's normal curiosity, man. Like if you're
Because
advancing,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Check this out. Check this out. Any rational being who's going to endeavor to do something that's going to cost trillions, or maybe not trillions, but billions and billions and billions of dollars is going to be damn fucking sure, pardon my French, that end target.
They sent Lunar to be sure, like if it was.
Can you let me finish my sentence? Right? Anybody who's going to venture down or endeavor to do something that's going to cost billions and billions and billions of dollars is going to at least be somewhat damn sure that the target, right, is somewhat in the ballpark of what they expect before they spend all that money. Right?
Yes, because there were.
Thank you. Thank you. So what did they do? Thank you. So what did they do? Thank you. So what did they do? Apart from just looking at it and get an impression that it may be a solid surface to go land on, what did they do to actually confirm that it is indeed a solid surface for them to go land on before they sent the little things to go land on them? Sir, did you answer my did you hear my question? My question.
I am answering you.
Hang on. My question does not require you to start your statement with because. It's not a why question. I'm helping you with your English at the same time.
I think that is not the point of this debate.
No, I know it's not. But, why not kill two birds with one stone?
No, but let me speak, sir.
You're allowed to, but, phrase your response appropriately.
No fun when you keep interrupting me every second. What I mean to say was that you're saying that how were we so sure that moon was landable, even for little satellites, right?
Pretty much.
Yes, so we did... have you seen the movements of the tides?
Yes.
And the radar reflections were also sent by the moon.
Hang on. So number one, you're invoking correlations of the moon's position with tides, right?
Yes.
And there's somewhat...
And that's a gravitational calculation.
Okay. And so there's somewhat of a degree of correlation between the position of the moon and the tides. Okay, so that correlation does not equal causation, correct? Just in principle? Right? So with that out of the way, that's not really much to stand on. And then you invoked sending, what are they, reflectors and shit? Or something? Right? Well, again, you're sending little things, or you're sending things to a place which, before you send the things to it, to land on it, you ought to have known that is indeed a place to land on. So before they sent the reflectors, they would have confirmed somehow that this is a place for the reflectors to land on, correct?
And that's why I told you the calculations done by them and the observation of the tides and the radar reflections sent by done by the
Sir,
moon.
he's resetting, isn't he? He's resetting, isn't he? Sir, you just repeated the same thing. I just bounced back at you with no addition, no, no emphasis, no, elaboration. I just told you the tides you can set aside because it doesn't really add much to the conversation. And then you just said retroreflectors or whatever the fuck, after I just told you that there would have been a necessary precursor to sending these reflectors up there. The same requirement as they would have needed to send the robots, being the same requirement that they would have needed to send the men, allegedly. So what did they do to confirm that it is indeed a landable place to send anything to?
I don't think that sending or testing radar signals is as expensive as sending.
Radar signals. Okay, so now you want to talk about radar signals. That's an interesting thing.
Let me complete my statement, sir.
Well, you said radar signals, so I'm saving you a little bit of time.
You said no. You said that what made them send the radar signals as well, right?
I didn't. Nope. I said reflectors. The reflectors you're talking about are what, like these giant mirrors or something? These hard objects that need to sit or stand on.
No. What I said was radar reflection, sir.
Yeah. Wait, are you talking about sending like some radio waves up there, or are you talking about sending a device? Okay, so check this out, dude. When you say reflectors, you're talking about the objects that facilitate the reflection, right? Like a mirror, which they do claim that they did, right? That's why I went down that route, because these are like giant mirrors or something that go sit on a surface.
I mean by reflection was that when you beam radars or signals or waves to something and they echo the waves back. That's what I meant.
Okay, so you're talking about. Got you. Okay, so you're talking about just sending the waves up there.
Not
the radar, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if I could speak to that too much, but I did just want to press you on these finer details, just in case, right? Because now you're bringing up the radio wave stuff. That's cool too. Right, but again, it's still a bit of a correlation, right? They beam something up there, they get some response back, and then they assume that the response that they get is indeed what they sent and bouncing off
They
the
did
moon.
not just beam some signals. So there were specific signals which used to, indicate whether life is if the place is solid or what is the nature of the crust of the moon.
You do know this was done prior to the alleged moon landing.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So the reflectors thing, you can throw that in a bin.
No, but he's claiming that they before they sent up the reflectors to facilitate bouncing back radio waves, allegedly they beamed up stuff first and just got like crappier signals than after.
Did not say that they sent reflectors to.
Well, I'd like to know, what does all this have to do with proving the shape of the ground? We've measured it as flat, but yet all these other speculations prove the ground is what?
Yeah, again. Back to the ground.
So you do not want to continue in this direction, you mean to say?
The problem is it doesn't prove anything. That's the problem. It's what's called a red herring.
You are just you mean to say that the moon landing did not happen? Like, I'm asking you if you're saying that the moon did not, that we did not
That's
go to
not
the
what's being
moon.
said. That's not what's being said, dude.
Actually, I'll say it. The moon landing was bullshit.
Yeah,
I've got
I
no
don't
problem
think
saying that.
I don't think the moon landing actually happened. But for the sake of this conversation, that wasn't explicitly what I was saying, right? Because when you think about it, whether it did or did not happen, okay, that let's say it is a giant rock up there. Okay, just for the
That
sake of
does
argument.
impact if the moon landing had happened or not.
I understand that, but that still doesn't say anything about the nature of where we stand now.
So, like, if you go on the moon, then won't you see back to Earth, or like, what is the shape of the Earth?
Perhaps, but then again,
Don't know, but you've not done this either.
yeah, and then
So
who's
that
to
is why
say?
we were going in the direction to debate moon landing.
Check this out, dude.
The biggest problem you've got, Mick, hold on. The biggest problem you've got, mate, space is a violation of natural law. So nothing's going into outer space. Full stop. You can argue all you like, but when entropy kicks in and all the gas that you're supposedly breathing down here nicks off, it has a bit of a problem. So how do you overcome this? If you believe you're on a ball flying through the vacuous environment of space, then there needs to be some kind of barrier to separate low pressure from high pressure, or entropy will occur. So I don't know how you're going to get around this, but it will be entertaining. I don't think he liked that one. Try not to take too long with them, Mick. Some of them are having troubles with English. The less time, keep it clean, keep it simple.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I tried to walk him down very slowly each step of the way.
He was leading you round. From my end of it, it sounded like you were just chasing him round and round, and that's all he wanted. He didn't know.
I wanted him to consider his own thought process. Right.
He wasn't.
I wasn't really
preaching.
Of course he was. But my attempt was to get him to rethink what he was saying, right? Using his own statements, because that's what he knows best, right? He's making a statement. He knows that those sets of words in English. So I was just mirroring it back at him to a certain degree to try and loop over that statement again and consider some other stuff.
Well, every time he did it, he tried to. So you're saying this, and then he tacked something else on, and that was starting to annoy me. And he did it to me too. So
I know exactly. Yeah, I mean, you expedited you definitely expedited the process, and he left. But I think both approaches are fine. Didn't go anywhere anyway. But
I didn't think he was going to leave. It's not like I muted him or anything. So it's just surprised me. It's like, wow, actually, he went.
Yeah. Well, gee, I wonder why. He didn't leave under my watch.
I'll tell you one I'd like to see drop in here is this Abu Husni. Apologies if I got your name wrong. In side chat. He seems to be a good contender for the show. So who else have we got in chat here? Go from the top. Is that Urku? Urka? I do apologise if I've got your names wrong, guys. I speak Australian, and some names I got no idea.
Hey, Matrix, I got a question, bro.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you know how to do image perm? Give somebody image perm?
Give someone image perms in here.
Yeah.
May have to have a chat to, I believe it's Cyclone.
Cyclone. Yeah, okay.
He might know who to go to. So I don't know what level you have to be able to do it, being that we're only like 3 or 4 days into this place. So mate, have a chat with Cyclone, and he might be able to direct you to somebody that knows if he doesn't himself.
Oh, I can tag one of the mods in here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do that.
All right, who else we got? Happy Prince. Was I reading that correctly? Is he a flat earther? Happy Prince, why is it you believe you live on a ball? Do you see curvature? I find it very interesting the amount of people that say, no, I don't see curvature, but yet they still just blindly accept they're on a ball. Why do you accept you're on a ball when you've never witnessed this curvature? Something to think about, isn't it? Who else we got? John Rambo. He's FE. Get down a bit further. We've got RJ. I haven't heard RJ talk yet. And we've got Talk. Who doesn't? All the rest of the trouble.
Yeah, John Rambo. It's flat, man.
So what?
It was just a bad Rambo impression.
Adrian!
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Great movies in their day.
We got RJ. To be quiet at the moment. Happy Prince. Is he very happy?
Oh, he's happy in side chat. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
At least he's supporting the channel.
Yeah, because there are people who went to the space and told me about the Earth being a ball. I received that information through communication with human beings that claimed to have... And when you say space, you mean the vacuum of outer space, right? Because, I mean, the matter just occupies space, right? We have length, width, height, right? But you're specifically talking about an area that is claimed to exist, which is not the Earth system, right? Talking about an area within which the Earth is claimed to reside. Abu Husni seems a bit upset in this side chat. But he's not in the voice chat.
He actually claimed earlier that it's been measured as
Ooh.
curved. Yeah, if you scroll up, he actually put that in there. I want this guy in voice chat.
Yeah, he sounds dug in. He's just like, good day, sir. It's like, you're standing on a planet. That's it. I don't need to prove anything. Oh, geez, he's got every second word. Every second two words are joined together without a space, separating them. Okay.
Objects move along curved paths and we feel that as gravity. Why we call it force? Because in most real world scenario, engineering, I am engineer, or everyday life. I so want this guy to drop in here. Come on. In your pop.
Well, I just gave him an invite, but yeah, I gotta duck off anyway. So
Yeah, I was going to go and cook myself some
a
dinner.
few minutes. Yeah, it's getting close to that time, isn't it?
Feeding time at the zoo coming up.
All right, teed up.
So,
What's up, Kimbo? How's it going, man?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks, mate.
Cool, bro. About to go cook or what?
yeah.
Yeah, Matrix is. I've got to go down the shops and probably get a couple of things for dinner. I don't know yet. I don't know what we're doing. We haven't worked it out. Well, I've still got,
What are you doing today? Lasagna or spaghetti bolognese?
Not sure, man. Well, Mrs. has got I've cooked up some chicken soup, so the missus can have that. Like, because I'll just cook up a big pot of soup. Big, like, I don't know, it could even be a 4-litre fucking pot, that I make up of chicken soup, and that just lasts days, right? Missus can have that for dinner.
So you're someone that can do that, cook a large pot of, say, soup up, for example, and just eat that until it runs out?
I don't generally like. I could like, but I get sick of it real quick. But the missus don't.
Oh, do ya?
She
I don't.
Yeah. Missus don't mind it. Like Mrs. Like she does get sick of it eventually. But yeah, she's probably gonna have it again. You know.
Yeah, that doesn't worry me. I'm not one of these that has to have a different meal. I can cook up. Get me large slow cooker out and do 6 litres of whatever, and break it all down into small containers and eat it every day for lunch and dinner. Doesn't faze me.
Certain things I would. Yeah. Man, when they did the Pizza Hut smorgasbord, well, you know, all you can eat thing back in the day, I'd just be at that freaking pasta bar, man. I'd have a few pieces of pizza, but mainly I'd be just filling it up on that carbonara, man. I was just like, yeah, let's go. I could probably eat that all day, every day.
I haven't seen a Pizza Hut all you can eat for I don't know how long. I'm sure they used to look at me and me mates when we'd come in there and go, oh no, not this lot again. Last time they were in here for 45 minutes and they ate probably 9 pizzas without even trying.
But people look at you strange when you can eat a whole pizza, right?
Hey, whole one.
Yeah.
You know the Domino's pizzas, they're not, like in Australia they're shit. In the US they're not too bad. Well anyways, my record is 3 Domino's seafood pizzas. Family sized ones.
Whoa.
I can smash food down. It's probably one with a big lump. But anyways. That was years ago. I was only, 17, maybe 18. And, a lot fitter and I could eat quite a lot more. So, I don't think I could do it now. I think I'd probably get to maybe 1.5 and it'd become to a screaming halt.
Yeah, I've seen that that bearded, what's his name? Fucking the bearded fella on YouTube.
Yes, he's a machine.
Yeah, and he goes to that place and they just like serve him up this pizza that's like the size of a large dinner table. He's got to eat it. Holy.
Damn. I mean, I thought I was bad, dude. I'll wolf down a large myself in one setting. Or I'll actually have to force myself not to. But then later in the night, I'll go finish it off, you know.
Snacks, yep.
But I'll get a large pizza, 8 pieces, all right. Sit down, 2 at a time, 2 at a time. Okay, I'll save this for later, for tomorrow, you know?
Because you got a little bit of room for garlic bread, right?
Midnight comes by, I'm like, fuck it, you know?
Tricky
I'm one of those
slices. Fold them in half and make little pizza sandwiches out of them. You go through it heaps quicker.
But the thing is, for me, I'm one of those kind of like OMAD type people, if you will, kind of. You know, I'll sustain myself on coffee or some shit for the day, and then I'll eat, you know, but I'll eat a lot, you know? So.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. My appetite's reduced a bit in my older age, I've found, and I've become a bit more like that. Like going back in the day, though, like, and I never, and people would envy me because I didn't like, I could eat like a horse and not put on weight, and people would look at me, how the fuck do you do that?
Yeah. By not eating all day. Yeah.
I used to be like that. Could eat and eat and eat, and people would just look at me and just go, you bastard. I've always been pretty solid. Now, I can smell donuts from a mile away, and all of a sudden I've put on 3 pounds, and I don't even know why. Or you'll be driving down the street, and you'll go, oh, yes, I can smell a chicken shop somewhere. And, oh, where'd that come from? Crikey.
Fuck.
But I've cut back on me drinking. Funny, it's something very interesting. Out of all the times you have heard me on here, actually talking, I have only ever been on here 8 times, I think it is, after having a beer or a
Shit.
Not there, is it? Home base, yeah. Believe it or not, I only sort of drink socially now, so what a trouble away. I don't actually get written off. I used to drink every single night. Like when I was living over the other side of the country, it was a case of a carton a day. So it's 24 carton, and that was just weekdays. Weekends it was step it up. But I've stopped doing that, which I think that's a good thing. I'm quite certain that's a good thing. I don't know about thinking about it, but I just now I only have a drink if I'm going on social events. That's why I like going to me squash tournaments. I should be at one this weekend, but me ankle and knees playing up, and I just can't do it. So anyway, that's another story.
Good for you, man. It's better that way, dude.
Well, it's frustrating
Really is.
because it's a catch-22. If I don't play squash, because of lack of exercise, I'll put on weight. And that's half the problem, I think, is the weight that I'm actually trying to throw around a squash court. Like, you're in metric, so I'm 117 kilos. All right? I've always been pretty solid, like 5 foot 10 and a half. But, so I've always been pretty solid. But, trying to throw that around a squash court, playing B-grade squash is probably not good for knees and ankles, I dare say. But if anyone wants to challenge, they're more than welcome to hit me up for a game.
Fly over. Yeah, funny enough, up here, people, when it comes to measuring their own weight, it tends to be thrown around in pounds, like we're quasi-Americanized in that sense.
All right.
But everything else is metric, you know?
Where is a converter? Temperature, area, speed, weight and mass. Here we go. Pounds to kilos. 117. 257. There you go.
Damn, you're a big boy.
Oh yeah, if I get hold of you, it's going to be good.
Holy shit. Damn, dude. I only weigh, assuming my brand new floor, scale. Yeah, you stand on them, right? It's analog. Assuming it's actually calibrated, I only weigh 145 pounds.
My shadow's heavier than that.
Yeah, I used to be like 160. I used to be like 160, 170, or 65 or something like that. I lost a lot of weight, dude. I don't train as much as I used to. You know.
Yep.
I don't eat often, right?
Well, what I have done is I dragged it out today. I got my old push bike out, and I've got a fluid trainer that you can mount it on, so you can just sort of pedal and go nowhere fast. So I can sit and listen to you guys and just pedal away. So hopefully I'll burn some kilojoules.
Are you overweight or are you jacked?
A little bit of both. I'm very heavy set. I've always been a heavy build, but a little bit overweight at the moment. I'm probably about my normal weight is about between 97 and probably 105 kilos. So where's my converter again? So kilos 97. That's
200.
That's 213 pounds. So normally between 213 and 231. So that's my normal weight range.
Yeah.
So yeah, I am very heavy set, and my legs are pretty solid. Like, just to give you an idea of my build, years ago when I was 16, my waist size was an 87, and I used to have to buy 102s so I could undo them and pull them up over my legs just to put them on so they could be loose. Because I used to do a lot of cycling and that when I was younger. So cycling, playing squash, Kickboxing, yeah. So when I was younger, like, you know how you see the cyclists with their massive legs? That's me.
Damn, bro. Good for you.
So,
Good
yeah,
for you.
very
My dad,
frustrating to buy clothes.
yeah, my dad used to cycle, and he has massive calves. You know,
Yeah.
the calves. You know, I wish I could. I wish I could get back into training, dude. I just drink so much coffee. I have such a dependence on that, and I get migraines if I train within a certain period of time, and I have a hard time scheduling it. You know, huh?
Eat more salt.
Well, that's the thing. You know, I'm trying to gauge it. You know, it's hard. It's hard to find that
Guys?
right balance. You know.
We just heard someone new drop in. Straight Took. Please tell me I got that even somewhere remotely
Sviatok?
within 100 mile close. I do apologise if I got that wrong. I'm not good with names. But anyways, welcome to the channel. Hopefully you've got some questions. I am just about to duck off and go and cook myself some dinner, but I'm quite certain that one of these many other people that are hiding behind their little microphone will answer any questions for you. Anyways, mate, I want to go and get myself a feed because I'm fading away to a baby elephant.
Be well, man.
All right, I'll be back later on anyways. So I'll catch you then. All right, peace, guys.
at the bottom VC, ask a question. Somebody is just hello. Why are you all muted? Kibo.
Yo, the earth isn't flat. Your girlfriend chest is flat. There you go. Hey, Baba.
And we are live. I'll be your host for about 10, 20 minutes. CB checking in. We have in the panel, we have T-Dub, John Luna or AI Overlord, Jenna, Effie Batman. We have Elijah Elbow. We're live on YouTube. And this is the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the English server. Guys, it's a new venture. We're checking out a new home, a new mission. And it's been pretty W so far. So we're glad to be here. Shout out to Deep, one of the admins who recently reinstated the soundboard. Yes, sir. We are live, son. We have Matador that's just joined as well. Welcome, Matador. How are you, sir? Is this your first time here or you've been here before? Okay. All right, no worries. So yeah, we're just tapping in real fast. Got about 10 minutes. And then I'll be heading to bed soon. But yeah, English server. What do you guys think? What's the vibes? Y'all been having a good time? I mean, boy, it's kind of hard. It's different. Like I've heard that I mean, it's like PG-13 in here. I respect that. Also, a lot of Jeets in here too. Anyway, hope you guys are doing well. Just wanted to tap in real fast, say hello. Looks like it's a quiet panel, quiet night. Nothing wrong with that. Just take a quick look over at politics. I don't think there's anybody over there. Nah, it's just Kembo and Crit. It's pretty quiet over there. And then looks like politics and religion. Also, there's a couple people over there. Maybe I'll pop over there real quick and just see what the vibes are. Be right back.
Hello? Yo, Batman.
All right, all you out there in YouTube land, get your butts back in here. Let's get something going. Come on. Let's go. Down up.
Let's go, boys. Huddle up.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet around. T-Up, how you going, bro?
Yeah, not bad. Thanks, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, all right. Pretty cool in Melbourne.
I bet it's getting pretty cold down there.
Yeah, we've got a Corona. It's really nice. It's like a fireplace with a door, you know?
Yeah, nice.
Very nice. Actually, chopping wood. Last year I broke my finger. And I was chopping wood, fucking right up. With my right hand too.
Ouch.
Everything, painting, drawing, writing, playing piano, everything was fucked. Now that it's healed, it's a little bit shorter than it was before. So, a bit clunky on the piano. I mean, that's good. I like chopping wood. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Gets me in the back. Oh, jeez.
Yep.
I do it when I have to.
Yeah.
Do it when I got it though. You got it. We're pretty good. Like a lot of the stuff firewood we get around here. Just they'll split it to whatever size you prefer. Most of them, but some of them don't. But yeah. Yeah, we're getting below zeros. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, up in the mountain regions, northern New England, yeah.
Okay. And here are the Yanks complaining about the heat now. And you hear the Yanks complaining about the cold, it's freezing and snowing and shit. And now they're complaining about the heat wave and stuff.
Yeah, I was just over in PNR actually, and was just talking to a young fella there. Oh, he might not have been young, I don't know, but he was pretty cool. He was asking questions about the gas pressure and all that, and we're sort of getting along the lines of NASA and all that, and saying, hey man, he's sort of on the fence about the whole moon landing thing and all that, so we were talking about that, and just coming from a globalist, even a globalist perspective, Yeah.
Yeah, there's more people like that who are just curious, not necessarily anti-flat earthers. But yeah, the anti-flat earthers are pretty full on. They're very, it's just completely unreasonable. You can't talk to them. It's fun though. This channel will be interesting with the people, everyone coming in with different accents, different backgrounds. Not sort of used to that. This dude comes in and goes, "What about 24 hours on and Taka Taka?" Where's the ice wall? Is it in and Taka Taka?
It's pretty amazing how that's sort of getting noted, like getting heard about, right?
Mm. If they bring out this Netflix thing, then yeah, a lot of people are going to be asking about it. Because that fucking thing, Jaren, everyone has seen that. Yeah, like every second third person comes in, oh yeah, I saw that thing where the flat Earth approved Earth is the globe with the torch and all that. So the amount of people seeing that's amazing. It's no wonder that Netflix or whatever want to make shows about it because of ratings. There's guaranteed ratings there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he really did an injustice to everything. I mean, like, yeah, so yeah, Alpha's wanting to move into like get mainstream attention from like is a good idea. Like let's start kicking in the doors. Saying, hey, no, you got it wrong. Have a talk to us, and you'll hear just how different we discuss this topic. Or how differently the topic gets discussed in our circle, in our circles.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not missing all the yelling and screaming by Nathan and QE and stuff. I'm not listening to that at all. I think it was pretty good for a while, the Friday night thing. We sort of got a lot of viewers and that, but geez, it was kind of hard to listen to most of the time. But I wonder if people expect that. Because, flat Earth, there'll be people yelling and screaming in there. And they go in and it's either quiet or there's someone just really calmly talking about, long distance photography or something. And they go, shit. And I think, I think they just right. So too much for me.
Look, if I had this set up, right, because I don't, but if I did, and I had, and I wasn't such a procrastinating arsehole, right? But there is literally like thousands of hours of recorded content, right, from 24/7, right, from the home server and now from these other servers, right, that we could clip out and make into shorts, right, that can just pique people's interest and direct them here, that we can put on YouTube. We're talking 30 second to 60 second shorts. That's all it has to be, right, to just prick someone's ears up, right, go, Oh, this is something I wasn't aware of and never heard a flat earther say before. This is a different thing to what I've seen on TikTok before or YouTube or whatever. This isn't like Dave Weiss. This isn't like Jaron. This isn't like all those other guys, right? Like, and show the contrast, get people's attention, right? And pump it out in fucking mass production and do it in a nice, professional manner, right? Just clips from here and there,
Yeah, shorts. The way to go.
Yeah, and put it out. TikTok and, X and whatever, all these other ones. Instagram and YouTube, whatever else is happening out now, Yeah, but I just don't have the right setup. Maybe one day I will, and I'll do that, and I'll have the time and the setup, to be able to go through a lot of the content and clip out nice bits and just mass publish it, just mass publish shorts, right? Get in their fucking faces. That's what we need to do.
If it catches them with like younger people, like 18 to 25 or even younger, I don't know, it could really take off in that group. I don't know. And if it does, whether the groups like us could be overrun by all these younger people who have maybe different approach. I don't know. That could happen if it really takes off for young people. And they're just like, oh, hang on, this is bullshit. And start getting stuck into everything. Yeah, I think it could be like, look, sit down, old guys, or the Gen Xers and all that. Just chill out. We've got it. We'll take it from here. And they'll just do their own thing. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, well, could be inspiration. Could be.
Is they don't give a shit about rules, the past, or anything, or they just do their own thing. My mate was taking his son had a job interview. His son was late, like half an hour. And my mate's going, you're late half an hour. And his son's like, chill, Dad, it's cool, man. And he got the job.
Right.
Yeah. Stuff like that, it's like, you've got to be on time for a job interview. He's like, well, obviously the dude he was working for was pretty young too, and he's like, he's late. Nah, well, he'll be here. So, yeah, it could be interesting. But yeah, you tell a young person like this, but they're like, really? It's like, oh, yeah, something like that. Yeah, cool, man. They're not trying to spurg out or anything. My mum's partner. He's like, whenever I bring it up, he just starts grumbling. And mum's like, oh, no, Terry, don't start. He obviously doesn't like it. He went off about it or something, I don't know. But yeah, he gets triggered real hard. Since he's a boomer or whatever, I had someone rock up one Christmas and he's a friend of my sister's or someone. And he goes, oh, I hear you're a flat earther. Like, yeah. And he's all like, oh, what about this? What about, moon phases and all this shit? I'm just sort of going, yeah, whatever. I'm just sort of, flicking him off with all my arguments, and I was just pretty casually enjoying dinner and stuff. And he was fucking red faced and shit, sweating and everything. He just wasn't happy. That was funny. But he thought he'd just rock up and just roast a flat earther at Christmas dinner. No, mate. No.
Bro, people know about me, and I wait for them to say something. I mean, I am not going to come at people like some crazy fucking lunatic getting in their faces going, yeah, it's fine, you can't prove the globe, and blah, 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 like with all my friends and family. I wait for them to fucking bring it up, and they barely ever do, right?
Yeah.
I want the opportunity. I want them to bring it up to me. I want the discussion with them, right? And I'll say little things here and there where it could instigate a discussion, But they don't take the bait, or it'll just sort of mildly get into it, but nothing real serious, I want it. I want them to come at me like that. I want to fucking have the discussion with them, but they don't. They won't. They're scared. It's like they're scared.
Yeah. Because they know, like, deep down, right in the back of their mind, they know that something to it. Because it's like, you watch a movie and there's a big twist at the end, and your subconscious goes, oh, yeah. But your conscious goes, what's going on? But at the same time, your subconscious is like, oh, yeah, I get it. So you kind of accept it, sort of thing, sort of go along with it. And then you can rewatch the movie and see all the clues through it.
Yeah, and wonder how you didn't catch it, or you
Yeah.
sort of feel like you did, but you didn't. You went, nah. You know what I mean? Like,
Just went over your head, yeah. Sixth sense and stuff.
Right.
It's a good one. Yeah, 7. Well, it wasn't really a big twist, but so there's a bit of that going on. I reckon the subconscious is going, oh, I don't want to go. I don't want to go there. But I like going with my friends and family. If they just say flat, I'll just go flat. I'll just lay it down flat. And I was looking at
yeah. Did someone say flat?
But yeah, we'll just go flat.
You can say, what do you mean by flat exactly? You mean like parallel with the ground? You don't have to explain it to me, man. make them tell you the Earth is flat, right? Can you help me make this level? What do you mean by level exactly? Let's discuss this. Because we don't want to get this wrong, right? Oh, so wait, you want it so that you can place the pool ball at any part on the table, and it won't roll? Wonder what sort of implications that has.
I like to be a builder or something and just put in this big charge, 10 grand or something. Earth curvature. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to cost you extra if you want me to take into account the curvature. That's an extra $50 an hour.
Yeah. Because accounting for curvature, 10 grand. I go, what's this accounting for curvature? What's that? It's like, yeah, Earth curve. It's curving, right? And they go, oh. It is, yeah. Oh. You're a flat earther, are you? No. He's 10 grand.
They're signing their fucking checks.
Yeah.
Signing their life savings over here. I'm not a flat earther. To take my money.
Yeah. And the missus goes, what's this? Whatever his boss goes, what's this pay? Oh, yeah. Oh, right. You start charging everybody. You want it level, don't you? Got to do all the calculations and stuff, and
Right. I could give you the flat earther version, but
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Oh, no. I want it done properly. Yeah, here we go.
Right.
Fucking building. I did some bit of work in the building industry, and look how it's dodgy. It's so dodgy, man. There's this guy, right, and he'd rock up in the morning, and no one had been paid, and it was like, "Oh, Dave's here," and it's like, and like he'd said, a few days before, like, "Oh yeah, I'll fix everyone up on Friday." And so Friday morning comes in, the guy's standing around, and he rocks in, and he goes, "Oh, where's the checkbook at home?" He goes, "All right, I'm back." Well, he just made up some excuse. He says, "Oh, I was going to go grab a coffee. I'll be right back." And he just disappear. This is a classic. And then we didn't get paid. We didn't get paid until whatever days later. But yeah, I'll fix up today. And then he rock up and go, yeah, I'm just going to go get a coffee, guys. I'll be right back. And he's just fuck off. We come back. Dodgy Dave.
Dodgy Dave, ain't Dodgy Dave.
Very dodgy.
I knew a guy like that. Like he was a painter, right? And he got sick of having to do the work, right? So, and he was making good money. So he'd line up a job, and he'd go down to the pub and to find two guys and say, "Has ever painted a house or anything?" "Oh yeah. All right, come with me." You gotta say, "You happy with $500 for the day?" They're like, yeah, shit, yeah, right. And he's like fucking quoted like the house, the owners, the client, fucking $3-4 grand or something, right? Yeah. He's like, okay, here's your money. You got to go get all the fucking shit, right? Out of that, right? They're fucking fuck yeah. They fucking paint the house for him. They didn't even know if they were fucking qualified or not, right? He was just like collecting like fucking $2 or $3 grand a job, right? Just hiring dodgy people off the street to paint houses. He'd go home and sit home and watch TV. Like, holy shit, bro! How you doing? How you pulling this off?
That's pretty ballsy. Just getting people off the street. They just take the money and piss off.
Yeah. Or they'd say no, and he'd just say, "Well, you want a job anyway?" And he'd just give them a quick 10-minute fucking course, on how to paint a house, and then go home. Leave them to it.
Everyone knows how to paint, really. I mean, it's just something about like swimming or something, or just, or you know, just everyone can paint pretty much.
Wax on, wax off.
Yeah, just paint. Simple. Like on the brush. Check all your getting drop courses. It gets a bit dodgy when you go. It's when you go worry. That's brilliant.
I worked for this one guy. It was like we were using something. We were just like repairing or refurbishing roofs. Like we wouldn't retile it. We just like use this grout, right? This cement shit. And it was supposed to be some special fucking formula. It was called Magic something or other, right? He wasn't licensed or anything, and it was dodgy as shit, right? But first off, I was like going door to door, right, with this other person. Like we do separately, but I mean, like there was two of us. We go door to door trying to line up the jobs, right, and convince people that this shit was good and they need their roof redone and all this. And I got a few sales, right? I lined up a few jobs for this guy, right? And next minute he's like calling me, hey, you want to do some labor? You fucking kidding me? So I'm the sales spokesman and the fucking labourer. Like I was turning out the job and they were looking at me going, I didn't expect to see you here. Like you were just in a suit and right now you're fucking carrying buckets of cement and climb. I'm like, yeah. But yeah, like, yeah, and it was all dodgy. It was dodgy as shit, but it was good money. Like we were getting good money. Yeah. And I ended up saying to him, I said, man, hey?
Was it a good product or was it a dodgy product?
I think it was okay, but I think it was just like hyped up to be more than what it really was, right? You know, I think it was just like a basic fucking cement, basically. Like they claimed to have some extra fucking element in it or something that made it stronger and last longer or some shit, right? I can't remember exactly now. So many years ago, but yeah. Yeah. And I ended up saying to him, I said, look, man, I'm on Centrelink. Like, I don't want to have to tell them that I'm looking for work when I'm working, right? So I want to be on the books. And he's like, no, I can't do that. You know, I was like, oh, well, I'm going to quit then. So I quit. And like next minute, he's ringing me up with some new scheme about fucking rendering walls, right? And he's like, oh, you're in that, you know, because I'd moved. Hey, I want to start something in where you moved to, you know, like, and I'm like, no, I'm not fucking working for you, bro. You gotta be fucking for real, like, actually be a legitimate business or fuck off. Yeah.
Make something really flimsy, looks solid, like it's stone, looks good. You can just put your foot through it.
Right.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how flimsy the house is being built. It's just like, you got timber frame, and you got that blue tin foil, wherever it is, and then you just got cement sheeting, and then render was mud on it. You could just knock it over. You put your foot through it. It's one bash of a hammer, and you go right through it. What the fuck? You can see a brick house these days. Like, what's that? Oh yeah, bricks.
Right, I think that's what this was something like. And I was just like, bro, no. He was trying to hit me up to work for him again. I'm like, no, because I was the only person that he'd ever hired that actually could line up jobs for him. Like, so I was doing something right with my sales pitches. But, yeah. But no, I wasn't going to be his salesman and his fucking labourer. No.
That's dodgy.
Yeah, and he'd do similar shit to me as your dodgy Dave guy. He'd fucking leave me. He'd like, oh, I'll just go grab some lunch, and like come back like at the end of the day and shit. Oh yeah, I can't pay in that right now. I've got to pay it tomorrow or something, next week or whatever. It's like, fucking hell, bro.
Yeah, dodgy.
Hmm. And silence. It looks like your ego has been flat now, like not the earth. Like your ego has been flattened.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah? Oh, look at the time, bro. Look at the time. Time is flying by.
It's early.
Yes, Flat Earth has been defeated. Unverifiable image from so-called government authorities and agencies, and a plethora of logical, fallacious reasoning. We're defeated.
Assimilating, gathering facts to prove how. ChatGPT, please help me. To prove Earth is flat, even though it is not.
ChatGPT is just a glorified calculator that you put ideas into. It's weird. It's fun, but it's weird. So what brings you here? And how's it going?
What brings me here? Okay, to hear your voice. I'm a fan of your voice.
What is it?
Reality, yes or no? What the fuck? Why is he asking me these things? Ultimate is asking me. You and experiencing the same reality? Yes. I think we all experience the same reality unless we travel with the speed of light, very high speed.
So unless we go to our imagination. Light speed's a reference frame that you or I will never be.
Platforms.
Nobody knows the one-way speed of light. It's kind of weird.
Hey, I'm gonna say some very toxic things, okay? But it turns out it will be like true actually. Even so, the truth can be bitter. So when America created the nuclear bomb, they wanted to, drop it on Berlin. Then there was
So,
one general who
are you?
said,
Wait. Full stop. Does this non sequitur lead us back to the ground?
"What did you say?"
Does this non sequitur lead us back to the ground?
Okay. Anyway, I don't understand your question, and I have to like work. I'm going away.
Okay. Weird. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, G. Hello again.
How's it going, man? Yeah, that last conversation was kind of okay, dude.
Just go in stealth mode for a bit, or silent mode. I'll be back later, guys.
It's
Shalom, y'all. Hope all is well. Hey, Killy, how's it going, man? Brother Daz. What is cracking, Brother Daz? Brother Killian, I'm just relaxing here at home. What's up, man? To the game. Thanks for saying hi, brother. Don't want to take you away from anything. I'm just getting ready to head out myself, but want to drop in and say what's up. See things cracking over here. That's pretty quiet. I'll be idling, listening, and hope we get something going on in here. Just an odd discussion today, but it's just quite down. That's feeling. It's the calm after the big splash we made landing in here. Quite the entry. We had massive amounts of people out this week. Good thing. Well done over here. Yeah. Good day, M7. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. How are you this day? All right.
Anyone here? Hello?
Did you hear me talking? I welcome you.
Yeah. Now I'm hearing you.
Bet.
How are you?
How are you? Pardon me?
Doing well. What about you?
Very good. So what say you about the title of the room? What do you think about it?
I want to improve my English and speak with the real one like you. Where are you from?
I'm from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, brother.
What's your English level?
I've only spoken English all my life.
What you say?
I've spoken English all my life. I tried to learn French.
You are fluent.
I'd like to think so.
Very good.
So what are your thoughts on the room title?
It's very cool. Hi, everyone.
Good day. Welcome, brother. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Very well, thank you for asking. We're just having a little chat with brother M7, getting started, and also good day, brother Nawaf. Thank you for joining us. And R2B6.
What is the meaning of flat Earth?
What is the meaning of flat Earth? Well, the meaning is that this collection of brothers here and sisters, have all observed this place to be a stationary topographical plane. We haven't found any evidence of the globe Earth, how it presents itself. So we were asked to come over here and set up and start chatting with people who are interested in hearing more about this place or more about what's happening.
Yeah. All people are silent right now.
Pardon me?
All people are silent in this room.
Yeah. Well, I'm here talking to you.
Why are ones only talking this room? Why is this not to let them mute and start talking with others?
Because we go from, there's a lot of people who sit in and they'll jump in when they want to talk, or they'll just listen. We run it kind of like a talk show, podcast, if you will. But we just keep an open channel where people can come through, ask questions, engage with the conversation, and listen or talk if they want to. Because if everybody was talking, it would be an absolute harem. It would be a little crazy to track on the topic. Because this topic's already a hot topic, if you will.
Thank you for clarifying.
No problem at all. Thank you for asking. Appreciate your genuine questions.
Thank you, bro.
So again, what are your thoughts on the Earth itself? Do you have any evidence, observations, things that lead you to think that we are on a ball?
Really, I don't know. I don't like to study geography or anything related to it. Okay. I just entered this hub to improve my English. Okay, I'm Egyptian and I wanted to apply as call center English. This is my purpose for learning English.
Good place to start. Welcome, brother. Not sure anybody else is around. I have to dip out, as in can't really talk. Anybody else available to engage? Brother Daz? Thank you so very much, Brother Daz.
Great to hear from you today.
Oh, and M7, thank you for the conversation intro, brother.
Hello? 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 Hello.